Hey guys. I'm sorry for not posting these past couple of days. I've been very busy with school and work and I really didn't have any time to make any videos. If anyone is interested, I have already posted the full fanfic out over on my Patreon. Link to that is in the description. My videos can also be watched on Rumble. Link to that is also in the description. Anyways, here's part 2 of A Mother's Night. Enjoy. Chapter 6. Fuinjutsu was truly an interesting and puzzling art. It never ceases to amaze Naruto that it was the only art that could stuff a mountain-sized beast into something so tiny, yet still make room within the subconscious of that person for the beast to take full appearance and still communicate as if it was truly alive. Being sealed was really a prison of the worst. There was no hope of light, and you were never free to move about. All there was to do was just to lie about in your cell and continue plotting about methods of getting out, even though you knew it was impossible to simply break out. Naruto placed his right hand on his gut. The Kyuubi was in there and its life was his life. To survive, it depended on him to continue on living. If he dies, it also dies. Temporarily though, but it was death nevertheless. Their fates were locked together until his body could no longer carry the Baijuu. Until then, the beast would be passed on to someone. Naruto didn't think far ahead on that matter. His thoughts only stopped there. He'd told Temari that they had to make do with the reality that had pressed upon their lives. He'd told her so because he believed it was the only way to make the best about the situation. Ignoring it wasn't going to do. He couldn't continue ignoring that the Kyuubi was inside of him. It was there, and whether he liked it or not, they had to learn to live with the situation and get along for their own survival. Don't space out like that, Naruto, Kushina said, hitting Naruto on his right shoulder. Naruto looked at his mother, thankful she didn't call him by any inappropriate name in front of the two Sand siblings, Gaara and Temari. The four were walking along the streets of Sunagakure, heading towards a good secluded place to have a nice talk and get to know each other. At least that is what his mother said. You don't have to hit so hard, mother, Naruto said, in a slight grumble. I was thinking important stuff anyway, he added. It doesn't matter, Kushina said strongly. You have lots of time to think about other matters. For now, it is just the four of us and we need to use time wisely. We don't have much time here, remember? Naruto sighed and nodded. Yes mother, he said. They certainly didn't have much time here in this village. They had to embark on their training trip soon enough. They were just passing by Sunagakure and after his mother fixes up Gaara's seal, they would only have a few days and then leave. The third Hokage probably anticipated that the Yondaime Kazekage would ask something like this of his mother, probably why he had them come here in the first place. They could have just left Konoha for their time away without making any stops. It wasn't like Konoha would change overnight and Naruto knew the cunning old man was not naive enough to believe something like that would happen in his sleep. Friendship had to be made and bonds had to be strengthened. At least that was the side story of things. It was for the better future, a happy tomorrow. That was what his mother wanted and Naruto was going to do his best, to make her happy and himself happy. A part of him did hope for a better tomorrow after all. So, he wasn't just doing this for his mother, but for his own sanity as well. Everyone held some hope about the future. People hoped for the best, regardless of hopeless their situations were. His was not hopeless. There were ways to make the best of the situation. Uzumaki Naruto just didn't put much effort into it, yet he understood that if he doesn't, nothing would change. If he grows up being a bitter child, who wears the Anbu mask in his sleep, would that make his mother happy? She would worry, perhaps even go back to those miserable nights. Naruto would never forgive himself if he makes his mother experience such pain. He would curse his very existence until the day his body decides it can no longer contain his soul. With that in mind, Naruto looked at his precious mother with a smile. What were you thinking about? Kushina asked, having seen the blonde hold his stomach, where the seal that held the Kyuubi was located. It was unlike her son to think deep about his prisoner. He didn't talk much about the Baijuu. Baijuus and how incredible Fuinjutsu is, Naruto said quietly. He is like that because of his Baijuu and the things that have happened to him, right? Naruto asked, looking at the redhead walking by his mother's right side, held by her hand. That sight made him twitch, but he tried not to show it. Still, the recurring theme was there, he didn't like sharing his mother. Kushina nodded. Shikaku has always been known for madness, she said. Given the kind of seal that was used, it is given that he will go mad. He hasn't lost it yet, but if nothing can be done about the seal he will go bad. Can you help him? Temari asked, a hopeful look on her face. Once again, Kushina nodded, but with a smile. Of course I can, she said strongly. We Uzumaki see this as no problem. As executing the Great Fireball Jutsu is only natural for the Uchiha, it is also natural for us to seal Baijuas and know more about seals. Ah, the Uzumaki pride. Naruto loved his mother when she spoke so proudly of their clan. Why hadn't she even go as far as to praise herself a bit more? She was amazing with the things she could do with Fuinjutsu, and people praised his damn father as a Fuinjutsu genius. All glory for the precious Yondaime Hokage and nothing for his mother. Naruto didn't understand what the fuss was all about when it came to that man. Yes, sure she was smart. The fact that he understood the work of Uzumaki was proof of that. But was there anything original he did? The Hiraishin was the work of the Nidaime Hokage. As far as Naruto could tell, the man was only able to invent the Rasengan. Naruto shook his head, realizing he was going too far with his thoughts and would miss the conversation at hand. Tamari smiled, before speaking. Our father hasn't been really kind to him since he failed to meet his expectations, she said with a sad smile. I feel bad being unable to do anything. Kushina smiled warmly. Ah, sibling bonds, she thought happily. She didn't say a word, but looked at Naruto, telling him to say something because it wasn't her place but his. Tamari was his fiancée after all. Naruto wondered if his mother had a manipulative streak behind that warm smile of hers. If he was the one to say something comforting, it would only improve his relationship with the blonde-haired girl. Inwardly he was amused. People thought she was stupid. It was them who were stupid. Kushina wasn't stupid. But her attitude could fool anyone. Naruto looked at Tamari, flipping the pages within his mind, wondering how he would go about this one. There has been nothing you can do really, Naruto said quietly. There are times we really want to change something with all our hearts, but can't do anything. That is the reality of life. Perhaps to say the cruelty of life suits it better. So because you're not powerful enough you just have to watch and let things go wrong? Naruto shook his head slightly. When you can't do anything yourself, you have to look up to those who can do something, he said. I have learned that there are things I can't change and it isn't power alone that changes all things. When you can't do anything, you have to trust someone and depend on them to change things for you. What happens when there is no one you can't trust, someone you can depend on? Then call it the end of life, Naruto said. But, as long as it isn't the end, there will always be someone. You may find it difficult to find that person, but you'll eventually find someone to lean on. My mother is here now, I am here as well. We will always be there for you. Now and in the future. She will help your brother, you can depend on her. And perhaps someday in the future, you can depend on me as well. Yes, he was striving for the mind and power to protect what he held dear. Right now, he couldn't do much without dying, but in the near future, he would grow strong enough to handle things for his mother, for those he cared for. He would not fail at it. Seeing the smile on Tamari's face, Kushina flashed Naruto a grin. Giving him an invisible thumbs up. Smile a bit, will you? To maximize the effects of your words. The moment has passed, Naruto said with a shrug. What did I say, Naruto? Do you want me to repeat myself? No, Mother, Naruto said before smiling. Gaara looked at the pair. He found them curious, and he envied them. Having a mother, walking like this, talking like that. He had certainly wished to walk with a mother being held like this. He had seen other children being held as well, and he had longed for it. He was held now, and it felt warm. It made him happy even though his expression wouldn't show it. This is what it felt like to have a mother. Earlier, it had felt weird when she picked him up, but it was a good weird. It had brought a fuzzy feeling in his heart and he had liked it. Yet, his mouth couldn't open up to say anything. He was content with just walking like this, listening to the three talk. It was a new experience, and Subaku no Gaara liked this experience. So when Kushina let him go, he felt disappointed. He just stood there, staring into the empty space ahead. Wondering if she'd just been playing with him, giving him a taste of this good feeling and then stripping it away from him before he could enjoy it. Now that would be cruel. Come on, Gaara, Kushina called the dazed redhead. They'd reached their destination, a quiet playing ground. Hugging his teddy bear with his other hand, Gaara slowly made his way towards the Uzumaki. What's wrong? She asked as she sat down beside Naruto and Tamari. Gaara slowly shook his head, but offered no words in response. Perhaps he wasn't used to this kind of attention. Normally people ran away from him, and others looked at him with murderous eyes, but this was a warm feeling. Something a part of him told him that he really needed to have in his life. He doesn't talk much, huh? Naruto asked, looking straight at the redhead. Had he been Sasuke, he would have smacked the boy already. But Gaara was a different kind of person, there was no harm. Tamari shook her head in response. It can't be helped, she said. No one speaks to him. Our father doesn't even look at him on a good day, and though we care, he hardly responds to our attempts to start conversation. After breakfast, he just gets up and leaves the house. Not that you have any good conversation starter, Naruto said, earning a look from his mother. It's obvious that things are awkward between them. They are siblings yet so far apart. They live in the same house, yet in different worlds. Do you have anything you can say to him when it is just the two of you? Tamari nodded. I just find it difficult, and in end, I don't say anything, she said quietly. But I do care and wish to change things. Well, he is right here and can hear you perfectly. Speak to him, Naruto offered, taking out his Fuinjutsu book to get some reading done. He certainly had a lot of ground to cover up. There were a lot of things he didn't know about the art, and as an Uzumaki, he had to be an expert in it. Tamari blinked twice. All this time she'd been talking so comfortably and she hadn't actually registered the fact that Gaara was with them. She'd felt so free to speak as if he wasn't here, but now that she'd been brought back to reality, she didn't know what to say. She just smiled nervously, and looked at Gaara, who gave her a blank stare as if to dare her to say something. The first step is always the most difficult, but once you take it, everything becomes easy. You must muster up the courage to speak and things will fall to line, Naruto said as Kushina watched on. He knows you're his older sister. Given everything, you can understand the expression. Do know that Gachan can hear you? Kushina asked, ruffling up Gaara's hair as he was sitting closer to her. Naru-chan is a mean person, isn't he, Gachan? For the first time since the four set out of the Kazekage residence, Gaara spoke his first words. Gachan? He said, looking at Kushina with a strange expression on his face. Kushina smiled warmly. It is your new nickname for me, don't you like it? She asked intently. There was some kind of an air around her that said it didn't matter if he liked it or not. She would continue to call him as she liked. Gaara shook his head and looked down. He again hugged his stuffed animal, before speaking in a whisper. Nobody has calls me like that, he said. Kushina's smile turned into a grin. If you like, I can call you many more sweet names. I have lots for Naru-chan. I can tell you some of them later on, she added in a whisper. Just the one is fine, Gaara said quietly. It was one of those difficult moments for Naruto. He honestly didn't like it when someone was getting all warmly with his mother. He certainly would have been glaring at Gaara by now if it was a year ago. Still, Gaara was a jinchuriki, just like him. He could let this slide. But, Kushina was his mother and his mother alone. He was just going to allow to have his moment. Besides, if he did anything stupid, his mother wouldn't be happy with him. Gaara was a sad person. She wanted to save him from the path he was falling into. Surely, if there was nothing done, he was indeed going into a much darker path, coupled with more pain and loneliness. But this time, there was a chance to even start his childhood. He could still live a normal life by the time they do leave this village. It was with that reasoning, that Naruto felt it was something he shouldn't envy. Yet, the feeling in his heart didn't go away. Don't tell me that you're jealous, Kushina said to Naruto, seeing his silence. Not at all, Naruto said quietly. I was just thinking about how sweet it is that you're doing something like this. You took out us here because you felt they needed this, right? You're diverting from the subject, Kushina accused her son, but nodded nonetheless. What do you say we do to have some fun then? It's okay if you spend time with them, Naruto said, staring into his book. I need to sort out of a few things. I'll join you shortly. Kushina sighed, but didn't question her dear son. Come on you two. Let's go do something fun and leave Mr. Broody all alone. That said, the woman pulled Tamari and Gaara away. Naruto frowned slightly as he shook his head. A good thing his mother wasn't worried by his choice. Perhaps she understood his reasoning. With that in mind, Naruto dived into his mindscape. The place was just filthy. It wasn't that it smelled. No, the condition was just ridiculous. This was a damn sewer for Kami's sake, and you stuff a Baijuu down here. Naruto didn't have any personal hatred towards the Kyuubi. They were both stuck in an unfortunate situation together, and the beast had been manipulated by a filthy Uchiha into attacking Konoha, so the situation couldn't be helped. It was another of those make-do situations. The drips. So damn annoying. Naruto would have gone insane already if he had been forced to be tortured by that sound 24/7. This did nothing but confirm what he'd first thought. This was truly the worst type of prison one could ever be thrown into. A thought sneaked into the back of his mind. What if humans could be thrown into a seal like this? How would they live? He would definitely not object if the whole of Konoha was to be sealed in this type of conditions. It would suit them. They were crap after all. What better of a place to find crap than a sewer? Naruto felt those damn hypocrites were much more suited to be in such a place than the Kyuubi. In his eyes, the Baijuu wasn't the evil one, but those damn humans were the evil. As he walked through the water, Naruto finally reached the large bars that formed a gate. A creeping darkness laid behind. If it wasn't because Naruto trusted the work of Fuinjutsu, he would have been afraid. The feeling behind those bars was just ominous. If he spent good days being suffocated by that feeling, by the time he walked out of here, he would be mad. Those blood-red eyes slowly opened as the darkness behind the bars seemed to disperse. The Kyuubi appeared, lying on the water, head resting on its paws. It was pathetic to see a Baijuu so feared stuck like this. Naruto almost pitied the Baijuu. Almost. The Baijuu didn't say a word, it just stared at him, unblinking. Naruto stared back. I can understand why the hypocrites fear you, but I feel that I can never fear you. Perhaps it is because I have been in contact with you since I was still forming within my mother's womb. Naruto paused for a moment. This does make me some sort of a perfect jinchuriki for you, don't you think? The Kyuubi said nothing. Naruto continued speaking. I don't like humans either, he smiled in bitter amusement. Yet, I am human, my mother is human as well. Still, humans are truly despicable creatures. My mother is not. Perhaps she is the reason I have this hope that not all humans are bad. The beast closed its eyes for a moment before continuing to stare at Naruto for a full moment. What do you want, human? My mother says to conquer your hatred, one must love. But I don't think I can do that. I think I can try to get along with your hatred. Why do you even this hatred to begin with? You hate human, why? Reasons make me understand few things. We both don't like humans, and I'm certain you hate the Uchiha who manipulated you as well. Naruto paused for a moment. Both of us are victims of an unfortunate incident, but we have been together since I was in my mother's womb. I have the marks to confirm that. We will get along one day, because we don't have a choice but to make the best out of the situation. The Kyuubi snorted. I have no plans on getting along with you, brat. In the end, you're human and all humans will turn the other way eventually. Naruto raised his index finger. I just told you, humans are despicable and I don't like them. I care not for other things in this world. It can burn to crisp, be dragged into madness and chaos. I wouldn't care as long as I can keep my mother safe and happy. The Bju looked amused. Your mother wouldn't approve of such words, neither would your father. It said. But for a first appearance, this is certainly interesting. Now, get out of my space. I wish to rest. No, Naruto said as he floated into the empty space. He crossed his feet and sat in air. Tell me about that one-tailed Baijuu? You must have sensed it. The Kyuubi looked surprised for a moment that Naruto had said no so plainly. He then burst into laughter for a few moments. I don't like that crazy tanuki anyway. What do you want to know? A few minutes later, Naruto was pulled out of the Mindscape when he felt a tug on his right shoulder. He opened his eyes and looked at the source. Gaara. Your mother said to call you. The redhead said. Naruto blinked before shaking his head. He held out his right hand. Gaara stared at it and then stared at his own. A few moments of deliberation, and he finally took Naruto's hand and helped the blonde get up. So, Gaara, how does it feel like to meet someone who has a stuffed animal inside of them? Some like you? Someone like me? Gaara looked at Naruto curiously as if he didn't know the blonde was a jinchuriki. He then shook his head. I don't know, he answered. It sounded like an honest response. You're like me, so I don't dislike you. I think I will like all jinchurikis. We're more than humans after all, Naruto said with a small smile. Later that day. What are you doing at a place like this on your own, Naruto? Kushina asked as she walked towards her son, who was sitting atop of the Kazekage residence on his own. I was worried when you suddenly disappeared. Sorry for worrying you, mother, Naruto said in a quiet tone. I've just been having a lot in my mind, he added, settling on to stare at the empty space ahead of him. Things had changed in ways he couldn't have imagined or even dreadfully hoped. For as long as he had known to live, he had been dealt with so many painful memories. But of course, there were those good times that he cherished. Certainly the moments with the Uchihas and his other people were memories worth holding on to. The times with his mother couldn't be put into an argument. It came natural that they were memories he held dearest. As continuously as life kept changing, new things aroused. It depended on the situation you were to determine whether the changes would be good or bad. For Naruto, the circle of life was no sweet ride. It was a painful ride. For as much as he told himself he didn't care for anything other than his mother, More troubles just seemed to pile up on his young life. Children were playing in the parks, playing games of catch, showering smiles to others while parents watched with content. This was the same in outward appearance in Konoha, yet Naruto had never gave it much of a thought. He'd always looked at the other way or just with indifference. Perhaps it was because he knew those people were damn hypocrites. Children they may be, but they were no different from their parents. They did everything their hateful vermin told them anyway. Naruto stopped his train of thoughts as his mother sat comfortably on his right-hand side. She offered him a smile before speaking. "The atmosphere here is really lovely, isn't it?" Naruto nodded. "It is," he said. "It's very different from Konoha. The people here are truly happy and have no lurking darkness as they have in Konoha. Perhaps we just don't see it because we are hopeful for something different." "It's nice to hear you say you're hopeful about something," Kushina said with a warm smile. "Hope keeps you running towards the light at the end of the tunnel, and without it, you just give up on everything." "That is what I have come to realize," Naruto said in quiet tone. "This village has a different impact on me. It makes me reaffirm my hope on a better tomorrow. You always say that we have to hope for a happy future. I've always wondered why. I mean, I had you, what more did I want? There are so many times we feel that we only need one person in our lives, but the truth is we can't function in society without other people. You need friends, companions, comrades, all the like to be able to fully live your life. Without those, you'll always lack something." "It's unusual for you to speak so calmly, mother," Naruto noted with a smile. "Anything for you, Naruto," Kushina said, putting on her left hand on Naruto's head before ruffling his hair a bit. "Anything for you," she repeated. "Ino calls me her friend, her knight, I'm not sure actually understand it all. Perhaps I just don't want to because I want my world to revolve around you only. I told Tamari to hope or to try to take actions that will lead to a better tomorrow. A life full of joy, a life that she desires for her siblings. I say stuff like that to other people. You say stuff like that to me. Do you know something that struck me, mother? Saying things like that makes me a hypocrite. I don't follow that rule. I don't like humans, yet I like you. I have little hope in them, and I don't really give it my all to try to make my life better. Isn't that you wish for me to smile as other kids? As I was watching others today, I saw how happy it made the parents. I want to make you happy like that, mother. And I don't want to be a hypocrite. I want to try harder to change like you want me to. I know that will make you happier, and as much as I try to deny it, it will make me happy as well." Smiling warmly, Kushina thought through everything Naruto said before asking, "So what is the problem, dear?" "I don't know how. Gaara is like me. We are the same. He is special as I am, so he is someone I can eventually call a friend. But I don't know how to make friends, I don't know how to handle it." Kushina put on her right hand on Naruto's left shoulder and pulled him closer to her. "Just do what you did with Shikamaru. I know you're not exactly friends, but that is how friendship starts, Naruto. Be yourself, and don't pretend to be something you're not. I know we won't have those moments as other families do, but we can make the most of our bond by trying to improve." Naruto nodded slightly. "It's warm when you hold me close." Kushina laughed slightly. "Well, I'm your mother," she said. "I'm supposed to be warm. We have missed moments, like this, huh?" "Yes. There has just been too much recently. But when we do leave this village, we should have more time," Naruto said. "Neither of us are too interested in what happens around the elemental nations, so it will just be freedom and ignorance. We'll enjoy it. Perhaps we'll truly enjoy our lives without the weight and eyes of Konoha looking over our shoulders," Kushina said in thought. "Are you really going to be okay with Jiraiya being with us?" Naruto nodded. "I hold no ill feelings towards him," Naruto said. "It makes me wonder, why?" Naruto appeared to think about it for a few moments before responding. "My reasoning has been that I can't fault him because he is not really my family. If he was someone attached to me by blood, then I would have been mad. But Jiraiya's greatest attachment was father. Perhaps another reason is my view of humans. We are bad people. Our nature sickens me, and when a human does something outrageous, I do not find it to be a surprise. It is what you expect from humans," Naruto said. "Perhaps it isn't humans that I dislike, but their actions." He added in thought. "That is a very unhealthy way of viewing things," Kushina said in a strong tone. "Have a more positive outlook of things, will you? Being cynical won't make you happy. It will only make you miserable." "Perhaps," Naruto said, pausing to gather his words. "I spoke with Kyubi today." Kushina did not tense, she just held Naruto a bit firm, smiling sadly. "How did it go?" "As you can imagine, but I think we got along pretty," Naruto said. Kushina wasn't surprised. Well, both of you have a somewhat similar outlook on humans. Kyuubi hates humans more than anything. Well, Uchiha come first. Despite being one, and your mother being one, you're not a fan of humans either. They've done nothing but tormented you, the majority in way. It is the same with the Baijuu. Humans have done nothing but hunt down its kind and see them as nothing more than weapons. For a being that is hundreds of years and is actually intelligent, I'd harbor the same feelings if I was in its position, Naruto said. How was your relationship? We didn't have any. I just felt that he needed to be sealed because he was too dangerous, Kushina said. Ultimately, that wasn't my decision or idea. It was the Shodai Hokage who said those words before Mito sealed it within herself, and then they were passed down to me. Too dangerous to be left alone? Naruto said in wonder. Because we're humans, we think we have the right to decide on everything that crawls upon this land. Baijuus are beings of intellect, and because of their power, we just see them as nothing more than mass beings of chakra that we have to control. That is the general thought, but not people like us, Kushina said smiling. The Kyuubi has been denied its freedom, and although I do not see it as a weapon, I cannot free it, unless something I value perishes. I'm selfish as well. The first thought is my own well-being, Naruto said smiling sadly. Why does it not surprise you? My talk with the Kyuubi. The situation is like with Tamari. Both of you are tied together, and you told her that since they were tied together, they had to work around the issue and learn to live with it. There was time to grow into it. Fighting it won't do, but accepting it would make you better. Kushina paused for a moment. I figured you'd say the same thing to the Kyuubi since you hate being a hypocrite. I try to be a better human, mother, Naruto said. Do you really think that we can live normally, mother? Kushina nodded firmly. Yes, we can. We just have to give it a try. You can never be certain about anything unless you try. Have some hope, haven't I always told you? You have, Naruto said. The Sand family reminds me of the Uchiha. We really had a good relationship with them. They were humans who got along with us and were people we liked. Kushina nodded. At least Mikoto-chan is still there. Yes, but things will never be the same. I thought I didn't care about them when they disappeared, and now this friendship we're creating with the Kazekage's family is making me realize that I was wrong. I do miss them, and a part of me cared. I miss them too, Kushina said. But that is a part of our lives that has been ripped away. We did enjoy it while it lasted, huh? We did, Naruto smiled in thought. My priorities have not changed, but I can create room for hope. You'll always be the first thought, mother, no matter what. I promise to try making you proud. That's what I want to hear, Kushina said smiling brightly. Your father put Konoha first, but I will not. You are my priority. It wouldn't be fair if both your parents put you second in everything. Naruto leaned his head on his mother's shoulder and closed his eyes, smiling warmly. Let's stay like this, mother, he said in a whisper. Anything for you, Naruto. The following day, Kushina had worked the wonders of Fuinjutsu on Gaara, and now the jinchuriki was sound sleep. It had been a rather risky part in restructuring the seal that held the Baijuu inside of him. His mother had to add a few things on the seal to make it stronger and work differently from the original. It was the seal that was the failure, not Gaara. This was why the seal that held Shukaku had to be made anew with the chance of the Baijuu breaking free from its binds. Kushina had done all preparations, setting more than 2 barriers just in case something happened. She certainly didn't want to repeat what had happened when she was giving birth to Naruto. You never knew within this elemental nations who was planning what with your life. To avoid such a disaster, the Uzumaki took all measures necessary and the sealing went along without a hitch and any complications. Gaara would be free from Shukaku's torments. He would no longer hear the Baijuu's voice unless he wanted to, and that was what was needed. That was what Rasa believed would make his son valuable again. It was interesting the man viewed things based on value. Perhaps it had something to do with his ninjutsu. If Naruto wasn't wrong, the man used gold dust. Well, it was only fitting for someone who used that kind of jutsu. Yet, it was disappointing that the man put that same price on his family. Family was family and nothing could change it. It didn't matter how pathetic and useless that person was, what was important was the blood flowing within that person and the bond shared. Perhaps Naruto hated the kind of thought that made a man sacrifice his life for his other love because it was the same sacrifice that made him what he was. Still, what Rasa did was just wrong. Naruto could never go that low. Well, his only true family was his mother, and she came above all things. Naruto had been a little disappointed that even though his mother wanted him to see the sealing, she didn't allow him to witness the ritual. He had to wait until she returned, exhausted from the sealing, and was now taking a nap. If this had been anyone who'd made his mother work this hard, Naruto would surely not like that person. Of course, having so hard, Rasa would owe them. Naruto may not say anything now, but a day would come and the same could be said for Gaara. If he still ends up turning up nasty, he would face his wrath because his mother did what she did to make him better. The fact that he was a jinchuriki could be put aside. You really care for your mother, huh? Temari said, walking into the room Kushina laid with Naruto sitting at her bedside, waiting for her to wake up from her nap. Was there any doubt? Naruto asked, without turning to face the blonde-haired girl. His eyes were firmly fixed on his mother. Temari shook her head. Your attachment towards your mother is just a little surprising. You're unlike those other kids with mother complexes, she said before halting just beside her fiancé. Naruto looked at the blonde with a slight frown. Mother what? He asked as if he'd never heard of it before. Before Temari could respond, Naruto shook his head slightly. There is nothing unnatural with my attachment towards my mother. Perhaps I am more closer to her because she is the only one I have. I'm wounded by that, Temari said in a playful manner. In his response, Naruto didn't seem to recognize the playfulness on her tone. Why? Temari decided to go with it anyway. Well, I'm your fiancé, when you say that your mother is the only one you have. What do you makes me feel? Naruto stared at her for a few moments before realizing she wasn't being serious. He smiled slightly though, shaking his head in the process. I usually forget that we have an agreement. So you really should form part of my life. I remember saying that we have to learn to live with this or it will never become something right. Temari smiled slightly. You really do think a lot deeper for someone your age. That what life has brought me and forced me to become, Naruto said quietly. I live with it and make the best of it. I have been guilty of not trying to enjoy it, nevertheless. At least with other people. He did enjoy his life with his mother. I don't ever picture you laughing around like the brats. I don't think it even suits you. I see you as you are, so I cannot picture you in the frame, Temari said. I wouldn't suit me, huh? Well, I guess I have always maintained a somewhat cool and dignified image about myself. I'd really be suitable for a clan heir, Naruto added in thought. What do you think of the future? I don't know, Temari said shaking her head. I don't think that far ahead. My mind is too wrapped up on what happens around me currently to think that far. Besides, I'm still just a kid. Future plans are for parents. There is one matter that makes me think though. Our engagement, Naruto said. Temari nodded, I wonder if it will ever happen. For so long as I can remember, I was informed that since I was the Kazekage's daughter, I would get married off to someone for political reasons. I think I have come in terms with that as my responsibility. This is more than just politics, Naruto said, but didn't enter into detail about it. Temari nodded. There are a lot of things involved. But I'm glad that I at least get to share my fate with someone like you. I hope that even in the years to come, you're still this kind to me and my family. Kind? This is perhaps the first time I have been accused of being kind. Temari let loose of a small and quiet laugh. Accused? She repeated smiling. You say some weird things. To say you're kind isn't an accusation. Why do you make it as if it is a bad thing? I don't know, Naruto said with a shrug. But you can rest assured. I will not become something that will sadden my mother. Temari smiled. I have no doubt about that, she said confidently. Naruto looked at her for a moment, wondering where she got all that confidence to say something like that. Naruto, can I talk to you? Rasa suddenly called, leaning against the door frame of the room. Naruto looked at his mother, thinking. He didn't want to leave her at a time like this. He needed to be by her side. She could wake up needing him. Don't worry. I'll look after her. She is my mother-in-law after all, Temari said smiling. Although it was barely noticeable, Naruto's face twitched when she said that. He didn't really like sharing his mother, it seemed. It took a full minute and Rasa's patience for Naruto to finally make a reluctant decision of leaving his mother. Without saying a word, he got up from the chair he was sitting on and walked towards the Yondaime Kazekage. What is that you wish to speak to me about, Kazekage-sama? Naruto said impolitely. It sounded like a question, but it was more of a statement from Naruto. I'm happy that your relationship with my daughter is steadily improving. I don't have to worry about you not getting along with her as the years progress, Rasa said neutrally. Naruto said nothing. Rasa assumed the blonde was waiting for his question to be answered before responding. Both the Sandaime Hokage and I made the contract because we had our own reasons. If I were to put it bluntly, I'd say you were not the first thought, but we did it for the sake of our villages, Rasa said, though he had an idea that Naruto already knew this. Your mother only agreed because she thought of you. Do you know why that is? Mother loves me and desires for me to be happy even as I grow up, Naruto only said. Rasa explained it with a bit of details. Your mother saw that the kids your generation were taught to dislike you. Because of that, she feared that you may not have someone that will love you when you do grow up. So she picked Temari, who had a brother, for a jinchuriki and could certainly understand you. I'm already aware of this, Naruto said. What is it that you want? I don't want to sound impolite, but I get itchy when someone tries to go around the bush with me. Rasa merely smiled and waved the blonde off. The decision was made before you got acquainted with the Yamanaka girl. Naruto frowned slightly. He wasn't surprised that a man such as Rasa would know about his relationship with Ino. The man was a Kazekage after all, and he was contracted to marry the man's daughter. It was given that he would keep an eye on him. But that wasn't what was making him frown. Are you threatened that I'll like Ino and end up leaving your daughter? There is that choice after all. Naruto said. Adults. Even as he asked the question, Naruto had little doubt that he was indeed correct in his assumption. It was even shameless for the man to bring such a subject with a straight face. I won't deny that, but I can't say I'm exactly threatened. I'm just worried. You seem to be getting along just fine with my daughter though. That gives me hope, Rasa said. Being proven right, even though the man didn't want to fully admit it, made Naruto's frown deepen. What had that poor girl done? Ino was just someone he got along quite well, even if she was a kid from Konoha. Hell, his relationship with her proved that not all was lost, even though he wouldn't admit it to anyone. If he were to crush things with Temari, it would be a loss to Rasa, and the man was just trying to ensure that it didn't come to that. He wanted things to happen in a way that would benefit him. Well, newsflash Kazekage, nothing went along the way he want them to. Kages, Naruto said mildly. You're all the same. Your villages always come first before your families. You don't use cheap words like care, and the like. You value things. Right now, I'm valuable, and that makes me important to you. Then? If there is ever anything you'll ever require, feel free to ask me. Perhaps I may become connected to you as my children have connected with your mother, Rasa said. Bottom line is that you can always come to me if there is ever anything you need. I see. I guess I can enjoy the benefits of being deemed valuable by you, Naruto said quietly. My natural element is wind. I will require scrolls that will help me get better at it. Rasa raised an eyebrow. The blonde surely didn't waste time to ask something. Well, that was what made the boy interesting. Still, you do know that I can't give you treasured jutsus that belong to the village. That's news to me, Naruto said as if it was truly something new to him. As far as I remember, I'm engaged to your daughter, which makes me your family, and technically, also part of Sunagakure. My mother just put value in Gaara, and if my memory isn't fooling me, she is a Fuinjutsu master who can teach your people a few things. Of course, helping me out means that I will forever be grateful and may perhaps work things out in your favor in the future. He paused for a moment before adding. Or perhaps just going to backtrack on what you just said? Rasa stared. Perhaps he'd underestimated the blonde. The Sandaime had said the boy wasn't stupid, but he hadn't expected this. He'd never really talked with Naruto on this level before, so perhaps he could be forgiven for the mistake. And if I say I still can't do that? Rasa asked out of curiosity more than anything. He was going to give the blonde what he wanted, but he still wanted to hear how the blonde would respond. Naruto merely shrugged indifferently and turned away from him, heading back to his mother. Somehow that translated to, then I'm not as valuable to you as I think I am. It also reminded the Yondaime Kazekage that even if he refuses, Naruto wouldn't care too much about it. He would just go back to his mother. Just to be sure, Rasa called out, you really wouldn't care if I don't give you the scrolls? Naruto nodded. But I also wouldn't care about what you want. If I work things with Ino, my mother will still be happy. Rasa stared as the blonde disappeared. What had that old man brought into his house? It was dangerous that someone so young could play this kind of game with him. The blonde understood his position quite well. And wasn't afraid to use it for his own benefit. Then again, should he really complain? He was using the boy as well. A day later. I'm surprised you're still in the country, Naruto said to Itachi. The two were sitting in one of Suna's training grounds, chatting as if the Uchiha wasn't a wanted criminal. Itachi had put a powerful genjutsu around them that wouldn't be noticed by anyone who didn't have a dojutsu. Thankfully, Sunagakure had no dojutsu users, so the two were safe and could talk as much as they wanted, all in the outside. It would appear as if Naruto was alone, reading his beloved Fuinjutsu book, as he normally did at this time of the day. It wouldn't be anything unusual to the Anbu who were always watching him because this wasn't out of his schedule but something he has been doing since coming into this village. A henge would have worked, but shinobi can read lips and Naruto didn't want anyone asking him who was talking to. This presented the best chance, and it was always amazing to see Itachi's genjutsu at work. As far as he was concerned, the Uchiha had no rival when it came to genjutsu. Naruto envied those blessed with these kind of eyes. But it didn't mean that he didn't believe he could reach new heights because he didn't have a dujutsu. He could still make it. He had the Uzumaki blood after all. Konoha shinobi can't look everywhere for me, Itachi said quietly. And they stopped after a day or two. The work will be left for hunter nins. Not that will do any good. Being a member of the Akatsuki meant that he wasn't going to be running around the elemental nations fearing for hunter nins. He would be safe within the Akatsuki, and most of all, Uchiha Itachi wasn't someone who could be taken easily. He wasn't just an S-rank shinobi for show. I'd assume so, Naruto responded in the same tone as Itachi. You're not the one to be hunted by hunter nins. The Sandaime Hokage is probably keeping the farce just for appearances. He knows you can't be brought down by those. Then again, I'm not particularly sure how strong hunter nins are. They are more or less like Anbu, but they know the human body much better. They don't specialize in flashy jutsu like we do. They mostly use senbons to render their target immobile. So a jutsu battle will only be forced if they can't put out the target. It's possible that they just appear out of nowhere. They are masters of silent killing by the looks of it. Naruto frowned slightly. I surely wouldn't want to end up being hunted by them. But that sums up your situation, huh? Itachi shook his head. I certainly have to run from Konoha shinobi, but I don't have to worry much. I'll be keeping most of my times away from the site, the Uchiha said calmly. Your situation is very unfortunate. I didn't know my actions would result in such consequences. No one foresaw it. Perhaps some god who just amuses himself in humans' suffering saw it, but we didn't. I'd wish for nothing more than your brutal death if my mother had been the jinchuriki, Naruto said. He'd said so with a straight face, and so calmly. Itachi wasn't surprised. This was how Naruto was. Even if the blonde does change, his mother would always have the first thought. She would be above everything else. He'd put Konoha above the Uchiha, and had been willing to rid of the whole clan, but Naruto had stopped that. So he could understand. They could understand each other. He knew it better than anyone that Naruto loved his mother, and the blonde understood his love for Konoha best. That is just how unpredictable the shinobi world is, Itachi said. I came here to tell you that I've actually joined an organization that is made up of S-ranked criminals. Even Orochimaru is a member. There are members that are even stronger than I am. I see, that was all Naruto said, despite the news. Itachi contemplated about telling Naruto about Madara, but he decided against it. He would only do it until he was sure it was safe to do so. Surely, the blonde would be more than happy to spend all his energy to training to become strong enough to kill this Madara. But Itachi didn't want to influence Naruto in that manner. Besides, he wasn't sure if that man would know about him telling Naruto about him. For now, it was safe to just tell him about the Akatsuki. I fear that they will become a major threat in the near future. I don't know what their goal is, but just know that you might end up facing S-ranked enemies in the near future. I see, yet again, Naruto gave that same response to Itachi and it bothered the Uchiha. Naruto's lack of care about the world around him was truly a problem, yet amazing. In this way, he couldn't care less if there was a war outside of his comfort zone. As long as he could be safe with his mother, the blonde was more than willing to act oblivious to the things around him. It had to do with his dislike of humans, but Itachi knew that had to change at some point. Even if he doesn't stop disliking humans, he had to start acting with more care around the world around him. Whether you like it or not, Naruto, the situation outside your comfort zone does affect you. Where do you think you can hide if this world is forced into another war? You're a jinchuriki. In times of war, you will be hunted down if you choose to run away. And do you think they will live your mother out of it? They will use her against you. You don't deny it to anyone that your mother is your world. People notice. Once again, Naruto frowned. It would be despicable humans setting things off, the blonde merely said. I know, Itachi said with a slight nod. But shinobi matters affect even civilians, especially when things are happening at your own yard. You will understand what I'm talking about when you walk into a village that is being attacked, or when Konoha is attacked. It will be even more troubling because when Konoha is being attacked, they won't allow you to protect your mother. They will force you to fight for Konoha. And if I refuse? You know what will happen, Itachi said flatly. They will brand you a traitor, and you will be accused of insubordination of the highest level. Refusing to fight when the village is being attacked is no different from treason. You won't just have civilians on your case, shinobi will turn on you, and whether the Sandaime likes it or not. He will be forced to act. What do you think will happen to your mother after then? Will she walk everywhere safely? Itachi paused for a moment. You have to stop acting oblivious to the things around you. Itachi, do you know what will happen if someone like me got all powerful and tried to change the world? You hate humans, so changing it would be reduce the population or just rid of the entire shinobi population, Itachi said calmly. But I'm not asking you to try to change it. I'm telling to stop acting oblivious. When Naruto said nothing in response, Itachi sighed wearily. You will understand one day, he said to Naruto. How is my little brother? A broken little sad thing. It's quite laughable that someone so gullible and weak-minded is your brother, Naruto said, but he didn't appear amused. I guess the tragedy is still weighing up on him. With his mother and the rest of the Uchiha, he should be okay. What about you? Naruto was sure Itachi wasn't asking his health but why he didn't include himself in his last statement. I'm going to be away from Konoha for at least 3 years. We'll talk when I get back from there. But yes, I will take care of him. Itachi smiled slightly. Don't be too rough on him, he said. I'll keep an eye on you so that I can visit you every now and then. I'm going to be with Jiraiya, that won't be easy. Itachi nodded. We'll use the crows as means of communication. And just like that, the Uchiha disappeared into nothingness along with his genjutsu and Naruto stood up. It was about time to return to the Kazekage residence. Naruto only walked for about a couple of minutes before he came across Subaku no Gaara. As usual, the redhead was holding tight onto his stuffed animal. Naruto didn't question Gaara's attachments to his toy. He had his own attachments and he preferred if people left it alone. And so Uzumaki Naruto wouldn't question someone about it when he wouldn't like it if someone questioned him about it. He disliked hypocrisy after all. You look like you're coming straight to me, Naruto said, as he stopped in front of his fellow jinchuriki. Gaara nodded in response, causing Naruto to sigh. I was just returning to the house. Was there something or did someone send you? The blonde asked quietly. It really was an annoyance sometimes. He disliked people who couldn't stand to talk to him straight on. You needed to have the courage to say what you wanted to say or you would just keep holding on to things. Still, he wasn't going to say it to Gaara. The redhead was a likable special being, a jinchuriki. In his eyes, a jinchuriki had more rights than a normal human. Hell, he could even go as far as to say screw despicable humans and love to the good people. Your mother sent me, Gaara said in a quiet tone, his eyes down for a moment. He then looked at Naruto carefully, his expression remained blank. But the look of his eyes told Naruto that he was struggling to say something. Naruto waited patiently for the jinchuriki to say what he wanted to say. Even though he was pretty mild after his conversation with Itachi, he could still take this. Do you want to go to play with me? It was almost amusing how Gaara had quickly looked away after saying those words. From his tone, he hoped Naruto would say yes, and was looking away because he was afraid he'd been turned down. That would surely put a sting on his already closed heart. Naruto frowned. Other children had no problems with asking such questions. He'd observed this so many times when in the park with Ino. Of course he was never there to play but to nap, read and watch over Ino in case she did something to piss off someone. No one had asked him such a question, not that he wanted to be asked. Because of humans, jinchurikis had to be like this. Contact with other people was a scary thing, making friends was just foreign. Did all jinchurikis go through all this crap? Humans. Despicable. I'm not much of that type of a kid, Naruto said neutrally before managing to smile slightly. I don't play. Perhaps I don't even know how to play, he added shaking his head. Gaara looked curious more than anything. He tilted his head to the side and asked, why? I've not played with other kids, Naruto said calmly. Come on, let us go hang out. I'm sure there is something we can talk about. I'm much more curious about your current state of mind with all the changes around you. That said, the jinchurikis turned towards another direction. A week later. The farewells were all said and everything went well. Naruto had been rather surprised when Temari hugged him. Ino didn't do that, and the only people who hugged him were his mother and Mikoto. No one else had hugged him before. The feeling of being hugged by his fiancée felt weird. Naruto had just stood there, frozen for a few moments before returning the hug. Kushina had shed tears in the sight. Naruto was certain the tears had been fake, but she'd been absolutely happy that things had gone that far. Things with Gaara had been formal. Nothing more than a handshake had been exchanged and Naruto turned his way, leaving for the gates where Jiraiya was waiting for them. It was that time for their adventure to begin, and of everything that happened in his time within the village, this made him much more excited. He could even go as far as to say that the thought of it gave him a rush of blood. "You've made some friends," Jiraiya commented as the two prepared to make way into the journey across the desert. "So it appears," Naruto said with indifference. Jiraiya frowned. That attitude was only reserved for him. Or so he thought. Naruto didn't speak to other people in that manner. He may say he doesn't hate him, but he surely didn't seem to care. Well, the blonde had said he didn't care, so he shouldn't be surprised with the indifference. But they were going to be together for some time, the blonde could afford to show some teeth for once. "Don't be like that, Naruto," Kushina said warningly. "You'll ruin all our memories we had in Suna. Don't be hostile." Naruto looked at Jiraiya for a moment before looking at the endless road ahead. "Yes, I made some friends. It was a nice change," the blonde amended. There wasn't a change in his tone, but this was a start. Besides, they were going to be together for some time. He was going to be persistent, and Naruto would talk to him in a more friendly manner by the end of their journey together. Jiraiya had no doubt about it. "That is a good and welcome change of things," Jiraiya said, smiling a bit. "I'm happy that you were able to connect with other people. I hope the same could be as this in Konoha, but you can't force things." Kakashi chose to appear in that moment, making Jiraiya frown, but the Jonin didn't seem to notice it. "Yo! What are you doing here, Kakashi?" Naruto asked, his tone light. "What? Can't I just come to see out my little friend?" Naruto just stared, making Kakashi sigh. "I brought you a letter from the Sandaime. He said if he was fast as your father, he would have come himself, but because he is old, he couldn't make it. Nevertheless, he gave me this," Kakashi said, handing Naruto a small scroll. Naruto took the scroll and pocketed it without a word to anyone. "Aren't you going to open it?" Kushina asked with a raised brow. "I will open it in a good time," Naruto said. "I'm guessing you're going to join us. Where are we going first?" Naruto asked Jiraiya. "We'll discuss that once we return to the Fire Country," the Sannin said. "Figured as much," Naruto said. "How long?" "A week at most, but I will be visiting you every now and then," the Jonin said with a smile. "Can't afford to spend too much time away from you," he added jokingly. "I'm sure Naruto would miss you too," Kushina said with a smile. "He just won't admit it. You two have grown closer." Kakashi gave Kushina his iconic eye smile before looking at Temari. "How did things go with Temari-chan?" Kushina glared at Kakashi. "I don't like your tone, Kakashi, and I hope you're asking if he was able to form a bond with her." Kakashi nodded with a nervous smile. "That is what I meant," he said. "Just fine," Naruto answered. "As expected. As a reward, I will carry you all the way to the fire border," Kakashi said. Naruto took a step away from Kakashi. "I can walk on my own," he said. Kakashi shrugged. "I wasn't giving you a choice." As Kakashi wrestled with Naruto, Jiraiya frowned. "This could have been me," he thought. "Well, I can still change things," he nodded firmly. Chapter 7. Birds chirped as they blasted off the surrounding trees as Naruto ran through the shadows of the trees. He was traveling through a great speed, in a terrain that was for training purposes. At the end of the line, he had his mother waiting for him. As he ran through, Naruto came across a tree marked with an X. Within a few seconds, a small Rasengan was formed at the palm of his right hand. He slammed the jutsu into the X mark. As the jutsu collided with trunk of the tree, it burst through the tree, breaking it in half. Naruto didn't stand around to witness his handiwork. He merely danced around the falling tree, and kept running. As soon as he was behind the falling tree, Naruto was welcomed by hurling kunais. The blonde kept running towards them. He wasn't to stop, or the train behind him would catch up. He clasped his hands, and kept on running as he needed his chakra, keeping it controlled. "Futon, wind breakthrough!" Naruto shouted as he released gusts of winds and sped towards the hurling kunais. The gusts picked up some amount of dust in front of him before they collided with the kunais, sending them towards another direction, away from his path. Naruto burst through the dust and was welcomed by another tree in front of him. On the trunk of the tree, there was a bullseye target. A kunai slipped into Naruto's right hand from the sleeve of his cloak. But before he could throw the kunai, two kunais were thrown towards him from the shadows of the leaves. This forced Naruto towards his left to avoid the kunais. Naruto twisted anticlockwise while still running to get some momentum going. He then threw the kunai, hitting the bullseye target. As soon as he hit the target, there was an explosion on the very ground his feet touched. This forced the blonde to jump up and hop into a tree branch. As soon as he landed on the tree branch, 2 clones flashed into existence, flanking both his sides. The clones each sent a kick towards his forehead. Reacting simply on instinct, Naruto ducked under the kicks and used his footing to jump in a burst, flying past the 2 clones. As soon as he did so, Naruto twisted around to face them. He threw a kunai embedded with an explosive tag between the 2, and set it off quickly. The tag exploded in a blitz of fire. Since Naruto was also close by, the blast also caught him, its waves to be exact. They sent him back slightly, forcing him to land on the ground on one knee. But as soon as he landed on the ground, 3 kunais were thrown into his sides, embedding on the ground. As soon as they hit the ground, Naruto was certain they had explosive tags on them. There was only one option on this. And indeed it was as he thought. The tags burst into a cloud of intense red flames. But as soon as the cloud formed, it was ripped apart by a raging tornado of wind. The tornado created powerful gusts of winds while rotating at immense speed. The flames were snuffed out quickly and the tornado died down, revealing Naruto. The blonde was on his knees, panting slightly. He wasn't given time to recover his breath as he was assaulted by a flying kick. The kick collided with his head and sent him flying towards a tree. Naruto cursed as his back brutally crashed into the tree. He wasn't given to nurse his pain as he heard a shout. Rasengan, a clone shouted, charging at him with the A-rank jutsu. The clone was already at a close distance from him, and was aiming at his gut with the jutsu. Naruto burst into a murder of crows. The crows flocked out of the way of the Rasengan and the jutsu crashed into the trunk of the tree, splitting it in half. Naruto appeared behind the clone. With little time to act, he threw a kunai towards the head of the clone, while taking a quick step forward. The clone avoided the kunai by moving sideways slightly, but Naruto had cut the distance between the 2 and landed a powerful punch into the head of the clone, making it disappear in a puff of smoke. Naruto looked behind him and saw 2 clones charging in. He took off without warning and ran through the ground and the clones followed. As he ran, Naruto saw a strong branch just ahead. He slowed down for a second just for the clones to get a bit closer. He then bended down slightly, pushing chakra into his legs. He then took off into the air as he did quick jump. The clones followed him, but not as fast. Naruto reached the branch first, and grabbing it with both his hands. He used his momentum to twist around the tree branch while still holding it but not so firm to allow himself to spin freely. As he was twisting, the clones had reached him and Naruto spin. His feet were spread wide and landed on both clones, sending them into the ground. They never reached the ground as they disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto let go of the tree branch and landed on the ground. A few more tasks ahead. He let in a breath and whizzed past as the remaining trees. He made it past the remaining trees and landed on a clear field. 1 minute 24 seconds, Kushina said, holding a stopwatch on her right hand. "You did well," she added with a smile on her face. Naruto smiled. "Better than my last lap times," he said, sitting on his butt trying to recover some breath. Once he was breathing normally, he looked up and spoke again. "I guess I can thank all that training I received from those 3, he said lightly. Kushina was sure that even Itachi was included. Despite everything, yes, even the fact that the Uchiha was seen as a traitor to Konoha, her son didn't seem to despise him. Perhaps it was because they'd been friends. Kushina had never really bothered Naruto about it because he was handling it well. "You have been working hard," Kushina said with a proud grin. "You have been working hard these past 4 years. A lot did happen during these past years." Naruto had grown. He had grown. Kushina was proud. Yes, she was a proud mother. Especially knowing that she hadn't just watched him grow, she had also given in a hand for his growth. That would make any mother proud, and she was sure Minato would be ecstatic as well. A pity he had died. Kushina had realized that she couldn't stop Naruto from training. That was what he wanted, so instead of trying to get in his way, she stood by his side, helping him when he needed help, carrying him back to their place of residence when he had passed out, bringing him lunch when he was out in the fields. That was what a mother could do for her son. Of course, since she had been a kunoichi, she'd also helped in his training. Kushina walked over to Naruto and gave him his hand. "Tired? I can carry you back to the village," the Uzumaki said with a wide smile. "I can walk," Naruto said. "Ah, come on, Naru-chan. I never carry you anymore unless you're unconscious. Don't you want to be in your mother's back anymore?" Kushina said, pouting. "I'm not a child," Naruto said in a low tone. Kushina folded her hands across her bust and looked the other way. "I think you don't love your mother anymore." Naruto's response was quick. "No, mother. I will always love you. If you really want, you can carry me. Kushina burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, she laughed for a good minute. Ah, it never stops being funny. No matter how much he has grown, Naruto would always be Naruto. He was going to suffer the embarrassment of being laughed at by the kids in the village they were staying at just to make her happy. I'm just teasing you, silly, Kushina said. No matter how many times she did it, Naruto always fell for it. No matter how obvious it was. Well, it was no problem, as long as his mother was laughing happily with him. Naruto released a long breath. Apparently, even though there had been similar experiences, he had taken her seriously. The blonde shook his head. The pervert should be back by now. If we don't hurry, he might be running through our belongings searching for our money to go get himself something strong to cure his hangover. This had been the morning run and Jiraiya hadn't returned to their place of residence the previous night. He'd been out, possibly whoring, getting drunk in celebrations of the success of their time away from their wretched village. More than anything, Naruto would have preferred they didn't have to go back to Konoha. If he were to be honest with himself, he had been happy, truly happy out here, even with Jiraiya's presence. But there were dangers out in the open. A return to Konoha was the safe choice. If he is drunk suffering from the results of his fun, I will knock out the hangover in him, Kushina said, fist held firm. No doubt she intended to do exactly as she said. It used to scare Naruto, but it no longer did. He loved it. He would be more than willing to join his mother. The blonde smiled delightfully at his mother and spoke. Let us go see to it then, mother, he said. Kushina nodded with the same smile as Naruto. Like mother like son, it appeared. Minutes later. When mother and son returned to their little house, they were both disappointed to see Jiraiya completely sober and actually doing something that wasn't perverted. He didn't appear to be drunk or suffering from a hangover. In fact, he was sitting behind a small table with a scroll in front of him writing something with a serious expression. Both Uzumakis didn't hide their disappointment at the scene. They'd been hoping for a Sannin beating. It wasn't often that you got to see Jiraiya wearing a serious expression on his face. Whatever it was that he was writing, it must be serious. Naruto understood that the man was Konoha's best source of intelligence and he was apparently very effective. That was at least what his mother was saying. The Sandaime hadn't offered much praise about the Sannin during their time together in the Sarutobi compound, perhaps because the man was never really a subject to him. In any case, what the man was worried about was probably something that had to do with Konoha, and Naruto had no interest in that. His concerns would be what Itachi had to say. The Uchiha often had news that concerned his safety and by extension his mother's. Jiraiya worked for Konoha. That was his love. Naruto's love was his mother. Thinking of this brought back memories of that unpleasant conversation he had with Itachi at Sunagakure. He disliked it because it tested him and tried to bring him out of his comfort zone. Subsequently, Naruto just tried to forget about it. The conversation, however, and more importantly, the implications tried pulling some strings inside his head every now and then. The Toad Sage looked at the disappointed look in Kushina's face and then to Naruto, who had a look that clearly said he was thinking deep. The Sannin looked back at Kushina. Why do you look so disappointed? I was hoping to see you drunk so that I could smack you together with my son. You've been a good punching bag in the past years, Kushina said, pushing Naruto by his shoulders as he had been standing in front of her like a guard. Am I all that to you, Kushina-chan? Jiraiya said with a mock-hurt look on his face. As he was speaking, his hands were folding the scroll on the table. Once he'd folded it, he pocketed it and looked back at Kushina and her son. Kushina sat down by the window, with Naruto on her right side. She looked outside the peaceful street for a moment before looking at the other adult in the room. What more would you be besides a pervert? You've been a bad influence on my son. If it wasn't for you, he wouldn't have learned that unspeakable jutsu. As she spoke, Kushina looked at Naruto sternly. You're to never use that jutsu again, okay? Yes, mother, Naruto said like a good boy. Not fair, Kushina. I have been a good influence on the boy, Jiraiya argued. He has learned a lot of things from me. It may not be directly, but because of me he has grown. Would have learned from me if he listened more to what I was telling him. Naruto shrugged. The reason I agreed to move with you was not to be like you or adopt your ideals. You are our protection and my teacher. Anything more was optional and I wasn't obligated to listen, the blonde said indifferently. Jiraiya adopted a hurt look. Minato, are you seeing this? He said, looking up as if he was praying. After everything we have been through together, your son still treats me like crap. While you're at it, tell him I said hi and waiting patiently for the day we meet. Naruto couldn't help but say that. Did you hear that? Jiraiya said, still in his prayer mode. Jokes aside, things had improved between him and Naruto. The blonde may not consider him as family, but at least he was edging closer. Naruto wasn't always indifferent towards him. There were moments and the blonde was willing to have a conversation with him like a friend. That was an improvement. One would have expected more in 4 years, but Jiraiya wasn't pushing his luck. He wasn't forcing things. If he'd forced things, the blonde would have told him that he should return to Konoha and Kakashi would do. Naruto didn't have problem training by himself. Most of the training routines he did had been designed by the blonde himself. Jiraiya hadn't objected as they were highly effective, and since he wanted to be on the good side of the blonde, he had to be accommodating. He didn't have much to do though. Naruto had already received a lot of training back in Konoha. The Sandaime had truly drilled his wisdom into the boy, and the boy used it effectively when training. You returned far quicker today. Only had one session? The Toad Sage asked, getting back to other serious matters. Naruto shook his head. I had a few. I've just become used to that routine. I will have to change it once I return to Konoha, the blonde said. Though, I doubt I will be able to draw one that will be healthy for my body. Perhaps I will continue with it until I get to complete it within seconds. Jiraiya just shook his head. With over 4 years of training, the blonde had improved greatly. He didn't have a lot in the ninjutsu arsenal, but that was because he insisted on knowing things would be usable. He said there was no use in knowing 100 jutsu and being able to use just 5 during battle. It was just best to perfect the few you had. But when it came to taijutsu, fuinjutsu, genjutsu and kenjutsu, the blonde excelled. What made him effective was the fact that he learned to perfect his control over his jutsus. Hell, the blonde could create a Rasengan in the blink of an eye. That was something Jiraiya wasn't able to do even with all his experience and years of using the jutsu. Your speed has improved greatly. Naruto was fast. What made Jiraiya frown was the fact that even though the blonde did learn the Hiraishin, he never used it during a fight or training. I will only use it for my mother's safety, the blonde had said. To strengthen this, he didn't carry a Hiraishin kunai with him. There was only one mark he could teleport to, and that was a mark on his mother. Konoha will be shocked when she sees how great you've become, Jiraiya said. He paused and adopted a serious look. Speaking of Konoha, there is something you must know as we are going back. What is it? Kushina asked, sensing some seriousness in Jiraiya's tone. Things might be different when you return to Konoha. I don't know how it got out, but the truth is out. The village knows that the Yondaime Hokage didn't just choose a random child to bear the kyubi. He chose his newborn son to save the village while sacrificing his life. So, how did the villagers take it? Kushina asked while Naruto remained silent, but unconsciously, Kushina's hand was already around him, pulling him closer to her, as if she was trying to protect him from something. They demanded the truth from the Sandaime, and admitted to it. Jiraiya winced about a thought running through his head. The reason I had to stop here was because I didn't want us to leave a trail of our movements anywhere. This village is hidden away from shinobi matters. It made it possible to just hide without anyone knowing anything. The people here don't even know who I am. No matter how much you try to tell them in your drunken state that you're the great legendary Toad Sage, Kushina added, a bit sarcastically. All the seriousness evaporated as Jiraiya smiled sheepishly. I tend to say a lot when drunk, the Sannin said a bit sheepishly. He then looked at Naruto. What do you think of this? Don't care much, that was Naruto's response, and predictable as it may have been, it made both Jiraiya and Kushina frown hearing. You will have to care eventually, Jiraiya said firmly. Kushina frowned, seeing where it was going. As much as I don't want to stand with Jiraiya on this matter, I don't think you'll have a choice, Naruto, she said to her son. Naruto just looked at her questionably. Jiraiya explained. Some villagers will still look at you with contempt. Some will just try to ignore you, and those few who are rational will like you. It is how things will be for a while. But Naruto, you're not invisible. You will grow into a fine shinobi and the villagers will notice, even if they don't want to. You may not care for Konoha, but when you continue doing great things as Konoha shinobi, they will be forced to acknowledge you. Naruto frowned. It will be unfortunate. I have no care for fame or their affection. Their opinions have been pretty clear to me. People eventually change, Naruto, Kushina said. I have always told you this, unless you're God, nobody remains the same forever. When circumstances change, opinions will change, people will change. You don't have to worry about anything, Jiraiya said. On the bright side of things, if the villagers change, they won't have problems protecting your mother. Predictably, Naruto accepted it with a smile. Jiraiya shook his head. Smart as the blonde was, he could be a simpleton at times. But that didn't make him stupid. Jiraiya was sure Naruto knew when his mother was being used to manipulate him. The blonde didn't disagree to it, nor did he show displeasure. In fact, he acted as if he was oblivious to it. As long as the mother was okay, and she got to smile, the blonde would do anything. What time are we leaving? Midnight. There will be a full moon tonight. By morning we should be crossing the Fire Country border and reach Konoha at around evening. Naruto nodded and looked at his mother for a moment. I'm going for a nap. Jiraiya watched the blonde disappear. Once he was out of the clear, the sage looked at Kushina. I didn't want to say this in front of Naruto, but the revelation of his heritage was made 2 years ago. It has garnered a few enemies to both him and you. Kushina frowned. If he knew that, I wouldn't put it past him to consider me leaving me in the Sandaime's hands and go out to eliminate all enemies. Jiraiya nodded. We have to be careful. One will eventually slip through, and if it does happens, it is predictable how Naruto will react. I know. But Naruto is smart. Before we reach Konoha, he will have worked out the consequences of this revelation, Kushina said with a sad smile. Sometimes I worry about his happiness, Jiraiya. We all do, Kushina. We all do, Jiraiya responded quietly. He is still young though, he will eventually change. Konoha. The village hidden in leaves, it has been long, hasn't it, Leaf? Naruto found himself asking, as if the village had a voice of its own. Despite the question, Naruto felt no excitement over meeting this village once again. There was nothing but indifference. This was home, yet that house he'd shared with the perverted Sannin had felt like a home more than this godforsaken village. That village he'd left had grown to mean something to him. So much that if he ever heard that someone had disturbed its peace, he would hunt them down and slaughter them with his bare hands. Naruto shook his head. His mind was becoming more of a slaughterhouse. When the thought of things he didn't like ran rampant through his head, there had been thoughts of slaughtering whatever it was that was causing the disturbance. Perhaps it was the Kyuubi's chakra left within his chakra system that was making him have such bloody thoughts. It was certain whoever went into his head would surely have good nightmares. Are you blaming me for your own madness? A voice said within Naruto's head. Are you talking to me, now? Naruto asked the Baijuu that only spoke to him when it was convenient, which was why he kept the link active in case it had something to say. Should I not comment when you're blaming me for something I'm not responsible of? The Baijuu questioned. If you were blaming me for your sad story, then I wouldn't say anything. You could attempt to be a little sorry about that, Naruto said to the Kyuubi, knowing that the Baijuu felt no pity for him, nor did it think twice about what happened. It was just indifferent, and Naruto wouldn't be wrong to say the Baijuu wouldn't mind going on a rampage again, this time on its own will. The will thing was a sore subject. The fact that Naruto had a Sharingan hidden somewhere that specialized in mind control didn't make the Baijuu happy at all. It wasn't afraid to show him its distaste. Even when Itachi came up to him, Naruto had the image of the monstrous beast tossing and turning in anger at the sight of the Sharingan. The Dujutsu was a sore spot. The pride of the most powerful Baijuu had been wounded because it had been manipulated by those damned Uchihas. Kurama snorted. What for? He questioned rhetorically. Just don't blame for your twisted thoughts. Your thoughts don't make you a nice person. I wonder how your mother would feel if she saw what really happens inside that head of yours. My former host thought of love, and there is no love in your thoughts. I wonder what would happen if I stared at you with pity and the promise of nursing your wounded pride. Kurama ignored the comment. You should become evil. With your kind of thoughts, it wouldn't be difficult for you. I'd be more than willing to help you out. What are you trying, now? Are you trying to prove that you're as evil as people say you're? From what I know so far, you've been a victim being passed out to jinchurikis like a ball. The blonde paused for a moment. Are you perhaps trying to get me mad so to weaken the seal so you can be free? Worth a try. Wouldn't be worth it. You'd just be sealed again, and this time by a 11-year-old. Shukaku would certainly enjoy himself in your expense, Naruto said and cut the link. As he focused on the outside, he found his mother looking at him curiously. More troubles with my former prisoner? Naruto nodded. He released a long breath as he focused on the village hidden in leaves. He certainly had to watch out with his thoughts though. Or else he would certainly become something that would make his mother sad. Laughter roared at the back of his head. Yay, like something like that would happen. I really don't want to face the villagers, the blonde said to his mother. Well, there is nothing we can do about it. At least the animosity will be lessened and it will be pleasant for us to walk about without you having to defend myself from some monkey. Language, Naruto, Kushina said sternly. Sorry, Naruto was quick to say. But yes, Kushina said with a nod. It will be a good change for us. Let us just hope that things eventually smooth out. And become good in the next couple of years. Naruto looked up into the sky, it was just past noon. They'd made it earlier than planned and Naruto was complaining, inwardly, of course. Once again, he sighed. Well, it seems your word of hope will eventually bear fruit, mother. What did I tell you? When reality is staring at you with a glare, it is difficult to see past it. For my age, it is even more difficult. The concept of hope isn't something that I can grasp, especially given how narrow-minded I can be, Naruto said to his mother. Well, I guess this is why I have you as a mother. Things would certainly be different if mother wasn't with me. Yay. I'm glad I'm here to raise you, Kushina said with a smile. Her tone was quiet. She was thinking of Minato once again. Come on, son. We don't want to keep the Sandaime waiting. With his age, he might die waiting. Naruto smiled. It came short of laughter. But it was something nonetheless. He isn't that old, mother. Kushina shook her head. That old man has been alive since the First Shinobi World War. Do you know when that was? I mean, he was even taught a few things by the Shodai Hokage. A man who lived along the times of Uchiha Madara, whose existence has become something of a myth today. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment. When you put it like that. He didn't say anything further. We should hurry then. Hokage office. The Sandaime was inside his office along with Jiraiya, who'd come first while Naruto took some air at the Hokage monument along with his mother. The third was patiently waiting for the young blonde he'd come to see as his grandson. Really, he was excited to see young Naruto-kun again. He couldn't even hold back his smile and he didn't feel like smoking today. If he hadn't been held back by something, he would have even gone to welcome the blonde and his mother at the gates. Yes, that was how much the blonde meant to him and how much he'd missed him. Jiraiya's presence was something that he had to be reminded as he dived into his thoughts. I wonder when I last saw you like this, the Sannin said to his sensei. Hiruzen smiled. It has been long, he said, shaking off his thoughts. Perhaps it was time to act his age. Were you able to find any of the Uzumakas along the way? Jiraiya shook his head. That's a pity, the Sandaime said. Clearly disappointed. If there was something, it would have meant something to both Kushina and Naruto. I'm certain young Naruto would have had something else to cherish. Jiraiya nodded. I did find something though. A trace. There was a family of redheads that gave birth to a girl, but died suddenly. The village was raided by Orochimaru who took the girl. There has been nothing aside from that. I haven't told Kushina as of yet. I don't want to give them false hope. A wise choice, the Sandaime said with a nod. Besides, if Naruto saw that the news made his mother happy, he would try to find Orochimaru to get more details. It has been 4 years, don't you think he might have changed? Jiraiya asked his former sensei. The third shook his head. Change is possible in some level, but when it comes to his mother. Naruto will always be Naruto, he said quietly. I like that he's grown though. The third paused, adopting a serious look. What was it that you said you had to tell me in person? How deep was Naruto's relationship with Itachi? The Sandaime narrowed his eyes slightly. Deep. They had an understanding. Itachi was more of a positive towards young Naruto. If that hadn't happened, Itachi would have succeeded in making the boy normal. Why do you ask? Naruto has a contract with Itachi's summons. It would have made sense to me if he'd annulled the contract when Itachi fled the village. But he didn't, and doesn't hide the fact that he doesn't care much about what Itachi did. The Sannin paused for a moment. He also has a Sharingan. That was a shock to the Sandaime. What? How? It's not like that, Jiraiya said, trying to calm his sensei. It is implanted in one of his crows. He uses it for genjutsu. No doubt it came from Itachi. But why would Itachi give the eye to Naruto? And where he did get it from? How did you find out? I saw it while he was training. And he sort of used it on me while I was pestering him about something, the Sannin said rather sheepishly. What did he say when you asked? Brat told me to mind things that concerned me, and that my job was to train him and protect him and his mother. The Sandaime chuckled, picturing Naruto saying those to Jiraiya with a straight face. Naruto isn't stupid. So he doesn't care if we know. It's something Itachi gave him, and knowing how close they were, even torture wouldn't get him to answer anything about it if he doesn't want to talk. In any case, there is a reason Itachi gave the eye to young Naruto, and if you want the answer, you'll have to ask Itachi himself because Naruto won't tell you. That much I figured. Jiraiya said. Before the Sandaime could say anything, Naruto appeared in the office along with his mother via gusts of wind. The third blinked at the elemental sunshine. He shook his head, smiling, and stood up. Naruto walked up to the old man and the two embraced. No word said. They took their time before Naruto returned to his mother's side. I missed you, my boy, the third said happily. You've grown quite well for your age. I assume your time away was good for your health and growth. Yes, it was, Naruto said with a small smile. I thank you for it. We experienced so much good because of your consideration. Anything for you, the third said, turning to Kushina with a warm smile. Kushina-chan, you haven't aged. Uzumaki genes. I presume. The Uzumaki nodded. Naturally, she said. You on the other side. The Sandaime merely chuckled. Well, age hasn't been good to me. And this office doesn't make things easy for my body. But I'm still holding on. Kushina nodded. Good, she said. Naruto would cry for the first time in years if you suddenly kicked the bucket. I still have a few years in me, he said, looking at Naruto. I'm touched that you'd cry for me. Before Naruto could say anything to deny it, the doors burst open as Koharu entered the office. I heard you'd returned, she said, looking between mother and son. Good you're in one piece and look healthy. Wouldn't want anything happening to the Yondaime's legacy. You say it now? Kushina questioned with narrowed eyes. Nobody knew back then. It has to be said now since everyone knows. There are political and economic consequences to this situation. Do you know what would happen if outsiders really knew that Minato's family was being treated like demons? This is the family of the man who died protecting this village. If it hadn't been for his sacrifice, this village would have suffered massive losses. The consequences would be massive for Konoha. The Sandaime knew it all too well. Minato had many admirers outside. If people knew that Konoha held no love for his family, even after dying for this village, those people would certainly abandon Konoha as it has abandoned its greatest hero's family. Nevertheless, this wasn't the place and time to say it. And that woman wasn't the one to be saying it after all these years. What do you want, Koharu? I told you not to come to my office when not called. The Sandaime spoke in a very Hokage tone. I just came to let me know of their position before anything happens. I know you care too much to make some things clear to them. Koharu said, shaking her head. Be thankful to him that he shot down and promised pain to anyone who proposes we marry you off to restore the Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya, the Sandaime, and Kushina froze when the old woman said those words. Well, at least we can still. What did you just say? What did you just say? Koharu noticed that the atmosphere in the office had become suffocating. She looked at Naruto carefully. He was looking at her with these cold eyes that threatened death. What do you make of my mother, you loathsome monkey? The Sandaime motioned for an Anbu to come and take Koharu away, and that occurred within a few seconds. And everything returned to normal. Well, somewhat. Well, Sandaime-sama, thank you for everything. Naruto and I had a lovely time, Kushina said, smiling, as if nothing had happened. Come on, Naruto. Let's go home. Our house must be full of dirt and dust. Plus I have got to see Mikoto-chan. That said, both mother and son disappeared in a swirl of leaves. That kid will become a monster if something happens to his mother, Jiraiya said. The Sandaime nodded. Someone you don't want to carry overwhelming power, but yet he is all that. Difficult situation, huh? Yay, Jiraiya said. You're not really surprised, he called Koharu a monkey and spoke in a very cold tone that sent chills even to my spine. He was always like that, the third said with a shrug of his shoulders. He calls the villagers who hate him monkeys. Back then, it was Kushina who was violent when something she didn't like was said about her son. Now with Naruto powerful enough to act, we will take that role from his mother. Isn't that a problem? Not when it's manageable, the Sandaime said calmly. Kushina is Naruto's limit. As long as she is there, he won't do anything. That was a good example of it. He didn't attack Koharu. He just stared at her with death and might have threatened her. I know how to handle him. I will take that urge off. Right now, only Kushina is his life. All we have to do is move some pieces closer and rain down the urges. Get someone into his heart and make things work out. He's predictable as he is. But once this stage passes, he will grow further. Sometimes I wonder how Danzo manages to get under your skin. Jiraiya said with a shake of his head. Senju compound. It was as expected, there was dust everywhere. No one has been living in the place for 4 years, that was the thing one would expect to see. Kushina hadn't expected the Sandaime to send someone here to clean up. There would be some violation of privacy, so to respect that, he probably left the place untouched while keeping an eye on it. Should cleaning come first or talking to Naruto? The place was a mess. They couldn't sleep as it was and they also needed to go out and buy food. Whatever was in the fridge was rotten by now. But she also needed to have a talk with Naruto about what just happened in the Hokage's office. Naruto did scare her sometimes. Would it be okay if I have my clones clean up? Naruto said to his mother. They can do everything quickly and save you from some work. We can only do the finishing touches and what you think hasn't been put in the right place. Kushina nodded. Do that, she said. She'd forgotten about that jutsu. Then again, she wouldn't have asked her son to clean the house by himself. She would have asked he help her clean up, not see that he cleaned the mess alone. But since he was using his clones to do, she could live with it. Kajuu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said with a single hand seal, and 20 or so Kage Bushins popped up in a cloud of smoke. Orders were clear: clean the house. The clones divided the chores amongst themselves and Naruto approved. Come on, let's go sit outside the garden while they clean up, Kushina said, walking towards the back door. Naruto followed silently. As they reached outside, Kushina felt relieved that it had been taken care of. It would have been disaster if it had been left alone without anyone taking care of it. Both mother and son walked towards the tree that breathed at the back of the house and sat down, leaning against its trunk. Kushina looked at Naruto with a look on her face. When Naruto merely looked at her curiously, she sighed. Normally, I would have been the one to react to that statement. She started. Who does that old hag think she is saying I should be thankful for not getting married off? It is as if I'm their property. Marry off? I'm not a tool they can use for breeding purposes. Naruto nodded, agreeing with his mother. That makes me sick. To think someone would think of you in such a matter. We're not living in Konoha because we're a property of Konoha, and anyone who thinks that will have to be reminded. Well, let us thankful the Sandaime stopped anything from happening, but of course, I wouldn't have agreed to anything, Kushina said firmly. In any case, you have to stop Naruto. What? Acting like that. Kushina stressed her words. You have to be calm at all times. You can't be acting like that when nobody is threatening my life. That would be understandable. But when someone says insensitive things, I will deal with them. Naruto frowned. It almost felt like his mother was begging him. He hated it. I wouldn't have attacked her, mother, but I would have showed her my displeasure at saying those unacceptable things. I understand and know, but please Naruto, for own your sanity, don't overreact to everything, and let some things pass. I need you to think happy thoughts. Can you at least do that for your mother? Anything for you, mother, Naruto said, his tone strained a bit. Kushina smiled sadly. It wasn't fair to do that knowing he wouldn't refuse anything she asks of him. She had held off saying that for too long, so she had to say it even if it wasn't fair. It was for his own good. Let's go to the Uchihas. It's been long. We will buy food when we return. Kushina said, standing. Once she was on her feet, Naruto followed her shortly and both walked side by side, leaving the Senju compound. Wouldn't you like to visit our house first? It has some memories in it, Naruto said to his mother. The woman smiled. Yay, she said. The good and bad, she added. Uchiha compound. Well, that was interesting, Naruto said to his mother as they entered the Uchiha residence. They'd walk through the streets of the hidden leaf from their house. Along the way, the villagers' reaction had been really interesting. There was a definite change in the atmosphere around the streets. When Naruto left the leaf, he had been fed up with the villagers' attitude towards his existence. They'd been blaming him for what Itachi had done. It was sick. But they'd done it. He was the scapegoat for all troubles that occurred around the village. The time away had been because of it. What the Kyuubi had done had become a memory. But now those feelings should have returned. They should have come to understand that he couldn't have controlled the Uchiha. The damn Sharingan was supposed to the puppet master, but at that time, it had been the one being manipulated. Foolish and ignorant monkeys. If they'd changed about that, Naruto would have understood it perfectly. He wouldn't have found it interesting. He wouldn't have even bothered to comment on it. But now things were just different. Even when he'd thought he wouldn't care and wouldn't be able to tell, he could tell. There were a few glares, and a lot of people going their way to avoid them. Some had looks of embarrassment. Perhaps the Sandaime had told them that they should be ashamed of themselves for taking out their hatred on Minato's son, the man who died to protect them, and if Naruto hadn't been made the sacrifice, their worthless lives wouldn't have been saved. Definitely, interesting, but a nice change, Kushina said with a nod of agreement. She looked at Naruto carefully. How does it make you feel? The blonde placed his right hand on his chest, trying to feel the beat of his heart. I shouldn't be able to feel anything, but I feel as if there was a weight that was lifted off my shoulders. If they can just ignore me like this, I can move freely, returning the favor. Kushina merely smiled. You have a heart. I told you, didn't I? Humans will change because of circumstances. Even if you don't want to admit it, the change does have a good influence on you mentally. Kushina was happy. She wouldn't go as far as to preach the same message Jiraiya does about doing something to have the villagers change their attitude towards him. The Sannin wanted Naruto to prove that he was a hero and a good person. Not the demon they thought he was. But Kushina was certain that Naruto wouldn't go that far. He wasn't training for the sake of the village but for both their sakes. Perhaps. But this feeling is strange. I feel light and it is as if I can just run around the village being carried by the wind. Naruto said with a slightly curious look on his face. Should I be feeling like this? I never thought the feeling would arise in me. However, it doesn't mean that I see them as humans. Well, we can't change everything in one day, dear, Kushina said. I'm just happy that you feel free. Freedom is a step towards peace of mind. Peace of mind? Being at peace within your heart and mind. Having no worries. You're always troubled by the glares. The fact that you call those people monkeys means that you see them as less human. Being free means you will be able to relax, enjoy some quietness. As of now, you're always thinking about something troublesome. That's why you're always heavy, emotionally. Naruto tilted his head to the side. He shook his head. He could chew on that later on. Do you think the Sandaime was the one who leaked the information? Naruto asked, looking ahead as the main house within the Uchiha compound came into view. Why do you think that? It hadn't crossed her mind because he was the one who had insisted on keeping it a secret to protect both her and Naruto from Minato's enemies. I wouldn't put it past him to do it, Naruto said. He is always thinking about what is good for us in Konoha. This revelation doesn't just do good for us, but for Konoha as well. It balances the question. I presume he figured that in time, I will learn to like the villagers as they learn to like us. Everyone is happy in the end. That doesn't sound so bad at all, wouldn't you say? Naruto just shrugged. My happy day will be when I truly act to what I believe. What I have been facing now has been nothing. When that situation comes that I have to make a choice. The similar situation to the one where Itachi had to choose between his family and Konoha, Naruto wanted to find himself faced with a similar situation. He wanted to make that choice. Save his mother instead of Konoha. When he would make that choice, Naruto was sure that when that happens, he would feel truly alive. The consequences could come after that. He would deal with them. He understood that there was always a reaction to an action. Naruto understood that very well. The two reached their destination before Kushina could say anything further to Naruto. Mikoto was standing at the doorframe with a warm smile on her face, as if she'd been waiting for them to come. Kushina-chan. Mikoto was happy to see her friend. It's been too long, she said as the two women embraced. Too long. Yay, Kushina said. Have you been well? Yay, Mikoto said. Aside from being head clan, there hasn't been anything else to do. The first year was tough with Sasuke and all. But things are okay now. How about you? I have been well, Kushina said. The 4 years were good on us. We had lots of fun. Though, Jiraiya might have rubbed some of his perverseness on my son. Well, that is good, not the last part, Mikoto said before kneeling down for Naruto. Hello, hero. She said warmly. She wanted to hug him, but Naruto shook his head. The blonde smiled at the older woman. He held up his right hand, Mikoto did the same, and the blonde took it before he kissed it. It has been a while, Mikoto-san. I have missed your beautiful smile. Oh, you're a gentleman, now? Mikoto said with a wide smile. Jiraiya taught them to you? I just observed and it is apparently who you treat woman. Mother approves. I don't understand though. She has said I should always smile, but sometimes when I do this, she hits me. Naruto said, the confusion was apparent in his face. Mikoto merely smiled at the boy and looked at Kushina. If he had the heart, he would be a ladies' man. But because he is Naruto, you shouldn't worry too much. I know, but I can't help it, Kushina said. Where is Sasuke? Training ground. Mikoto said. At the back of the house, she said to Naruto. Naruto had a frown on his face. This wasn't an ideal thing for him. He disliked the responsibility that had befallen on him, especially with the fact that there was this child. Yes, the young Uchiha may be slightly older than him by a month or less, but he had been the adult in their short time together and the Uchiha had been frustratingly childish. Well, he had battered up the boy really good. He doubted the Uchiha would make any stupid moves in his presence. Well, he had a lot to be thankful of because of Itachi. The Uchiha really had given him a lot. All the warnings and the slight change he had caused in his life. Although he wouldn't say it to anyone, Naruto had noticed that she was at most happy when she showed changes towards the ideal son. Promises were promises, and so, Naruto removed the frown on his face when he saw the young Uchiha pummeling a dummy. He just stood there and held out his right hand. A crow flew onto it, and observed the Uchiha with its blood-red eyes. It took a few more moments before the Uchiha turned towards Naruto. Sasuke frowned when he saw Naruto. He wouldn't be wrong to say the blonde had been a bully towards him. Sure, he had been a bother, but he hadn't asked the blonde to look after him and he hadn't asked his mother to do the same. He had things to deal with back then, but the blonde didn't seem to care. He just wanted to smile at his beloved mother. Sasuke could very well remember the day the blonde had hit him with a frying pan and threatened to break his fingers. The memory was very fresh in his mind and he was sure that it wouldn't leave so soon. The blonde had done a great damage that day. He wondered though. After all the training he'd done, would the blonde still do it again? What do you want? Naruto acted as if he didn't hear Sasuke. He looked at the crow on his right hand, and nodded. The crow flew away silently and Naruto stared at its back until it disappeared. Once it had disappeared, the blonde looked back at Sasuke. Hostile, little Sasuke, Naruto said with a blank look on his face. Have you stopped being a jealous little boy and grown into something that won't give me the urges to smash my fist into your face? Yay, Sasuke said sarcastically, but then grinned. I'd like to see you try that. I give no guarantees that I won't hit back though. He has trained a lot, and has been working tirelessly. Hell, he was told the next year would be his last. He had no peers in the academy. They all bowed before Uchiha Sasuke, well not literally, but they all knew that he was the best and no one tried anything funny. He had been told that no one his age could best him and he believed so. Naruto tilted his head to the side, then shook his head with a frown on his face. Arrogance. Don't worry, I will wipe that grin off your face, the blonde said. Even I know that despite my wishes, I can't defeat everyone and know my limits. Despite the fact that I can be somewhat narrow-minded. Sasuke didn't lose his grin, despite those eyes looking down at him in that condescending tone. If you think you're better, why don't you come closer and prove it to me? I haven't been just lying around all these years. I have no desire for pointless scuffles, Naruto said with a shrug. When you come back tomorrow from the academy, come to the Senju compound. I will be waiting for you. You're in need of some wiring. He turned around to walk away. No, Sasuke said. I don't need your help. I wasn't asking you, I'm telling you. Be present or I will look for you and drag you all the way by your hair, Naruto said before adding. Your hands and feet will be bound so that you don't kick out or try to scratch me like a cat. But I will leave your mouth as it is so that you can scream all you want. Sasuke had a comeback for that. He hadn't been just training only. He has been learning too and his mother had filled up on most things. I doubt the villagers would allow you to do that. You may be the Yondaime's son, but as it stands, they don't like you and they see him as the Uchiha's prince. So you have learned to talk back. That's interesting. But I have one question, when did I start fearing the villagers and when did I start caring about what they think? Make it questions. Having said that, Naruto disappeared from the training ground. He went back to the house. His mother was still busy with Mikoto. Looking at her, Naruto couldn't help but smile seeing how happy she seemed being with her friend once more. It was the happiness he saw in her that made saying what he was about to say a lot easier. Mother, Naruto called out his mother. You done already with Sasuke-kun? Kushina asked with a raised brow. Naruto nodded. We will bond from tomorrow, the blonde said. The way he said bond didn't make Kushina very happy, but she didn't comment on it. I will go ahead. I need to see Ino before returning to the house. I'm sure you'll do the shopping with Mikoto. It's okay, she said smiling. So you really do miss that girl? Naruto nodded. As much as I never wished to admit it, yes I do, he said. Go ahead, Kushina said, but then looked curiously. When did you start calling her Mikoto? It sounds too informal like your buddies. Yamanaka flower shop. Life was truly a mysterious thing. Being alive meant being able to experience so many things, both pleasant and unpleasant. There were a lot of emotions that went along the lines when one was living. Naruto never thought that he would ever feel some of the things he now felt. The only thing he'd told himself that he would feel was the love for his mother and that had been it and nothing more nothing less. Yet, here he was. The emotions confused him at times. Such that sometimes he chose not to think about them because at the end of the day, only one thing mattered and that was the health of his mother. Other things came second best. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that he didn't feel any of those other things. Perhaps it was the reason he was truly looking forward to the day he would be forced to make a choice as Itachi was forced to make. Looking around the flower shop, Naruto couldn't help but form a tiny smile. He had missed the fresh air that filled up the beautiful shop. Perhaps it was because this breath was just full of nature other than the breath being intoxicated by the monkeys outside. Naruto? Ino said, looking at the blonde-haired with a questioning look on her face. Perhaps she wasn't really sure that it was him. She hadn't been told that he would be returning to the village. If she had known, she would have waited at the gates and even skipped classes to see him. She had missed her beloved Black Knight after all. Though, she wouldn't admit it to anyone but the blonde himself. Looking at him. He had grown tall. His hair had grown long as well, framing both sides of his face, and he was wearing a white cloak that just spelled nobility. "Hello Ino," Naruto said in quiet tone, his lips twitched into a smile. "Naruto." Ino dropped whatever that she was holding and ran up to the blonde. She pulled him into a tight hug. The fact that Naruto just stood there slipped her mind as she was too overjoyed to see her knight. "I missed you. Do you know how many times I wished I could write to you or just even see that blank expression of yours?" The blonde girl said, now staring at Naruto's eyes. "So apparently, when you really miss someone, you miss even those things that annoy you. It couldn't be helped. I was a bit too far away," Naruto said with a shrug. "You've grown well." "I'm glad you noticed," Ino said with a grin. "Can't you show some excitement? Don't tell me your mother forced you to come here." She frowned. "Is it that you didn't miss you as well?" "Maybe," Naruto said just to get a reaction from Ino. Then smiled, slightly. "Just kidding. Although I find your loud voice to be annoying at times and your attempts to blackmail me, I did think about you." Ino beamed. "I'd have smacked you if it was otherwise," she said firmly, holding out his right fist, just to show that she was indeed serious about punching him if things hadn't gone her way. "I'd just come to let you know I have returned," Naruto said. "I'll see you around." Ino grabbed his hand to stop him from leaving. "You just got here. You can't leave like that," she said. "You have to fill me in on how your time was outside the village. 4 long years of experiences. I want to know." Naruto sighed. "That can be done some other times." Ino ignored Naruto and turned around before calling, "Mom, I'm going out." She didn't wait for a response before pulling Naruto out of the flower shop. "You're going to tell me everything over a meal." "You're buying," Naruto said. Yes, he was deadly serious about that. Not because he didn't want to pay, but because he didn't have any money with him. Well, it was good to see the girl was still the same, forward as always. That was good. Naruto disliked people who came in behind him after all. Anyone who came straight at him was welcomed. He would offer the same courtesy as well. Naruto allowed himself to be pulled away, thinking about other things, like what he was going to be doing from now on. He refused to go back to the academy. It would be a waste of his valuable time and effort. Well, training would do in some good, peaceful time with his beloved mother. But that could be put into threat. Jiraiya had said that he would become a fine shinobi of Konoha. That meant that he couldn't just stroll around the village. They would make a shinobi. Well, that couldn't be helped. Naruto reasoned that if they say he become one of Konoha, he would abide, not because he so loved Konoha, but because serving Konoha would make his mother's life much better. Later. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was still inside his office, working through some things. There was always something that had to be done with being Hokage. But overall, over the past years, things have been going smoothly. Well, as smooth as they could since this was the shinobi world. Nothing ever settled for too long. Someone was always thinking about doing something. You could never to be sure about anything. The day didn't have too many headaches. The Sandaime was just glad that Naruto had returned to this village that his father had given his life to protect. Looking at the report, he couldn't help but be pleased that the day had gone as he would have expected. Just a little longer and the villagers would be more than happy to smile at young Naruto. "Reading something good?" Jiraiya said as he popped up in the office in a cloud of smoke. The Sandaime Hokage nodded. "You can say that," he said, leaning against his chair. "Things have started well. But nothing will ever change if Naruto remains as he is. He will refuse to go back to the academy, and Kushina won't force things out because of his blossoming relationship with Inoiki's daughter, and there is Sasuke-kun." That really gave the Sandaime too many questions, and he didn't like the answers at all. Obviously, Naruto wasn't fond of Sasuke. That was obvious even to the blind. But the blonde still went out his way to help the young Uchiha. The Sandaime believed that it had something to do with Itachi. The Uchiha had helped Naruto a lot. The possibility could be that Naruto was merely doing it as a favor or that Itachi had asked Naruto. The latter possibility opened a door that led to the realization that Naruto might know about Itachi's mission. He has also made some friends in Suna, Jiraiya said. So in terms of friends he isn't lacking. The emotional attachment is questionable though. He doesn't invest much emotion in other people besides his mother. Naturally, the Sandaime said. But that will eventually change. I told you, didn't I? I just have to move the pieces accordingly and Naruto will eventually grow attached to someone. He is still very young, and has yet to understand all his emotions. As he grows with these people, he will to like them. Jiraiya nodded. He had seen it outside Konoha. The blonde didn't have problem with anyone. Perhaps it was Konoha that was the problem. This village has been nothing but a pain to him. What about how the villagers view him? You said it yourself, if things remain as they are, nothing will change. The Sandaime smiled. I have a solution for that, he said, taking out a headband from one of his drawers. This is Naruto's. He will become a shinobi of Konoha when others graduate. For now, he will have to do something, serve the village. Even if he doesn't grow to love this village, working for it will make him feel a sense of duty towards it. You mean you want to have him join Anbu? Jiraiya asked with a frown. He isn't nearly good enough for it. But he can manage. Although I don't want to admit it, he is much more suitable for it. The Sandaime nodded. We have to keep him out of the light for now. Anbu will help grow stronger than he is. Given what is coming ahead, there is no other choice. You will have to that through Kushina. The Sandaime nodded. I will explain things to her. She has to know the threat that is after her son. Minato had many enemies. You can't always be there 24/7. He has to protect himself and his mother. She won't like that, but for their survival, this has to be done. The third, going to another matter. I have had some nations throwing in their daughters at Naruto. Lucky brat, Jiraiya said in thought. At that moment, Danzo walked into the office. As usual, the man didn't bother knocking. The Sandaime sighed. Not this, he thought. I was wondering when you'd come, the third said to Danzo. Let's hear it. I'd like to know how the boy has improved over the past 4 years. With the revelation of his heritage, he is no longer just a weapon, but if used correctly, he can become a powerful political tool. You can go home if that is what you came to inquire about, the Sandaime said in a flat tone. If you get anywhere near Naruto, I will have your head hanged at the Hokage monument, Danzo. Chapter 8. Naruto stretched himself up, standing at the back of his house, enjoying the light sunrays of the morning. It had been a long time since he had woken up like this in the morning. Over the past, he'd been waking up on a schedule, for training purposes. There was even a cup of tea on his right hand. Someone is enjoying the morning, Kakashi said, sitting at a branch on the tree behind the house. Your mother still sleeping? Possibly, Naruto said with a shrug, as if he didn't care about it. But Kakashi couldn't be fooled. What brings you here at a time like this? As far as I remember, you're not a morning person when you're not in duty. Kakashi put on a look. What? Can't I miss my little friend enough to visit him this morning to show him that I really do miss him? Naruto gave the Sharingan user a look of his own. He wasn't going to be fooled by the man. He knew Kakashi well enough. The man maybe care about him, but it wasn't enough that he would wake up so early just to see him. He might have just returned yesterday, and didn't see the man, but there had to be something that made the man come here at this time. Kakashi sighed. Sometimes you're no fun, he said quietly. I just returned to the village from a mission. When I heard that you'd returned, I came here and waited for you. That is something that I'm willing to believe, Naruto said. He paused to take a sip of his tea before looking up at the Sharingan user once again. It has been a few months. How has your return to Anbu been? Is it killing you, yet? Since the Sandaime had the man return to Anbu, the man buried himself with Anbu work, and it was surprising how he was still able to continue after so long. Naruto had heard stories about the man foregoing all things in life just to focus on his work as an Anbu. Friends and the like had stopped mattering. Well, that was the past. Kakashi had changed, but was still working the sweat out of his body in his role as an Anbu operative. No many were suited for the job. Itachi fit in well because of his usual stoic mask and personality. The man wasn't shy to do dirty work in order to get the job done for Konoha. The man in front of him was fine Anbu as well. But he was still a different person from the Uchiha. Not yet, but soon enough, especially with the Sandaime refusing to allow me to retire once again, Kakashi said tiredly. But by the end of this year, I will have retired my mask for good and become a jonin once again and do normal missions. Living in the light, huh? Naruto said. Personally, he had no desire for any of that. The only light he wished to live in was the light of his mother. Nothing else mattered aside from her. Still, with how things were and how he was seeing things, he was going to be forced into the journey of a Konoha shinobi. To think that he would end up serving those monkeys. Despicable. Naruto was looking for a better reason that wouldn't make him feel dirty about doing anything for Konoha as its shinobi. Well, it was the license to living here. If he did not pay that price, he could never be free in here and his mother would pay for that choice. Well, there he had it. The perfect excuse. Yay, Kakashi said with a nod. Perhaps I will become your sensei when you become Jinan, the man said with an eye smile. Naruto cocked his head to the side, appearing to think for a moment. That may happen. Knowing the Sandaime. I wouldn't bet against it, he nodded to himself. Yes, that will happen. Well, I hope you become a good sensei, Kakashi. I would be disappointed if your tardiness got in the way of what is important. Kakashi ignored that for a moment, and looked at Naruto curiously. How are you so sure that the Sandaime will push me into becoming your sensei? Naruto gave Kakashi a look that clearly questioned if the man was being rhetoric. The answer was clear as daylight. There was nothing hidden there. Even a dumb person could figure this out. When Kakashi just stared, Naruto sighed. The Sandaime is somewhat predictable. I can say that I know who my teammates will be when I'm forced to wear the headband. Of course you'd be the obvious choice to lead that team, to have that familiar face and strengthen the existing bonds. Kakashi shook his head. This is the first time that I hear someone say the Sandaime is predictable. He is nothing but that to me. He is called the professor. It's simple really. Jiraiya is like him, but wouldn't do anything extreme. The old man doesn't have such fears. People may think he is just an old man, but what the things he cooks up in his mind would surprise many. It doesn't surprise me because I expect him to come up with his plots, Naruto explained lightly. Once again, Kakashi shook his head. The relationship between Naruto and the Sandaime was really a complex one. He couldn't really understand how the two even got along. They obviously did care for one another, but what they did to each other was just something else. You might end up joining Anbu, Kakashi said to the blonde. I just heard it from the Anbu HQ. It seems that the Sandaime has been planning this for some time. Naruto sat down, looking thoughtful. It wasn't because he was shocked or surprised, he had seen this coming a mile away. Itachi had once thrown this to his face some time ago and he'd rejected it. But now it seemed that he was going to be forced to join. Well, that was what he had been thinking anyway. Anbu, huh? Naruto said, looking up for a moment. I'm about to become a secret. Everything I do from now on will be kept as an S-rank secret as well as my true abilities. Oh well, if this is the price I must pay for mother to be treated well in this village and for us to enjoy the safety of this village, I will offer my strength. There was nothing that showed he disliked the idea. Just the usual blank expression on his face. It was the same expression he showed when someone was using his mother against him. We might work together before I retire, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Tell me, Naruto, why do you think of this as a price you must pay? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't join the Anbu or even serve Konoha. But the Sandaime Hokage will not live forever and I'm afraid if I don't bend now, things will be difficult if another succeeds him. Jiraiya has also used some emotional blackmail to get me to see that if I become an excellent shinobi of Konoha, mother will be eventually treated well in the village, Naruto explained. Kakashi tilted his head to the side. Naruto didn't seem pissed off that Jiraiya had blackmailed him. Doesn't it bother you they use your mother against you to get you to do certain things? Naruto stared at Kakashi for a moment. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, the blonde said with a shrug. Mother always comes first. I will accept anything if it will make her happy and doesn't endanger her life. It would be unforgivable if she was being put in danger. So he was just tolerating it because in the end, it worked better for his mother, Kakashi thought. I will talk to you some other time. Need rest, the Anbu said. Something seemed to click on his mind. Oh, the Sandaime wishes to speak with you. At this time? Naruto asked. He had plenty of time. It wasn't like he was suddenly going to disappear from the village. Well, that couldn't be so much of a bad idea. If he disappeared from the elemental nations, they could start anew. There were other nations outside the elemental nations that did not know things that occurred around the blood shinobi world. They could be safe from all things concerning shinobi and those who would wish to have the beast sealed in him wouldn't know where to find him. It was a thought Naruto put at the back of his head before focusing on Kakashi once again. Kakashi just shrugged. He didn't say, he said. Greet your mother for me. Having said that, the Anbu disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto looked up into the sky, he frowned. He didn't know what this day was going to bring. Things didn't always end up the way he wanted for them while he was inside this village hidden in monkeys. The blonde shook his head. He really had to stop looking at things like that. The villagers were vermin, but if he kept it like this, he would certainly stop valuing all life forms. It would be okay if it was just Konoha. The vermin meant nothing to him. He had to prepare for a meeting with the Sandaime though. It would clear up some things for him and he would see how he was about to go with his from now on. With that in mind, Naruto turned towards the house. As he went back into the house, he came across his sleepy mother, who was yawning tiredly. "Good morning, Naruto," Kushina said, now rubbing her eyes to look clearly at her son. "Mother," Naruto smiled. "Mornings are still not your favorites, huh?" "Yay," Kushina said. "But I was also worried. Didn't get much sleep last night." "Should we sit?" Naruto asked, wanting to help his mother if he could. "I'm feeling rather energetic and I have to meet up with the old man. It would be best we clear out all worries before we engage the day." Naruto led his mother towards the kitchen and helped her take a seat. He went on to prepare tea and once ready, he brought it back to her and then sat down across her beside the kitchen table. "We're back in Konoha. This village that has been a pain to both of us. Your father sacrificed everything for this village. He isn't part of our lives because he chose to sacrifice himself. Some call it noble to die for something you cherish." Kushina paused for a moment, looking at Naruto sadly. "You'd follow the same path, wouldn't you? Die for your mother." Naruto gave a firm nod. "If it means protecting you, yes," Naruto said as firmly as his nod was. "That saddens me, son," Kushina said in a low tone. Parents were supposed to be the ones to die for their children. They were supposed to be the ones to put their children's lives above all things, not the other way around. How could she correct this? Naruto was her precious son, her precious love. She wanted him to live his life as any child would. She realized some things he wouldn't do, but there were changes and he could be steered into the right and happy path. Naruto tilted his head to the side. He didn't say anything, just looked at his mother questionably. "If you die, who will I be left with? Who will protect me? I have lost my family, Minato. You're the only one I have now. If you die, what will be left of me?" The answer was an unpleasant beast that stared at Naruto with a cold breath. Naruto almost felt disgusted with himself that he would choose to die for his mother. It was the same for him. His mother was his only family. He couldn't lose her. He had been looking at this from one angle. The truth was that they couldn't afford to lose each other. Especially his beloved mother. What would become of her if she lost him too? A broken woman. Naruto felt tormented that his actions could lead to such a reality. He remembered the days he used to console her when she was crying. Who would console her if he died? Who would be there for her? Stupid him. It was unacceptable for his beloved mother to be forced to go through the pain of losing him. It was even worse when the good devil whispered into the back of his head that she would be even so tormented as she would blame herself for his death. She was the mother. Her job was to love and protect him. She had said that to him before. He remembered those words she'd said firmly. "It was us against the world back in those days," Kushina continued, still in a low tone. "I'm your mother, Naruto. I carried you in my belly for months. You cannot die before me. I want both of us to grow old, in this village. I want us to relive these moments in the future. I don't want you to sacrifice your life. I want you to value it as you value mine. Your life is precious to me, and I want to protect it with all my strength. Will you help me do that, Naruto?" Could he? Yes, it was possible. He could do it. He could protect both his and his mother's life. He wasn't alone in protecting his life after all. He had the Kyuubi within him. If he died, the Baijuo would die as well. It was possible. "Yes, mother. My life will have a meaning from now on. It will be precious as you're precious as well." He fell short of saying that her life would still be much more precious than his. Kushina smiled slightly. It was a small smile, but a smile nonetheless. "Do you know what a relationship is, Naruto?" Naruto put on a thoughtful look on his face. He'd never gone as far as to put that into thought. Relationships were things that he didn't think about. The only relationship that mattered was that of him and his mother. There was no need to understand it, he just had to do what was right by his mother. It's not a relationship when one party only does the loving, it's slavery. A relationship is formed by two or more. All parties must give out something, they must make an effort, and they must all sacrifice if there is the need. It's not a relationship if only one party sacrifices. I am your mother, and you are my son, we have that relationship. I must love you and you must love me as well for all that to work out. We must understand each other in order for us to live a long and happy life. We must all do our part in the relationship. Do you understand where I'm going with this, Naruto? I understand, Naruto said before falling silent. Mother. Yes? I cannot stand the thought of seeing you miserable. I can't. But it makes me truly happy when you smile. It pleases me when I see you laughing with Mikoto. I want my mother to be happy. If you were to stop smiling, I would investigate the cause, and I would fix it. Is this the same for you? Kushina nodded. I know you want me happy. This is why I have a friend, why I still believe in that things will change. I have hope and it is the hope that you will enjoy your life eventually, but what is the point of me hoping, if you have lost hope and put no effort? It was just as she was saying. Both had their parts to play. If both hoped, things would change. It was conflicting. But Naruto wanted to do something that would bring joy not just to his mother, but to him. Naruto gave his mother a sad smile. I have not been sincere, mother, he said quietly. Hope is one thing you have taught me never to lose, but I don't know if I have been sincere in trying. The reasons have been that I have to try, for your sake. But that isn't what you wish for me, isn't it? Kushina was happy. Truly happy that Naruto was actually willing to admit that to her. Perhaps she should be surprised that he was able to keep that for too long. Nevertheless, this sharing was just a pleasant change. I want you to be happy for you, Kushina stressed those words. If you're truly happy, then I will be happy as well. Every parent wants to see their children grow up happily. This kind of talk might be a little big for you, but I want you to enjoy a relationship I once enjoyed with Minato. You will know the meaning of love then. Forgive me, mother. Despite telling Tamari otherwise, my happiness hasn't been an agenda. I don't think I have actually tried by all means to be happy. I did just enough, just so you could see I was trying. Naruto clenched his fists. His sad smile deepened slightly. Forgive me, mother. I have been a hypocrite despite saying I hate it. It's all right, Naruto. You're still young. I don't expect you to get everything right, Kushina said softly. It is us against the world. But we must not allow these people in the situation we are in to dictate everything for us. We are strong, we are Uzumaki and we have each other. We can be happy even if the world hates us. Naruto smiled at his mother. He could feel the passion within her voice and in her eyes. How could he betray that? He had to give it his all. We can make it, mother. We can and we will. Kushina nodded with a large smile. You're not doing badly though. You have Ino, Tamari, and Gaara. The latter two are a bit far away though. She paused for a moment to think. Weren't you friends with Shikaku's son? Ino isn't enough and she is a girl. One friend wasn't enough. To truly enjoy his life, he would have to have more than one friend. Kushina was still sure that it was possible for Naruto to make friends. It was still not too late for things to take a new turn. Kushina was given encouragement because of the changes in her son's life. I was just familiar with him. He was okay, Naruto said, and then looked at his mother confusedly. Mother, you pushed me towards Ino. And now she can't even leave my back. What do you mean she is a girl? I'm aware of that. Kushina shook her head. Although Naruto's treatment of women could make him good with them, he still failed in that kind of environment. Mikoto was right, she really had nothing to worry about with her son becoming like Jiraiya. On another matter, that statement from her son clearly told her that Naruto saw boys and girls in the same line. He didn't see the latter as the opposite sex. That was something to worry about. It's nothing, Kushina said with a wave of her right hand. Naruto didn't seem satisfied, but he didn't question his mother. What I'm trying to say is that you're not lost. You have friends and you have changed a little. I just wish your treatment of Sasuke would improve though. Naruto's sigh wasn't the kind of response Kushina was looking forward to, but his words made up for it. Not now, but it will eventually. The past 4 years have taught me that nothing can remain the same. I'm changing in a way I never thought possible. But I will not ease up on him if continues to act like a spoiled brat. I can live with that, Kushina with a clap of her hands. But it would make both Mikoto and I happy if you two got along. You're her hero, you don't want to disappoint her, do you? Naruto's raised eyebrow said it all. Kushina just laughed and put on an innocent look on her face. Hey, you let other people do it, why not your own beloved mother? I merely tolerate it because it works better for me, Naruto said with a shrug. With the Sandaime Hokage, it's a game. I like playing it with him because I know he cares and if I do it to him, he won't complain. The Sandaime was in Kushina's mind, the other person Naruto truly cared for. If there was space for someone inside his heart, it wasn't for Ino or Tamari, but for that old man. Kushina really hoped that nothing bad happens to him because she was certain that although Naruto would never admit it, he would be broken if that happens. What will you be doing from now on? It will depend on the old man, Naruto said quietly. I don't have much control here. The bitter tone was a clear indication that he didn't like that thought. But I'm sure with the Sandaime, it will be something acceptable. I refuse to go back to the academy though. Wouldn't expect you to return, Kushina said with a nod. Why don't you go shower while I fix us breakfast? I have things to do with Mikoto before noon. While you play your bonding game with the old man, I will be with her. Naruto nodded. Lunch at Ikaruku? Kushina grinned. Naturally. Hokage office. The Sandaime Hokage smiled when Naruto impassively walked into his office. He'd been expecting the boy to show up. He had surely missed seeing the boy on a regular basis these past 4 years. He was really happy that he would be able to see the boy regularly once again. Naruto was Konoha's hero, even though the villagers may try to deny that. He was also Minato's son and the boy he'd grown to love as his own family. The feeling was surely not misplaced on some random kid who didn't know anything. I have been waiting for you, the third said, pushing aside his paperwork. It could wait. His meeting with Naruto was far more important at this time. Would you like to play a game of shogi? I believe you know the rules and have played it with Nara Shikamaru. Naruto looked at the third Hokage curiously. The curiosity was only reflected on his eyes. He seemed to ponder about it for a short while before nodding. Why not? He disliked losing, but there was no shame in losing to a genius in the form of a Nara. The Sandaime Hokage was also not someone he could beat straight on. So defeat was guaranteed. When he played with Shikamaru, he could win a game depending on how he played it. But the Sandaime was a different matter. The man wasn't just called the professor for nothing. The Sandaime Hokage stood up from his chair and spoke. Follow me, he said quietly. Naruto obliged without saying anything. He just followed the third into the room that was next door. It was an empty room, with a small podium. Naruto realized it must be the room the Sandaime holds some meetings with a few people, or the one used when he was assigning missions. The old man wasn't always in the office. Within the room there were 2 cushions put facing a shogi board. As the Sandaime sat down, motioning for Naruto to do the same, he spoke. I had this prepared earlier. Naruto simply nodded and looked down at the pieces at this disposal. It is rather good for keeping the mind sharp and building up strategy, the blonde said as the game begun. Hiruzen nodded. The mind needs to be kept sharp at all times. It isn't always power that saves us from trouble at times, but it is our ability to think. A sharp mind puts an edge even to a weak man. You possessed both, Naruto said, moving a piece. And that is what made me go beyond the limits of men and ascend to my title as the god of shinobi despite not having any special bloodlines. My power came from my mind. Without this, the Sandaime said, poking at his head, I wouldn't have become what I became. The mind is the warrior, huh? Naruto paused, his eyes never leaving the board. My mind has always been used effectively. I'm no genius, but I know how to think and move things within my head. Perhaps the fault in me is that I'm somewhat narrow-minded. It isn't possibly, that is the reality. Your attitude is flawed, the Sandaime stressed as he looked at Naruto for a moment. The blonde wasn't attacking him. He was merely just moving the pieces, trying to dare him to make a move. Listen carefully, Naruto. The sharpness of your mind can be dulled by our emotions. When emotions run high, the mind loses its urge and you no longer logically and rationally. I'm mostly controlled. Mostly, the Sandaime said, but when it comes to your mother things changes. You cannot afford to reach a point where you cannot use your mind, Naruto. I'm not saying emotions are bad. They are actually a good thing, they power up our resolves and will. But when you allow them to run wild without control, they mess you up. Naruto stared at the board as the Sandaime took his piece. So much for baiting, he thought. If you want to bait someone successfully, they must not know they are being baited. And if they do know, you must have removed all options for them and ensure that you're playing in your background, the Sandaime Hokage said. Lesson over then, Naruto said, moving a piece in preparation for a change of tactics. Jiraiya tells me you enjoyed yourself outside of Konoha and have improved a lot. He paused, to look at Naruto, who was staring back at him. The Sandaime just smiled. Was it refreshing? Naruto nodded. More so than I thought it would, he shook his head to correct himself. It was unlike anything. I hadn't thought I'd enjoy myself. I was merely thinking of some peace and continue with my training undisturbed. So you gained more than you thought, huh? Hiruzen said. That is the beauty of life. Nothing is ever as it seems. Aren't you a prime example of it? The Sandaime laughed. Perhaps, he said. I'm sure Jiraiya has explained things to you. Given the changes, we must make for a way forward that will be profitable for both parties. With the way things are at this moment, we cannot simply continue as we had been. As expected. But? I have a question, Hiruzen said. He stared at Naruto, who didn't look back. You're not fond of him, but you go your way to teach him. It is as if you're looking after him. Why do you do it, Naruto? The third just fell short of asking if Itachi had asked him to look after his younger brother. Naruto looked at the Sandaime for a moment. Defense is at its absolute when you remain in one position. But when you move out to attack, you open yourself to attack. It's like giving your heart to someone else, you open up a door for pain. Having said that, Naruto took one of the Sandaime's piece. As he waited for the Sandaime to make his move, he spoke once again, on a different matter. I have often wondered why people do certain things, and that leads me to a concept of justice. Yet, I still question what justice truly is. What constitutes justice? Who has the power to carry out justice? What Konoha has been doing is injustice, yet I'm not concerned too deep to turn it into justice. There are so many questions. Why do people do what they do? Why do they kill? Is it wrong to kill? Is it wrong to kill following your ideals? Although Naruto hadn't outright said it, the Sandaime was sure this had to deal with Itachi's actions and how he should react to Konoha's injustice. At the same time, the Sandaime was led to believe that although Naruto saw the injustice, he wasn't an idealist who believed in justice, that he would try to correct things. The fact remained glaring though, Naruto hadn't answered his question. Justice is a very complex concept, the Sandaime said. He was willing to go that far, not any further as it would deviate from his question. People kill for different reasons, both good and bad. Before we can even answer if it is wrong to kill for one's ideals, we must first understand if those ideals are good or bad. One thing is a fact though, death has become part of a shinobi life. My own hands have killed to protect what I love. I regret having to end a life, but I still believe that I have made the right choice to protect what I love. A pawn is a pawn until it is promoted, Naruto said quietly. A king will always take one step, regardless of the circumstances. Death is death. For good or bad reasons, death is death. It doesn't matter if one was evil or good, but when someone dies, someone is saddened by that death. There is always pain, grief, and hatred after death. Doesn't matter which side. The Sandaime Hokage laughed. Naruto had said some serious things and he was truly correct in what he was saying. The boy was truly a rare breed. What amused the third was that although the blonde was saying it, he didn't follow that thought. He was merely stating things his eyes thought. The third shook his head. That was what a part of Naruto believed, but his love of his mother couldn't be compared to beliefs, rationality and logic. It exceeded all that. If the mother factor wasn't there, you'd become a great leader and someone who could teach this amoral world what is right, the third said in an honest tone. But in your current state, when it comes to your mother, nothing else matters. Morals are merely a luxurious commodity, Naruto said. I wonder what Kushina would say if her son became an amoral shinobi. The Sandaime said purposefully in thought. His eyes firmly at Naruto. If he was expecting a physical reaction from the blonde, he didn't get it. It is that part of the game, huh? Naruto set his eyes at his bleeding pawns. Mother is so kind-hearted. She does have her moments, but she is pure in the heart. I wouldn't want to defile her purity in any way. However, I will do what I must. Itachi and I shared a principle. That just confirmed it. Even without the blonde didn't say it and the Sandaime was sure even if he asked, Naruto would either ignore him or deny everything. The blonde hated people who didn't come straight at him, but when they were together, he surely didn't mind the mask games. Well, he wasn't going to complain. It was always interesting and he did learn a few things. That is what made the two of you get along just fine. The Sandaime said with a smile. Well, this was just perfect. Itachi would become a piece in the puzzle. Yes, the Uchiha would be of use in this little game he was playing with Naruto. The Sandaime allowed silence to lock over for a few moments as he went on within his mind on how he was going to go about the business of the day. Sarutobi steeled himself. You will join Anbu, as an Anbu trainee. I have made all the arrangements. You will not join Kakashi, but will join a different squad. I will refuse to be moved if there is no Anbu watching over my mother while she is outside our house, Naruto said. The Sandaime raised an eyebrow. Why only out of the house? It is a fortress. This whole village can burn to the ground, but that house will remain standing. No trespassers can go through when the security is activated, Naruto explained lightly. The Sandaime merely nodded. Do you understand what you're asking me, Naruto? Uzumaki Kushina was the Yondaime's wife and is the mother to the boy who can become a great asset to this village. My efforts will depend on the security placed on my mother as well as my cooperation. Sarutobi was silent for a few moments before he finally sighed and nodded. I will make arrangements. They should be done by the end of the day, Naruto said as if he was giving the old man an order. Will we still be able to continue with our training? The third nodded. Yes, he said. Naruto smiled. Excellent, I look forward to it, he said lightly. Hiruzen nodded. Spending time with Naruto in the training grounds was always a good occasion. The feudal lord was a great admirer of your father. He now wishes to see the son of the man who was not only a hero to Konoha but to the Fire Nation. Naruto looked at the Sandaime with a blank look on his face, his smile all but gone. Am I to be used as a political tool? I'd assume he wishes to do so, the Sandaime said, seeing no reason to hide anything. Naruto smiled. This can work for me, he said more to himself than to the Sandaime. But the old man heard and smiled as well. I haven't played diplomatic in a long time. But I'm sure your lessons will become to use. Be careful. He is not the feudal lord by being stupid. Naturally, Naruto said. Then? I was hoping to use the opportunity to organize a bigger budget for Konoha and some favorable terms, the old man said with a smile. As long as you impress him, my end should be smooth. It appears that I will become an important person, Naruto said in thought. I never thought of things this way, but I can make my life and my mother's much simpler. When do we go? I will inform you, Hiruzen said. Your engagement with Temari will be made public. This will push away potential suitors who have been thrown into your hands, and strengthen your status as an important person. You have the backing of both Konoha and Sunagakure. Since the Sandaime spoke the good on his side, Naruto decided to say the good on the third side. This will only strengthen Konoha and Suna's relationship. If the arrangement had been kept a secret, it could be easily scrapped and forgotten, but making it public will mean that it will become difficult for either side to betray the other as the elemental nations will be following. Did you propose this so that you can get more witnesses who will support you and threaten Suna in case the Kazekage has second ideas? Sarutobi smiled innocently. You think too highly of me, Naruto-kun, he said. Naruto shook his head. You've just effectively limited the Kazekage's moves and gave him the unwelcomed hand that says your future is in my hands, the blonde said quietly. The game is over, you win. On the board, yes, the Sandaime said. But we both gained something. I'd say it's a win-win for both of us. He paused for a moment. Lunch at Ichiraku? You're welcome to join. I will be there with mother, Naruto said standing up. All the better, the Sandaime said, standing up as well. He had to return to his office and get some work done. He'd consumed some time being here. But it hadn't been wasted. I'll see you then. Perhaps mother can chew you for pushing me towards Anbu. The blonde said walking away from the Sandaime Hokage. Hiruzen suppressed the urge to shiver as those words left Naruto's mouth. He comforted himself in the fact that Kushina would understand. Otherwise that woman would definitely chew him to bits as Naruto said. When he returned to the office, he found his former student sitting at the window frame, with somewhat of a forlorn look on his face. The Sandaime Hokage sighed and went behind his desk. Once he was comfortable on his chair, he spoke to the Sannin. Something bothering you, Jiraiya? Jiraiya kept quiet for a few moments as if he hadn't heard the third's voice. The man then looked at his former sensei with his usual look. The faraway look now a memory. I'm just thinking about Tsunade, and Orochimaru. The professor leaned back to his chair. How long has it been since he last spoke to those two? Orochimaru was the worst. His beloved foolish student. He had certainly loved and favored the wayward Sannin during their times. And yet he turned to that dark path to become the enemy of Konoha. And he had been too weak to do anything when he was faced with the truth. Well, he was certainly not going to make the same mistake twice. Tsunade had just left and he had tried once to get her back. But she was stubborn and he allowed her to do as she pleased. Konoha was still faced with challenges, she was nowhere to be seen. It was disappointing. Hashirama would certainly be disappointed to see what had become of his grandchild. I see, the third said in a low tone. What brought that up? I was just reminiscing the good old days when I was the idiot and Orochimaru was the genius, the Sannin said. Well, he is still a genius. The ship of redemptions has just sailed though. Tsunade continues to roam around without care. If it wasn't because of her strength, she'd be dead already. He paused, looking at his sensei curiously. Why have you stopped trying to get her back? She chose to leave. Tsunade is not a child. I taught her everything she needed and I told her of my opinion on her attitude. I'm not at that age where I have time to be begging her, Jiraiya. I'm looking at the future instead of the past, the Sandaime said. I really do not have the energy to deal with a woman grown up enough to be a grandmother but still acts like a spoiled little princess. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed for a moment before he looked outside the window. I won't give up on her, sensei. I will not. Sarutobi smiled. I know you won't, he said. You've always looked after her even though she does not reciprocate. It's really sad, isn't it? You don't always get what you desire, Jiraiya said with a shrug, but his eyes said the opposite. He still did have hope that things could work out. Everything done with Naruto? Yes, the Sandaime Hokage said with a smile. He will join Anbu as a trainee. I'm surprised though. He didn't as much as put an effort to say no. Previously, he had refused the chance when Itachi gave it to him. He does realize that this is a good opportunity. For someone who wants to grow, this will be beneficial for him, Jiraiya said. Hiruzen nodded. Perhaps, he said. I have moved things and set up other pieces to move in time. Right now, let us just see how this direction will lead us. You do realize you're manipulating other people. That is one way to look at it, he said, then remembered the conversation he had with Naruto. That boy contradicts himself. If the darkness within him does not consume him, he will become a good person when he does grow up. You noticed, huh? Jiraiya said. The darkness within Naruto wasn't something that gave Jiraiya happy thoughts. Especially knowing that the blonde was a jinchuriki to the Baiju known to hate humans, and Naruto doesn't like humans very much. I've known for a long time, but this is why I do what I must. Being an Anbu will expose him to the harsh reality and instead of bottling up his dark thoughts, he will release them. I believe he will not be tainted, but he will learn to value human life. Let us hope it is so, Jiraiya said. Orochimaru has fled from the Akatsuki and has created his own village. I don't know the details, but I will look for more. That said, I will be going away for some time to gather more intel. Don't forget to tell both Kushina and Naruto, the Sandaime said. Oh, do join us for lunch at Ikaraku. He added with a smile. Jiraiya shook his head. You're never going to stop capitalizing on every opportunity you're given, aren't you? This was going to send a message throughout Konoha. The Sandaime, and a Sanin, all back up the Yondaime's son. The third Hokage smiled innocently. I don't know what you're talking about, Jiraiya-kun, he said. I'll see you at lunch, Jiraiya said and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Once the Sanin was gone, the Sandaime Hokage stared at the work in front of him. Now then, it is just me and you, old friend. But before he could get into it, an Anbu appeared out of nowhere before kneeling before the Sandaime. I was informed you wished to speak to me, Sandaime-sama. The third nodded. Yes, the old man said in a serious tone. Take off your mask, Yu-Gao-chan, and stand up. Yu-Gao did as instructed and took off her mask. She looked at the Sandaime curiously, wondering what the old man wanted from her. It wasn't often that one got to see the Sandaime's serious expression. He might be old, but the look still did the trick. I'm about to give you an important task. The third took out a file from one of his drawers and handed it to Yu-Gao. Uzumaki Naruto, he will join your team as a trainee, but will still do all missions with you. His codename shall be Fox. His mask and gear have already been prepared. You will give it to him when you please. Yu-Gao looked through the file. It was written Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. The Yondaime's and Kushina's son, no doubt. The purple-haired Anbu was very surprised that the Sandaime would give the task to her team. He was a jinchuriki, and someone valuable to Konoha. Heads would roll if something happened to him. If I may, Hokage-sama? The third nodded with a smile. Why me? Kakashi is going to retire, again. He would do it if I'd asked, but I want someone new in Naruto's life. There is no one I trust for this better than you. You have worked with both Kakashi and Itachi. If you got along with those two, you will do well with Naruto, the Sandaime explained. The old man may have been smiling, but Yu-Gao got the feeling that she wasn't being asked, but instructed. She put her mask back on. I will not fail, Hokage-sama. That is what I expect, the Sandaime said. Later that day, Sasuke had a deep scowl on his face as he walked into the Senju compound, heading towards Naruto's house. He really didn't want to be here, but the blonde had surely forced his hand, and then his mother had told him to do it. Even though the blonde had threatened him, he wouldn't have made it simple. He was confident of his abilities, but the mother of his had instructed him not to make things difficult when he told her of Naruto's offer. Perhaps he shouldn't have told her about it. If she didn't know, she wouldn't have butted in to force him to make this move. There was no turning back now anyway. He just had to get through this. He didn't have a real problem with the blonde that he hated him. No, Sasuke hated that condescending tone and those eyes that looked down on him. He hated the fact that the blonde took it to the extreme to humiliate him. Uchiha Sasuke did not accept such things so easily. He had his pride after all. Although he would never admit it to the blonde, he had learned something during those days they spent training together. When Sasuke arrived at the back of Naruto's house, he found the blonde sitting in a meditative position, eyes closed with gentle winds shooting around him. The raven-haired just stared at the blonde for a few moments. He grew impatient when the blonde didn't say or do anything to acknowledge his presence. "I'm here," Sasuke said through gritted through. "I can sense you," that was Naruto's simple response. "I'm disappointed. I was thinking you'd try to be a blockhead and I'd have to smack you around then drag you back here. Oh well, there is another way to make up for that." Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Naruto. "I will not become your punching bag. I don't even have to be here if I don't want. If this doesn't benefit me in any way, I will not come back, even if my mother urges me to do so," the Uchiha said firmly. "But of course I'm just messing with you to test how well you control yourself," Naruto said, acting as if he hadn't heard what Sasuke said. "You have no self-control, foolish Sasuke. But do not worry, we will beat that into you. No matter what. Am I here for that?" Naruto opened his eyes and stared at Sasuke for a few silent moments. "Why do you want power, Sasuke? Isn't it obvious? I have to kill Itachi." Naruto just stared. "Why?" Sasuke stared back. He was baffled by that nonchalant question. Why? The answer was obvious. He didn't have to answer it. Anyone would know why he would want that traitorous brother of his dead. He had betrayed their clan and killed many of them. He needed to be punished for that. He couldn't be allowed to get away with what he did. Because he murdered our father and many of our clansmen in cold blood. "Ho? So you wish to make him pay? You wish revenge for his bloody ways, don't you? You want to kill him with your own hands. He was the beloved brother you looked up to and wanted to surpass." Naruto cocked his head to the side. "Humans. Vengeance is easy to be sought. You hate your brother. Why wouldn't I? You have reasons. I guess you seek power for this," Naruto said with a sigh. "Have you wondered what your beloved mother would think if she found out that there are bloody pictures of her son inside your head? Have you even questioned why Itachi didn't kill your mother? It doesn't matter." "It does, you fool," Naruto cut in strongly. "You must answer this question. Why did Itachi leave your mother and the children alone? Why did he just kill the warriors? When you look at things brightly, you can say he has given your clan a chance to be reformed and to start afresh." Naruto was amused with himself. He was preaching? Who was he to preach to other people about their lifestyles? He would care if Sasuke did things that would hurt Mikoto, but was there really a need to lecture the boy? Was he being a hypocrite? Oh, well, it hardly mattered anyway. He had a job to do and he was willing to pull all strings to get it done successfully. Sasuke wouldn't be harmed in the end and things would look good for him. No harm done and everyone would be happy. Who could complain? Sasuke responded with a glare to Naruto's statement. Naruto wasn't disturbed. Sasuke could prove useful to him. With his time with the Sandaime, he had learned how to mold someone into his little puppet. Itachi had requested that he looked after his little brother, and he would. But at the same time, he would make Sasuke obey him. He wasn't going to spend his time babysitting a spoiled brat without earning himself something in turn. "You will be training with me, from now on," Naruto said, standing up. "We will train until you defeat Itachi. However, should you do something stupid that will hurt your mother, I will punish you. If you make her cry, I will gouge those eyes and burn them and you will be left with one purpose only, to breed a line of Uchihas." Sasuke was having enough of this. "Don't speak as if you could do anything to me and I would hurt my mother. She is the only family I have left." Whether the Uchiha shouted or not, it made no difference to Naruto. He merely got into a stance, and waved for Sasuke to come at him. "Let us see how far you have improved before we design the proper training program for you." Sasuke was glad he had come prepared for anything. He had his weapons with him. He took out 2 shurikens and sped towards Naruto. As he ran, he threw both shurikens. The shurikens were directed at both Naruto's sides. In response, the blonde took out a kunai and deflected both successfully. His senses had kept track of Sasuke as he was doing so. The Uchiha made a quick appearance below him and attempted to sweep his feet off the ground. Naruto jumped back slightly to avoid Sasuke. As he landed down the ground, his kunai disappeared and he stared at Sasuke, who was getting up on his feet. You did not just attack head-on. This shows you do use your head during battle. I'll give you credit for that. I don't need to hear that from you, Sasuke said with a scoff, going through hand seals. Kaden, Great Fireball no Jutsu. The Uchiha exhaled a large ball of intense flames. The jutsu sped towards Naruto's form intense as it was with every intention to consume him. Naruto didn't move from his position. He held his hands together, a bit lazily as he did. Futon, Wind Breakthrough. Naruto released powerful gusts of wind that tore through the ground as they sped towards Sasuke's fireball. The two jutsus collided above the ground, resulting in an explosion filled with flames and gusts of winds. All that just created an intense atmosphere around the training ground. Sasuke suddenly flashed behind Naruto, just above the ground. He was holding two kunais at hand. He quickly threw the first one at Naruto, who was twisting around to face the Uchiha. The kunai seemingly whizzed past Naruto before twisting around. Naruto realized there was a thin thread tied to the kunai. Sasuke grinned, looking at the bound Naruto. I could release a fire jutsu and burn you now. Would you like that, or you want to say you lose? There was just arrogance and a highly overconfident tone. All that was gone when Naruto suddenly burst in a puff of smoke. Then there was a clap of hands from behind Sasuke. Naruto jumped from the tree and looked at Sasuke. Although the sound of arrogance in your tone bothers me, you did not fail. This is acceptable and I can live with it. Sasuke frowned. Naruto wasn't saying he was good. He was simply being told that his skills were acceptable. Just off the mark. It was bitter pill to swallow. After all the training he did, and all the hours he worked to improve himself, he was still just acceptable? It was infuriating. Sasuke wanted nothing more than to lunge at Naruto and rip him to pieces while throwing curses at that expressionless face that was staring him. That's a lot of talk from someone who didn't even attack, Sasuke chose to say. Can you? The Uchiha widened his eyes when Naruto cut the distance between them in the blink of an eye. That had been unexpected. He hadn't expected the blonde to be so fast. I didn't attack because I chose not to, Naruto said quietly. But if you want me to attack, I will do so. By instinct Sasuke jumped back, having sensed that Naruto was going to attack in that moment. He wasn't saved as the moment he landed on the ground, Naruto had charged at him once again. The blonde went head-on and sent a high right-footed kick towards Sasuke's head. The Uchiha tried to block the kick with his hands, but the power behind the kick was more than he could handle and he was sent the other way. He quickly recovered though. As he regained his bearings, Naruto appeared in front of him, eyes looking down at him as if he was a fly. It infuriated Sasuke. He hated those eyes. In anger, he swung a right punch straight at Naruto's face. The blonde ducked under the punch and threw a right punch of his own towards Sasuke's gut. He'd put enough power to make Sasuke kneel down while clutching his gut after the punch had connected with him. I will refrain from any unnecessary damage to you. I don't want to send you home broken. Your mother will be most worried, Naruto said, turning away from Sasuke. Once he turned away, Sasuke tried to take advantage of it and lunged at the blonde. Naruto responded, twisting around with a knee to the gut. He then grabbed Sasuke by his neck. Sasuke, there are many things that I dislike and don't care about. I don't have many interests. They could be 3 or 2. Nothing in this world really interests me. Neither do you, but if you become a good boy, you will interest me, and perhaps I may like you, Naruto said a bit firmly. One more thing, as one who will be training with you, you will obey my every word. I don't care if you like it or not. When I tell you to do something, you will do it. Do you understand me? Sasuke responded with a cold glare. Naruto didn't flinch. He just pushed the Uchiha back. Calm yourself and we will begin with taijutsu. Having said that, Naruto walked to a distance and sat down in a meditative position, eyes closed. Sasuke was really nothing like his elder. He was truly disappointing. Yes, the boy was smart and his genius may be true, but his arrogance left little to be desired. It would be difficult working with someone like him. But Naruto was going to do it without complaints. On the long run, things would benefit him greatly. I'm done, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Naruto opened one eye for a moment before closing it again. No, you're not. There is tension in your jaw and barely restrained anger in your tone. Once you have removed that, we will begin. If it doesn't happen today, tomorrow is another day. I don't have to sit around for this. Sasuke shouted impatiently, and got up, ready to leave. But before he could even take a step forward, a kunai whizzed past him, cutting a bit of his right ear. It had been directed to hit that spot. "You will leave when I give the permission," Naruto said sternly. "Learn to be patient. Patience is virtue for a shinobi. You must always know when to reveal your cards, when to attack, when to make your move. Without it, you act in the wrong time and you get trapped." But of course none of that applied when it came to his mother. "Are you enjoying this as much as I am?" the Kyuubi said to Naruto. The tone truly suggested the Baijuo was enjoying the show. Even though this Uchiha has yet to awaken that cursed Sharingan, it is still worth the watch to see someone with Uchiha blood in this kind of position. "I'm not a sadist," Naruto responded calmly. "Your hatred towards the Uchiha is truly something else. Perhaps the job of annihilating them should have been given to you." "I would have massacred the entire clan," the Kyuubi said. "I cannot forget that you stood in the way. If it hadn't been for you, the clan would be extinct by now. Thinking about it makes me some urges." So? The following day, Naruto was doing his morning exercises when an Anbu popped up out of nowhere. This forced the blonde to stop his movements and look at the obviously female Anbu before him. When the Anbu remained silent, Naruto looked up into the sky and a seal-less cage bunshine appeared in a puff of smoke. It was for his mother to speak to her that he'd been taken away. Obviously, the woman was here for him, and since he'd been expecting this to happen, he wasn't surprised. "I wonder what Itachi would say now," Naruto said to himself, but the cat-masked Anbu heard him. Before the Uchiha became a traitor, he had been the one to try to get him to join Anbu. But Naruto had refused. It hadn't been once that he refused. He hadn't wanted to leave his mother's side during that time. But now he understood that she was safe, even when he wasn't around. As long as she remained on this cursed village, Uzumaki Kushina would be safe. As long as an invasion doesn't happen, he could afford to do other things. "Oh well, it can't be helped," Naruto said in a resigned tone. "Uzumaki Naruto, come with me," Nico said in that automatic tone that Anbu used while wearing their masks. Naruto didn't resist. It was time, he merely thought as the Anbu took him away. They disappeared out of thin air and appeared somewhere. Naruto could only assume as the Anbu HQ. He didn't even know where the damn building was located within the village. Oh well, he would know soon enough. Within the place, Nico handed him his gear and told him to put it on. He was showed the mail rooms and he went there to change. Black pants, a vest, upper body armor and a kadachi. Looking at himself, Naruto couldn't help but frown. Where was he going to hide his weapons wearing a gear like this? It hit him that Anbu do wear black cloaks to hide their appearance to blend in with the darkness. With that in mind, Naruto returned to Nico, who was waiting patiently for him. All Anbu are supposed to have a tattoo to identify them. You may be just a trainee, but you'll be doing all Anbu missions with my team. Dangerous or not. You'll be doing them, Nico said. That makes you Anbu and as such you will receive your branding. The Sandaime had said the blonde shouldn't be spared from anything and he would assign them missions that could be dangerous once Naruto had settled. Normally, they had to test if the blonde was worthy of being Anbu, but things were different here. One could say the blonde was being given special treatment, but she was an Anbu. She didn't ask questions. She merely did as she was told by her superior. Naruto merely nodded and allowed the woman to take him to be branded. Once that was done, she took him away and they appeared in a place surrounded by trees. Nico disappeared into thin air as a masked man flashed in front of Naruto. The man quickly flashed his right foot towards Naruto's face. When the kick connected, the blonde burst into a murder of crows. The crows cried as they begun to gather a distance back. Naruto appeared. Through his mask, he looked up. Always be aware of your surroundings, because enemies are like to ambush you. Anbu are always thrown into dangerous missions and in foreign territory. This comes essential for survival and the success of a mission. Naruto looked at his front. The Anbu that had attacked had disappeared. I'm not a good sensor, but there should be 3 of you around the trees. I guess I should play along. Having said that, the blonde completely vanished. A few minutes later, Naruto was staring at Nico, Tiger, and Panther. These were his teammates and part of the group he was joining, Squad Nico, they called themselves, and he was the newbie, Fox. Introduce yourself, Nico said, having done all other things and with the others having introduced themselves. Fox, Naruto merely said in a blank tone. The Sandaime must have surely given them his file. So there was no need to add into that detail. Besides, wearing this mask, he wasn't Uzumaki Naruto, but just Fox. Welcome to the team, Fox, Nico said. Meet us atop of the hospital at 7 p.m. sharp. We will begin training exercises while on patrol duty. In any team, trust amongst team members is essential. We already know each other, but we don't know you. For this team to be successful, you must know and trust us and we must know and trust you. Naruto merely nodded. That was unexpected, but he could understand. I will take my leave then, the blonde said before disappearing in small gusts of wind. We have received a handful one here, Tiger said. It was impossible to tell if he was disappointed or displeased that they'd received a kid as a new teammate. Possibly, Panther agreed. But at least he is quiet and seems to know his way around a battlefield. We won't have much babysitting to do. We will see more when we go out tonight, Nico said. She stared at Panther. Don't plan anything outrageous. Chapter 9. BK landed on the ground in a crouched position with his hands touching the ground, his head facing up to look above him. An opponent was standing on a tree branch looking at him with a grin. The expression on his face could not be seen by the assailant because of his mask. Konoha must be getting desperate by making children Anbu, the man said calmly, still standing on the tree branch. BK didn't say anything. He merely took a standing position as he readied for another attack. He didn't have to win this battle, just hold enough for the others to arrive at his location. He wouldn't need to attack if that was the case. Stalling meant he just had to avoid getting hit and run around a bit but not get too far away from this location. He had plenty of speed to be able to run about, but the man before him was a strong shinobi and he would eventually catch him if he just ran about. He had to think. The black-haired man suddenly jumped down from the tree and landed on both his feet. Not going to talk to me, are you? He said, taking a few steps towards BK. Afraid of death. Talking would kill some time, BK decided. With that in mind, he placed his right hand in his right pocket and responded. It's a little difficult to try to talk to a man who is trying to kill you, he responded calmly, even though faced by the situation before him. The man only seemed to widen his smile because of BK's response. Anbu are truly well-trained dogs, the man said calmly. To be able to talk so calmly without any fear in your tone. Truly impressive given that you're just a brat. Why are you doing this? BK asked calmly. The man didn't respond to the question, he just blurred out of sight. BK went on guard as he stretched his senses out wide to be able to follow the man's movements. Seeing that the man was a bit too fast, BK threw a smoke bomb on the ground, setting it off. The bomb exploded quickly and covered his body in a cloud of smoke. The man he sensed the enemy landing in front of him, BK pushed chakra into his knees and jumped up to avoid the man. Got you. That was what BK heard as he was grabbed by his right foot as he was trying to jump away from the smoke. Had no time to give any reaction as the man pulled him down, slamming him down the ground on his back. He winced as his body brutally crashed into the ground, leaving his print there. It won't be fun if you keep running away, the man said grinning, jumping down at BK, with his right fist charging towards BK's chest. BK rolled away as the man neared, missing him. The powerful punch crashed through the ground, creating a small boom as it raised small amount of debris. BK quickly jumped upside down, standing on both his hands while the man was still down the ground, with his fist still embedded on the ground. He twisted around, using his hands as balance and sent a spinning kick towards the man. The opponent saw it coming and crouched down the ground, facing the upside-down redhead. He grinned as he slid his right foot through the ground, trying to kick the Anbu's hands from the ground in order to put him off balance. BK bended his hands a bit as he pushed chakra into his elbow muscles and jumped off quickly as his opponent's sweep slid through below. Flipping twice, BK went on to land on the ground on his knees and looked at his opponent once more. The man straightened himself and looked at the masked Anbu with a smile. You're pretty good. I guess Konoha isn't that desperate, he said. Once again he blurred out of BK's sight. The masked Anbu's reflexes kicked in as the black-haired enemy appeared behind him, with his right foot traveling through the air in tremendous speed, charging towards his temple. BK held his hands in front of his head in a cross position. The kick slammed into his defense. Although it didn't break, he was sending flying away due to the man's power. As he was being carried by the momentum of the kick, BK flipped several times in order to regain his balance as he knew he was going to hit a tree behind him. That would be a painful experience, one he would rather avoid. As the tree edged closer, BK pushed chakra into his feet and positioned them to hitting the tree instead of his body. The chakra helped him stick on the tree's trunk. Before he could even release himself once landing, the black-haired shinobi flashed in front of him, above the ground. The man twisted around, before sending a right-footed kick aimed at BK's chest. The Anbu burst into a murder crows, avoiding the blow that would have glued him to the tree branch. BK landed on the ground just behind the man and held out his kodachi as the man quickly recovered without even looking pained after his foot slammed into the tree trunk. The man rushed at BK once more, holding a kunai. Both his feet landed in front of BK as he slashed horizontally. BK held his blade well to block the slash. When the man attempted a side strike, BK channeled wind into his sword and also swung his sword towards the kunai. The Kodachi cleanly cut through the kunai without any troubles, greatly surprising the enemy shinobi. BK used the surprise to his advantage by channeling chakra into his right foot as he twisted around and slammed his foot around the man's waist level. The chakra-enhanced kick sent the man away from BK, but he was quick to recover. BK didn't give the man a chance to make the first move. He twisted around to face the man. He threw 2 smoke bombs in front of him. As they exploded, the Anbu did a couple of hand seals. Futon, great wind breakthrough. The redhead Anbu released gusts of winds that sped towards the man. The powerful gusts carried the smoke that BK had made when he ignited the smoke bombs. As the jutsu traveled in tremendous speed, peeling the ground as it caused debris to pick up, BK followed the attack by throwing 2 explosives tags, hidden in the smoke. Earth style, mud wall. The black-haired man shouted as he raised a wall of earth from the ground to shield himself from the gusts of wind. The jutsus clashed, and the defensive jutsu held firm, until BK ignited the explosive tags, causing a loud explosion to rock through the trees as it shattered the mud all. The man was blown back slightly. BK suddenly appeared in front of the man, holding his Kodachi in a reverse grip. He swung the blade from his right side, charging it towards the man's chest, in a slight upward slash. The man leaned back slightly before ducking under the strike. He took 2 steps towards in a second and slammed a powerful punch towards the Anbu's chest, knocking the wind out of his lungs as he was picked up from the ground by the power of the punch. Before the Anbu could be sent backwards, the man grabbed him by his face and brutally slammed him to the ground. The man took out a kunai and tried to stab BK through his chest, but the Anbu stopped the blow by the side of his Kodachi. BK breathed in some air and released a wind bullet that crashed into the man's body head-on, sending him flying backwards. The redhead Anbu quickly recovered. He wiped the blood leaking from his mouth and made a distance from the man. As he landed a distance away, he frowned behind his mask. He was trying so hard to show that he was beginning to tire out. This was a bit taxing, even though he had been trying to avoid using any jutsus that would consume a lot of chakra from him and take away his stamina. He was very thankful that he was a jinchuriki, otherwise, he would have been worn out already. He would have to trick the man and use his trump card I order to disable the man. At least the conditions had already been set. He really didn't want to end up revealing it now. The black-haired man took a step toward BK, but was stopped when kunai suddenly flashed past his face in blinding speed, causing him to jump back slightly. The moment he landed on the ground, 3 Anbu landed around him silently. They just appeared out of nowhere. BK allowed his body to fall down on his butt and winced as he did. He closed his eyes as he counted the seconds. The moment he opened them, the man was down on his knees, bound. He released a long breath and dispelled the clone that was hiding. Nico walked up to him and offered him her hand. "Sorry we are late. Things turned out to be a lot more difficult than we expected," she said as BK took her hand, standing up with his Kodachi on his left hand. "I can imagine so, but you came up right time," he said calmly. "You managed to do well on your own though. We came here in a hurry when we realized that the man was stronger than we originally thought," Nico said. "I'm glad you managed though. I was a little worried about taking you out on your first mission," Tiger said as he patted the small Anbu on the back in a friendly gesture. "But to be able to hold out against a Jonin-level shinobi is impressive." BK played his efforts down. "The man had underestimated me a little bit and he wasn't that smart. I just had to think a bit, and after sparring with a Sanin you learn a few things." BK turned towards the man and asked, "What are we going to do about him?" "We have to first move out of here to a new location before we continue with our mission. A fight has occurred around here. We are not sure there is anyone else around this place. We need some rest after fighting." It was understandable, BK thought. Even he could not go on the mission with the way his body felt. He needed to nurse his body a bit and relax his muscle before they went on their true mission. This had just been an annoyance that stood in the way. It wasn't the only obstacle that had stood in the way. Their group had been ambushed by a number of shinobi and they had been forced to separate. Being the weakest, he was forced to take on only one opponent while the others took on multiple opponents. Things would not always go according to plan. That was what he had been taught during the training regimes. He may have perfected the Anbu look and learned to control his emotions, but there had been still too much that he didn't know about, and that was why he had to be taught by his lively teammates. Well, the others were. The captain wasn't all lively as the other two. "You can run for about any hour, yes? We need to make as much distance as we can with this place. Some people might be after us again and we can't afford to be held back from reaching the rendezvous place with the other team. BK looked back to the captain who had spoken. I can go on, he said calmly. Nico nodded. She had Tiger write a letter and summon a messenger bird. The bird was sent back to Konoha with a location of where they would camp. Once that was done, the squad disappeared from the trees along with the man they had subdued. About an hour and a half later. The long way towards the borders of the fire country just away from the Valley of End had been a fast and silent one. The four had focused simply on running towards the borders instead of talking. Chatting about this and that would come after they'd reached their location. This will be good enough, Nico said, causing the others to come to a halt as they landed on the ground, leaving the high ground of the trees. Their prisoner was bound to a tree with chains and Nico focused on her team once more. Let's check the parameters. We don't want any surprises. Come back in 5 minutes tops so that we can rest. Hi. The three saluted before disappearing into thin air. Once they were gone, Nico looked back at the man they had held with a frown. He was a missing nin from Sunagakure. She could recognize the face any time of the day. BK hadn't realized it because he was new and had probably not read other villages' bingo books. If the boy had been an overconfident idiot, he may have been killed and his mother would have killed her, at least that is what she feared. They had not recognized the man to be a missing nin when he sped off. But there was no other choice either way. BK couldn't handle a group of shinobis. Perhaps he could hold them back with his clones, but they were Anbu, they had to save up their energy because their world was dangerous and they had yet to complete their mission. It would be failure for them to run out of energy before they could reach their destination. The 5 minutes went by and the three returned. Both recorded clear sides and Nico accepted their reports before she had them gather around. You must be wondering how those people must have known that we were coming. Panther was first to speak. The ambush was well planned. We didn't notice anything until we were forced into separation. They must have known that we were coming, but how did that leak out? Our mission is highly classified, and I doubt there is a spy in our ranks, Tiger added confidently. The leak may not have come from our side and it may not be a leak at all, BK gave his own sense after going through some of his thoughts. Just because they knew we were coming, doesn't mean someone from our side told them. Nico nodded in agreement with BK. We are dealing with another group from the other side and our mission is the retrieval of the intel that has been gathered. It is possible that the person was forced to send a mission to Konoha or they allowed him to send and then captured him. We are dealing with a spy here. If he was caught with his message, they are likely to assume that he has sent the message. Not to mention we are dealing with Orochimaru here, Tiger added. This may be a trap, Nico said, taking out a headband from one of the men she had dealt with. This is the headband I got from one of those men. It is from the sound. Knowing Orochimaru, he may have captured our spy and sent those to their deaths. Either way, we don't know anything, but have no choice but to still go through with this, Panther said in a firm tone. They were Anbu, this was a necessary step in order to complete their mission. They could be valuable intel that would lead them into stopping Orochimaru and understanding more about the Akatsuki. We have to make a plan though. Once we have rested enough, we will have to make way, Nico said. Behind his mask, BK frowned at the thought of walking into a trap. He really didn't like the thought, but this was a mission and he was a newbie. He had to follow instructions of the captain. But what if they were going to walk into a dangerous trap? How would they escape that trap? BK wasn't about to risk everything with just plan A and B, there had to be plan C and even D for that matter. What was worse was not knowing what they would come across. It just made him remember that jutsu he assured himself he would only use for his mother's safety. He didn't even carry the damn kunai with him because he'd only made one of those. But he did know the seal, so he could apply it with his chakra. BK didn't want to end up using the jutsu, but if everything forced him to do so, he would have no choice. The mission wasn't so difficult. Really, they just had to go in the Sound Country and retrieve intel from one of their own. There was a squad that had gone to gather the intel, but all other members had been lost in the mission and the last one had said he was hiding in the Sound but could not travel back because he was injured. The Sandaime had warned them that they might come across trouble since this was Orochimaru's territory, but BK had not thought things would reach this point. If they had gone smoothly, things may have been working well for them and the mission would have been less dangerous than it had become. Perhaps there was more to the mission than the Sandaime was saying. As far as BK was informed, Anbu didn't question the orders they were given. They simply did as they were told to do. It was possible that the mission could not be as they were told and there was more to things than the Sandaime was letting on. BK wouldn't put it past the old man to do something like that. He was always plotting after all, and people thought he was too peaceful and weak. BK snorted at the thought. After an hour of resting and when the group was ready to cross the borders, they were stopped by another squad of Anbu from the Hidden Leaf. Friendlies, no need to be on guard. It was too faster to say that the message had reached Konoha and they had deployed. The distance from here and Konoha couldn't be covered in just 3 hours without rest. The captain of the squad walked over to Nico as the others remained behind, not willing to start a conversation with their colleagues. It almost felt as if there was some hostility between the two groups. Judging by your appearance, it seems that you have come across sound shinobi and battled them, the Anbu monotonously said to Nico. The purple-haired Anbu nodded. We battled them a few kilometers back, but managed to fend them off. This missing nin was among them, she said calmly. So it is true that Orochimaru is using missing nins to form his military power. They mostly have nowhere to run to, and being hunted by hunter nins is not a joy for anyone unless you're an S-rank criminal. In any case, we will take care of matters, but since this was your catch, the price to his head will be handed to you, the bird-masked Anbu stated. Nico nodded. She was happy she didn't have to start a fight over the pay. How did you know about the sound shinobi? After you left, we received new intelligence from Jiraiya-sama and that the mission that had been upgraded to S rank. The Sandaime Hokage sent us to back you up should have engaged enemies before our arrival or take over the mission if you have not crossed the borders, the Anbu said, handing Nico a scroll. This is your new mission. We will handle this one. Behind her mask, Nico frowned, but she took the scroll. She didn't open it. So our message may have yet to reach the Sandaime or may have reached him. Well, it matters not anyway with things like this, she said calmly. She wasn't about to be accused of insubordination by refusing the Sandaime's orders. She was going to handle the new mission they had been given. She figured the mission was just the Sandaime's way of making it up to them for taking this mission after giving it to them. They had made the start, it would be cruel to send them back home just like that. Nico shook her head when the man before her just motioned for his team to untie the man they had tied to a tree and disappeared without leaving a trace. How did they manage to track us so quickly? Panther asked. If they didn't get that message, then it must mean that they didn't know about our location and had just tracked us down. So quickly? BK asked with a raised brow behind his mask. If it had been easy, they would have found us before we even engaged the sound shinobi. They received the message after we left. It couldn't have been too long after we left. An hour at most. Nico nodded. They must have been traveling faster than us because their mission was to catch us before we crossed the borders. We were not traveling at our fastest speeds and were spent time fighting and resting here, she said before adding. They have an Inuzuka in their group anyway. Their noses are rather sharp, especially for one who has been in Anbu for a little too long. What is the new mission, though? Panther asked, his eyes looking at the scroll on Nico's right hand. The woman opened the scroll and read it before speaking. There is a group of bandits who kidnapped women from the Fire Capital. They are suspected to be linked to a mercenary group and someone from the Fire Countries Council. Their last movements were sighted towards Tanzaku town. Our mission isn't to take them out but to find out if they really have a connection with the man from the council. Good place. Tanzaku, that is, Panther said in a dreamy tone. It would make sense why they would go to that town. It would be easy to pick up stray cats. The masked Anbu looked at Nico waving his hands. I don't mean you, he said quickly. Nico merely shook her head. We should set out now so that we can be there by evening. I will relay further details once we reach the town, the captain said. Let us head out. Hi. The four disappeared after that salute. Tanzaku town. Only one room had been booked for their stay. It was a room for one person that would accommodate all four. They were not planning on staying for too long and this room was to be used as their little meeting room. BK had a complaint about this though. Why do I have to pay for this room? Money was not unlimited to him. Senju riches were not that much and they were disappearing, although his mother has failed to mention it. Soon enough, they would have to depend on his earnings as a shinobi, and so he could not afford to be wasting money. We didn't have something like this planned, Nico said. And none of us came here with enough money. She managed to keep her tone flat as she said those words. So, if I didn't have any money, we'd be camping out in the forest, BK said with a shake of his head. Well, this was not planned. What now? We will all hit different places around the town and meet back here at 11 p.m. sharp, Nico said looking at BK. You have been taught the basics about gathering intel, can you handle this? There might be some shinobi involved. And given that this involves a member of the government, we have to be careful and our information has to be concrete, or they might be a political scandal if our information proves to be false. Our information confirms that they are indeed in this town. So we have to search for who is leading the charges. If they are here, they will be scouting all the places this time and will strike at midnight. If we find who and where, we will be able to send a report to Konoha, Tiger said, sounding all too serious. Can I suspect that we were sent here because someone from the council will also be in this town? Yes, Nico said. You guys go on your own, BK and I will find this official and tail him, she said, taking out a picture. If you see him before we do, tail him. Avoid using chakra and revealing anything. We don't want to tip them off. Hi, Panther and Tiger saluted before both vanished. Nico audibly sighed as she sat down on the edge of the bed. While I know they won't do anything to risk the mission, I know those two will no doubt try to have fun while they are at it. Well, as long as they get the job done. Is it wrong to have fun? BK asked, looking straight at the woman. Nico shook her head. No, she said. But not while on a mission. A mission is a mission. They can have their fun back at Konoha, there are no shortages of fun places, she said with a shake of her head, as if she was trying to shake off some thoughts. BK seemed to think for a few moments before speaking. I heard that the job of Black Ops can be stressing, and that people have many ways of coping with the experiences of the things that they have to do and see. He paused, tilting his head to the side. Is going all out for fun their way of coping with the difficulties of Anbu? Nico stared at BK for a few moments, thinking. Within the time she has been spending with the young Anbu, she has learned that his file was not exaggerating when it said he was really smart. He was very perceptive even and did really well to hide his emotions. He fitted in well with the way of the Anbu perfectly and didn't seem to object to what came with the life of an Anbu. Don't you want to rest? We can continue with this conversation once darkness has descended. I prefer to work with a clear head, Nico said. There will be hardly any activities now, BK said looking through the window. I can force myself to sleep until the night reaches us. It won't be long though. The sun is already setting, he said looking back into the room. The young Anbu climbed into the bed with Nico looking at him strangely. He picked his side and lay facing up, mask still on with his hands on his chest. What are you doing? Nico asked. She was going to take the bed. He was still a kid, but she was conscious of the fact that he was a shinobi, male and most of all an Anbu. He had gone through some Anbu lessons. Age hardly mattered at this stage. BK raised an eyebrow behind his mask. Preparing to take a nap, he said calmly. I paid for this room, it's only logical that I take the bed. He turned his head towards Nico. You've been Anbu for too long, should you have a problem with taking a nap with me? Nico blinked. He would suggest that she sleep in the same bed with her? Did he not know anything? What was she even thinking anyway? Naruto was still just a kid. She shook her head. If it will make you comfortable, you can put a wall between us and tie me with a chain, I won't mind, BK said calmly. I'm taking my nap. He went silent after saying those words. Nico stared for a few moments. She shook her head, at least those two were not watching. It would be troublesome if they were watching and she would never hear the end of it. Later. Nico looked at BK with a raised brow. He was transformed into a slender young man with black hair, wearing civilian clothes. Perhaps that is what she could call a perfect disguise. It wasn't genjutsu that one would see through it, but a transformation and the young Anbu had displayed to be able to keep at it for a long time. She wouldn't have to worry about him allowing it to slip through while they were on their mission. The Anbu captain shook her head as her eyes strayed away from the, admittedly good-looking, young man and looked at the road ahead of them. Why am I acting as your girlfriend again? Because it makes much more sense than a careless parent walking into a bar with her son, BK said calmly. I have 10 clones searching around for our suspect and a few inconveniences that may be suspicious. We can sit at a bar and enjoy ourselves. Nico was silent for a few moments. Naruto either didn't notice or didn't care about her discomfort at the idea. He may have transformed into an adult, but underneath, he was still a kid. The woman sighed. This was a mission. This was at least better than being hooked up a drug old fart while searching for information. No funny moves, she said to BK. The young man looked at her with a raised eyebrow. I will make moves when I'm drunk. You should know better than anyone that when you try to say no and I'm being forceful, some people will come in to save the day. From the intel we got from Tiger, one of the abductors will be in the bar. It's likely that he will be the first to make a move to save you from this drunk fool and act nicely to take you back to your room. Nico stared at the young Anbu for a minute or so. You thought that by yourself? I feel like I'm not the captain anymore. BK smiled. You may be afraid to take the measures you'd normally take with others because I'm still a kid, but I'm showing that this kid has the mind of an adult. The body lacks growth, but the mind is mature. I understand things fully, but this is a mission. Nico sighed. I'd considered the thought, But since you don't have a problem with it, we can go on with it, she said calmly. Shall we? She asked with a smile, holding out her right hand. BK smiled beautifully and took the hand. Call me Shiro, he said to the woman. I'll still with Nico. It fits when being playful. As in my little Nico. The fact that she actually agreed with that made Nico thank the gods that both Tiger and Panther were not with them. The two walked into the crowded bar. Noisy was the first that came into Naruto's mind, but he would have to bear with it for the success of the mission. The two made their way towards the counter and paid for a few drinks before settling out to a corner. Nico did a silencing seal as the two settled down. Found him, she said. Left from the entrance, past 4 tables, he isn't alone. BK didn't look, he merely nodded. Panther is also here, he said. I'm guessing those others are associates of his. How were those two able to find them so quickly anywhere? Their camp, when they left us, they went on to do a clean sweep in the outskirts of the town and found the camp. With Panther here, we will just have to sit here and wait for your clones to find our target and we will move out. No more acting, Nico said. Disappointing, BK said. I was looking forward to it. The experience would have been worth it, he said, picking up a bottle of beer and then opened it. I was wondering why the Sandaime said not to shield you from anything, Nico said. You seem ready to do anything, she said. BK put the bottle back on the table after putting it on his mouth. He didn't drink, just made it look like he was drinking. His mother had said no sake until he was 18. He had to hold on until then. 6 blocks from here, a small dumpling stand. Let us not wait here anymore. Panther will handle things here, Nico said as she stood up holding one bottle. Your camera ready? It will be needed to take the pictures that will be our proof. BK nodded. It is ready, he said calmly as he stood up as well. The two made their way out of the bar and disappeared. They appeared a block away from the stand, the target they were looking for. Nico decided it was best they stayed there. As long as they could get some pictures to prove their case, then it was all right. Their mission was to get the proof and report back to the Hokage, nothing more and nothing less. Is it often that high-ranking officials do something like this? BK asked as he sat atop of a building with Nico by his side. They already have money and power. What more do they want? Even a millionaire will tell you it is not enough. These people are always looking for more, and with their positions, it is really easy to do it and hide it, Nico said. We have had missions in which we had to get rid of corrupt officials and make it look like it was a paid assassin. These kind of scumbags are the worst though. Some just steal money, but these are the worst. BK looked at Nico for a moment. At least we can confirm that he is connected with the bandits. He looked thoughtful for a moment. Why don't we just capture him and interrogate him? That man he is with is in the pictures Tiger gave us. Not our orders, Nico said. We just have to gather information. I'm assuming the Sandaime Hokage has been looking at this for some time, and with high-ranking officials, you have to be careful. Sometimes even exposing them doesn't do it. In most cases, this is where we come in. BK was silent for a few moments before he responded in a calm tone. I'm guessing the Sandaime wants to give the evidence as a gift to the daimyo when we go to see him. I'm sure when we return, I will only have time to rest and then we will depart to see the man. Scheming old man, Naruto thought. You're really smart for someone your age. Ridiculously so, Nico said quietly. Yet from what I hear, you don't appear to have any goals. When I was your age, I had dreams. Everyone has dreams. We all do. That is true, BK said calmly. We all have dreams. I'm guessing the Sandaime has also given you another mission to keep watch of me during missions. In Anbu, there must be an S-rank file about Uzumaki Naruto. Nico said nothing. It is nothing to worry about. When I joined Anbu, I knew he would do something like this. I'm not just his successor's son, but I'm also a jinchuriki. It's only logical that he would like to keep an eye on me, especially when I have little regard to human life, the young Anbu stated. Can you do something for me? What? We never had this conversation and keep. He trailed off when his camera lenses showed him that the man was now moving. Are we going to follow him? Yes, Nico said. We will keep tailing him for 2 days at least. We will have to know more about the connection with the bandits and other illegal business he is conducting. We will, however, send the location of the bandit camp to Konoha before midnight. By morning, the Sandaime should be sending a team to handle it. 2 days later. Konoha. The mission was done and dusted, and the team had returned to Konoha. Nico alone had gone to report to the Hokage while the others went to Anbu HQ to change and sign off for some time off. Naruto looked into his mask for a few moments before placing everything in his locker, having changed back into his favored clothing. If you were old enough, we'd invite you for some drinks, Tiger said walking past Naruto. Well, see you next mission, Black Knight. When did that name even come from? He preferred it over Fox. The code name was just literal with him. He did host a 9-tailed fox inside his body. Ino had called him her Black Knight, and so he decided BK would be his preferred code name, and the guys were more than happy to accommodate him. Perhaps they understood the situation that surrounded him. Well, they were Anbu, and what he held was known to them and most of the population. Naruto nodded at his two comrades. Yay, he said. As the blonde was ready to leave, Nico appeared before him. The Sandaime wishes to speak to you, she said. Naruto frowned. He was looking forward to seeing his mother. It hadn't been the longest that he was separated from her. Jiraiya had once done something cruel by taking him away from his mother, saying they would only be gone for 2 days, but that turned out to be a month. Naruto had been tempted to use Shisuiza to compel the Sannin to take him back to his mother when all attempts to get the man to take him back had proved to be fruitless. Well, it was better to get this done and over with. Contemplating about it will only waste more time, and he wanted to go home. The blonde looked back at Nico and nodded before responded. I'll go see him now. Having said that, the blonde disappeared from Nico's sight and appeared in the Sandaime's office. The third smiled at Naruto. Happy to see the blonde once again. Inside he really did have so many questions though. The most troubling was, what was Naruto playing at? The Anbu protecting his mother had been taken through some extensive questioning. Even so, Naruto has never trusted his mother's safety with anyone. What was different this time? Was it simply because he trusted his word enough to believe that the Anbu he assigned for the protection of his mother would give his life for her if necessary? The Sandaime didn't think that it was enough, yet Naruto was willing to permit it. He was willing to leave the village and leave the side of a woman he had once looked at anyone who tried to break them apart with contempt. He had issued the orders, but the blonde hadn't fought him over it. There had to be something that the old man was missing. It is every child's dream to protect their parents, and while Naruto took it to the extreme, it couldn't be that all his dreams ended there. There had to be something that the blonde desired. It gave the third a headache since he could not figure out. It worried him even knowing that there was some darkness within Naruto. Hiruzen shook his head and strengthened his smile as he focused on Naruto. How was your first mission outside the village? The Sandaime asked nicely. Fine, Naruto said. The ambush we encountered made it interesting. Though the part in Tanzaku town was a bit interesting as well, it was nothing thrilling. Missions weren't supposed to be for fun. Naruto understood that the Sandaime was asking him about the difficulty of the mission. The response he gave would cover that as well. It wasn't that difficult, and if it wasn't because he had been curious about what Anbu actually did when trying to gather intel, he would have probably found it dull. Naruto was sure both Tiger and Panther would agree with him. Gathering intelligence can be challenging depending on time and place. Say you're doing it in another hidden village, there are risks of being caught while doing it, and once caught, you will be taken through interrogation or even killed. Naruto merely nodded. That is what the captain was saying, he said, tilting his head to the side. What is it that you wanted to speak to me about? He tried to be polite when asking. Your second mission, the Sandaime said. I'm sure you've already figured that I want to give this intelligence to the feudal lord as a present. I just suspected it to be the case knowing that we are going to visit him, the blonde said calmly. The third nodded with a smile. He wasn't surprised the least. He had expected the blonde to work things out. We will visit the daimyo in 3 days. I do hope my present will be enough to work some magic with him, and provided you play your part, we will both return happy. There was really no need to remind him. Naruto didn't even bother to respond to the Sandaime after he had spoken. Was the anything else, Sandaime-sama? Sarutobi shook his head. You can go, I'm sure your mother is waiting for you, he said smiling. Naruto nodded and flashed away. A few minutes after Naruto left, Danzo walked into the office. For the first time he didn't have to shake his head because he had called the War Hawk. I was beginning to think that you were not going to come, he said idly. I had some other matters to handle, Danzo responded calmly. What is it? The Sandaime Hokage opened one of his drawers and took out a file. A squad of Anbu was assigned to a mission to fetch one of our agents who was stranded in the Sound. He was carrying valuable intel about Iwagakure and the Akatsuki, as well as about Orochimaru's activities. It has been a few days and I have not heard anything from them. Gather your men them on a retrieval mission. Danzo accepted the file the Sandaime was giving him with a blank look on his face. I'll get it done, the man said. I hope you do. Is there anything else I should know? Danzo asked as he prepared to take his leave. It was a surprise that his former teammate was giving him the mission. Then again, nobody has ever argued that his men were not effective in doing their job. It could also be that the Sandaime didn't want to lose any more of his men. If they were dealing with Orochimaru, they could be dead already or being held captive to be used for his experiments. Danzo had worked with the Sannin before and he knew how Orochimaru operated. Even though much of the intel had nothing to do with him, he would still keep things tight just to mess with his sensei and to hold all the cards. He really should have been eliminated when he fled the village. Danzo had stated that Orochimaru was too dangerous to be left alone, but who listened to him? And now they were making moves because the former Konoha shinobi had formed a village. Everything you need to know is the file, the Sandaime Hokage said quietly. Naruto's house. When Naruto got back home after making a stop at Ikaraku to get some takeaway ramen, he found his mother in conversation with Mikoto. It was something that had become a daily occurrence. It was understandable. The woman was the only one who was her really good friend. He was beginning to understand and see the value of friendship. Without anyone to hang out with, his mother would be spending all her days by herself. Naruto had come to realize that even though his mother didn't have a problem with spending time with him, and enjoyed it every much more than anything, she also needed to be with people her age to talk about things she cannot talk with him. Understanding that had come with conflicted feelings, but it brought him a much brighter understanding of how things worked in this world. Everything explained why she had been insisting back then that he make friends. She knew that she could not be by his side all times. There would be times she had to go out and be with other women. Without friends, he would be home alone bored, and if that was the case, she could not really enjoy her life if knew he was home alone, bored. Naruto didn't want that for his mother. Hence he had come to understand that friends were necessary. He didn't know how to make them, but he would try to make friends, for his sake and his mother's happiness. He was a little cold to be caring about his happiness even though his mother continuously tells him to make his life enjoyable and have fun. Naruto, Kushina said happily as Naruto walked in the living room, holding his hot ramen. When did you get back? Although she sounded happy and looked happy to see him, she didn't walk up to him to give him a hug or anything like that. She just stayed on the couch, with the smiling Mikoto by her side. Naruto wondered if something was wrong. Perhaps she was resisting because Mikoto was present. He shook his head. It wasn't like that. It was probably one of those tough love treatments. She had been working to get him to learn to be away from her and break away some attachment. It didn't make Naruto happy, but a rational sense in him reasoned that it had to be done because now that he was growing up and he wouldn't always be in his mother's presence. When he grew up, affection wouldn't be shown in the same way as when he was just a child. Naruto looked at his mother, pushing his thoughts to the back of his head. Not too long ago, he said smiling before greeting Mikoto. How was the mission? It went fine, Naruto said as he sat down. There wasn't anything that proved to be bothersome and we didn't do much fighting, the blonde said to Mikoto who had asked the question. You both seem good. We are, both said simultaneously. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That was a first. He placed his ramen on the small coffee table and looked between his mother and Mikoto. I'm glad, he said smiling. Mikoto looked at Kushina for a moment before she stood up. It was Kushina who spoke. Naruto, walk her out. She wants to speak to you, the redhead Uzumaki said calmly. Naruto stared at his mother. He had just returned from a mission and he wanted to spend some time with her, and this was how things were going to go? He thought she would be more than happy to make up for lost time, but this was normal for other people but abnormal for this family. Things didn't work out like that. It is important that I do, Mikoto said quietly. Before Naruto could say anything, Kushina stood up as well and spoke. I'll be taking my leave. I have a date with Ino's mother at the hot springs. I might return home a little while later, the woman said smiling. She waved her hand and walked away. Staring at his mother's back with an expressionless mask on his face, Naruto spoke. This is just wrong, he said. Mikoto looked amused. Your mother does have a life, you know. She is your beloved mother and nothing will change that, but she does have to do things that make her happy without you. Being with friends and enjoying her time away can also be relaxing. Naruto frowned at that. It was still wrong. To think that his mother would do something like this. Naruto had never thought of the possibility, but it was happening and he had to deal with it in a way that wouldn't ruin her happiness. He did want to see his mother after all. He should be happy that she was enjoying her life and would return to him in the end of the day because he was her family. What is it that you wish to talk to me about? Naruto asked. He suspected it had something to do with both her sons. The woman did know about Itachi's mission and that he knew. It has never been a secret to them and they had talked about it. It was the reason the woman called him her hero. The thought still made Naruto happy till this day, to be called a hero even though he hadn't done much. He had merely talked Itachi into making a rational decision. Walk with me. Naruto looked at his ramen for a moment before looking back at Mikoto. He nodded at her request and followed her as they exited the house. I never did ask your mother, why do you keep changing places? Sometimes you're here, sometimes you're at the Senju compound. Naruto didn't need to think about the answer. The compound is too big for just 2 people, and although it is home, it can never replace this house. This has been our home for a long time and it has so many memories. Besides, in terms of security, it has the best. Mikoto nodded in understanding. That makes sense, she said. But it will still be useful when you do start working on reviving the Uzumaki clan. She paused and looked at the blonde, who was walking on her right side. Wouldn't it be better to make the move permanent when you do try to do that? Naruto appeared to think for a moment before he responded. I have never given that much of a thought, he said quietly. The thought to revive the clan was still there. He could not get away from that. Think about it, Mikoto said. When was the last time you spoke to Itachi? Naruto looked into the sky as he walked for a few moments before looking at the road ahead. At least I know no one keeps surveillance on us while in the village. It would be dangerous to speak of this matter as Anbu can read lips, the blonde said quietly. He was Anbu, he knew how those people operated, and since they didn't know about Itachi's mission, it was better they did not learn it from him. Anbu could keep secrets, but having them know means risking the truth to come out in the open. I forget that you're also Anbu, Mikoto said. If it's not safe, we can talk at my house. Sasuke is still at the academy. Naruto shook his head. It is all right. Although the Sandaime has a tendency to spy with his crystal ball, he doesn't hear words, and from this angle, he can't read our lips. I don't think he is watching us even. Mikoto looked at Naruto once again. It was obvious from that statement that he had yet to speak to the Sandaime about the matter, but she was sure that even though they don't speak about it, both knew the truth. She had yet to thoroughly speak about it with the old man either. It was just best with things kept this way. There was an agreement and it was better they didn't break it. Talking about it wouldn't change anything either way. I last spoke to Itachi a couple of months ago, but I do send him images of Sasuke. Pictures? Naruto shook his head. Itachi gave me Shisui's Sharingan to keep it safe and use it when it is necessary, but that isn't the only Sharingan he gave me to keep safe. Recently, Orochimaru attacked him and tried to take his body for the Sharingan, and he has been reluctant to keep it to himself, so he gave it to me since no enemy knows of our connection. Mikoto seemed to think about what Naruto had just said before she responded. Fugaku's eyes? Naruto nodded. Danzo took one of Shisui's eyes, and knowing that his father also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he took them in fear that Danzo would take them for his uses. I have them both, implanted 2 crows, just in case something happens. What do you plan to do with them? Itachi plans to die by Sasuke's hand to redeem the Uchiha and also help awaken Sasuke's Mangekyo. If something happens to Itachi's eyes before his fight with Sasuke and after, and in both cases Sasuke manages to awaken the Mangekyo, he will go blind. The eyes I have are to prevent that from happening. And? Naruto sighed. Use them against Sasuke in case he allows his hatred to consume him and ends up walking the wrong path. There is possibility that someone can manipulate him after learning the truth. If that happens, he can hate Konoha and seek its destruction. Well, if Sasuke was going to play in someone's palm, it would be his. He wasn't going to allow the Uchiha to be manipulated by anyone. It has proved to be a little difficult though, but Naruto would get it done. He had learned a lot from the Sandaime for someone like Sasuke to be beyond him. I see, Mikoto said quietly. So you use the Sharingan to send images to Itachi. Next time you write to him, tell him that I wish to speak to him. You're doing fine helping Sasuke, but I don't want him to grow up hating his brother in the way he does. Naruto merely nodded. I will get that done, he said. I guess I can also wait for Sasuke until he gets back from the academy. My mother is away, so there is nothing for me to do. Chapter 10. Naruto was standing atop of a tree branch, overlooking around 10 shinobi who were gathered around. It was nothing but a bunch of monkeys going through the count of their latest planned conquest. Humans really did disgust him. Pathetic low-life creatures that preyed on the weak and only sought nothing but pain and destruction to those they got their hands on. Humans had plenty of masks they could wear. If it was not the monkeys of Konoha, it was the demons that paraded around the elemental nations, enjoying their lives by violating others. Whether Konoha's people or not, humans were despicable monkeys. Naruto wasn't going to say that there were not those who were good people. It would be a lie to say everyone was evil and needed to be killed. There had been good people that he had seen and talked with. But these before him were trash. He wasn't going to waste time with them. Talking to them wasn't even an option. He had no need to speak to lowly insects. They could not understand each other. They spoke a different language, and all that was there was for him to squash the bugs before rejoining the Sandaime Hokage. Sighing thinly, Naruto took out his sword and jumped down the ground, landing on both his feet. He hadn't made a sound when he landed, but they were quick to notice his presence. "What the fuck do you want, brat?" Such a foul language. Well, it was to be expected. He was dealing with rotten pieces of trash that needed to be disposed of. He had their death warrants in his hands, and he would deliver it without fear or favor. That was why he was here anyway, and nothing more would make his itching hands stop. The blonde closed his eyes for a moment. He was alone with no one watching him. He could go wild. He didn't like going wild when there were people watching him. There would be a lot of questions that would annoy him if he were to go wild with people watching him. Annoying talk about his morals would have to be avoided at all costs. Naruto gripped his sword firmly before he took 3 steps towards the group. The movements were slow at first, but after more steps, he started running towards one man in particular. The shinobi raised his right foot, intent on smacking it with his face. Naruto bent down slightly, facing up as he slid below the high foot. As he was sliding, Naruto sharpened his sword with wind chakra before slashing it in one fast and fluid movement towards the man's balancing leg. The sword cut through flesh and bone as if were paper, and as soon as Naruto was behind the man, he straightened himself and held his sword in a reserve grip. The man whose leg he had cut just above the knee joint, blinked as blood begun to gush out of his leg. Huh? He couldn't feel pain, and he hadn't felt anything. He doubted anyone had seen anything. Pain shot through his leg and he cried as he started to lose his balance with the cut piece of his body separating from the rest. This forced him to fall towards Naruto. Naruto had anticipated this, and as the man was falling towards him, he stabbed him through the back without even looking. His sword pierced through the back around the lower regions and went through the front, appearing around the man's stomach. The blonde twisted the sword slightly, causing the man to cry out in pain. He grabbed the little piece of steel that was visible with his teeth gritted in silent curses and ushered harsh words from his lips. "What are you doing still standing there, you worthless pieces of shits? Get over here and attack this little bastard." He was holding the sword, and he knew he was going to die. He had lost his freaking right foot and blood was leaking out of his mouth. That sword had pierced through some essentials in the insides. He was certain he was going to die. At least he wanted to see the blonde chopped into pieces before that. Naruto reacted quicker than the people he saw as monkeys. He leaned forward as if he were falling forward before raising his left foot. He then kicked back, landing a hit on the man behind him. The kick forced the man to stumble forward. Because neither had let go of his sword, the man was cut through his hands by the blade of the sword as Naruto pulled it. The blonde straightened himself, and before he could think of making a move, he was forced to sidestep a punch driven towards his face. The blonde took a step to the left while twisting clockwise. He stopped on the side of the man, standing up on his side. He channeled chakra into his left foot and kicked out, well, more like stomped on the man's right leg, just around the knee. There was so much force behind the attack that there was sickening crack as the man's leg bended in ways it shouldn't. What followed then was another cry of pain. As the man was falling down the ground, clutching his broken leg, Naruto spun around before slamming his outstretched right foot on the man's temple. The kick connected with the forehead brutally and sent the man crashing towards a tree branch. "Why, you little bastard?" Another shouted, charging towards him. This time another followed the example. They were attacking him front and back. Naruto stood still for a moment. He jumped up when they were just a second from landing hits on him. His jump had been chakra enhanced, and had occurred quickly. The blonde outstretched both his feet once he had reached a good height. Both feet landed on the 2 attackers, sending them tumbling backwards. Naruto suddenly blurred away from between the 2. He appeared behind one of them, with his sword still in hand. He didn't waste time in driving it towards the back of his neck. The blade pierced through, appearing from the man's throat. Naruto removed the sword by pushing his latest victim towards his next. The man was trying to balance his footing but was still able to catch his bleeding ally. It sickened him seeing blood gushing out of his ally's throat. He tried putting his hand on the gash in order to stop the bleeding. His body froze when he felt something cold in his chest. He pushed his ally away and looked down, and as he did, blood began to drop out of his mouth. He saw a sword, sticking out of his chest. It had unmistakably pierced through his heart. How come he was still alive then? Naruto removed the sword and walked a couple of feet away from the falling man before flicking his sword to get rid of the blood on it. That was just about 6 remaining. Since they were weak, he wouldn't need to spend too much more time with them. Without any more thoughts, the blonde disappeared. 5 of the 6 were lying on the ground, dead, with just the remaining one held by Naruto's right grip. The blonde was able to lift up the tall man because he didn't have both his feet. Naruto had brutally cut them from the knees. He didn't mind the blood gushing out of the man. He channeled chakra into his finger muscles before snapping the man's neck. Without even batting an eyelash, he threw the body away from him and picked up his sword from the ground before sheathing it. A clone puffed up on his right. The blonde didn't have to tell it what to do. The orders were clear. The clone did Katen jutsu to burn the bodies as to remove evidence while Naruto left the scene, the brutality of his actions not even on his mind. They were just monkeys. He didn't care. I wonder what sort of plan the Sandaime will come up with if he gets a sniff of your thoughts, Kurama said in a calm tone, yet a sinister grin spreading through his large lips. Well, he already knows you have no value for human life. Naruto hadn't been intending to speak to the Baijuu, but since it had spoken, he could speak. He slowed his movements and landed on the ground, opting to walk instead, seeing that he was going to reach the Sandaime in a few minutes even in a walking pace. Tell me, do you think humans deserve to be let alone to their own devices? The more he thought about humans and their behavior, the more he thought that some humans didn't deserve to be allowed to live on their own devices. They needed to be controlled for them to stop causing trouble and living in the right way. When left alone, they just did despicable things to others. It was just better to just control them. Naruto had been thinking that humans needed to be managed for this world to be a better place. Left alone and they would just be doing the same thing over and over again regardless of how much the truth slapped them on their faces and how much they were led towards the correct path. That repetition of the same mistakes troubled Naruto greatly. Kurama was amused. Naruto was smart. He knew how to act in front of other people. If the Sandaime was thinking that there was just a little bit of darkness inside Naruto, then he was in for a shock. There was so much more that the blonde didn't even reveal to his mother, so much more that he was sure that cunning old man would freeze over before he could think of what to do. What, thinking of putting the whole world under your spell? Naruto shrugged indifferently. I am merely considering things. Konoha's population doesn't disgust me as it used to, but they can turn in at any moment and I still don't like them. In case something happens, I must have options. How about taking in everything without a question? You have been that lately. You even left your mother surrounded by those snakes. There is a time to listen and a time to take action. Right now, I am merely acting within my limits, the blonde said. Things in Konoha can change at any moment. Without the Sandaime Hokage, I will not be able to get what I want. That will be problematic. Kurama laughed. Is this why you're playing along with the old man? When he dies, someone you can't manipulate will take charge and you will no longer have the freedom to do what you want. The Baijuu paused for a moment. It almost makes me think that you'd be willing to manipulate Konoha's leadership in order to get what you want. Naruto didn't respond to the statement. The conversation was no longer going in the direction he had intended, and with the Baijuu not answering his question, there was no need to continue with it. And so, the blonde stopped talking and increased his pace slightly. The blonde reached the Sandaime's company minutes later with the old man being flanked by an Anbu. He hadn't questioned why the old man had sent him instead of the experienced Anbu walking beside him. Being that he was given an order, he had simply followed it without question. He could make out the Sandaime's reasons later on. The Sandaime Hokage smiled at Naruto, seeing him return in one piece. He was relieved that the blonde was okay, even though he had sent him knowing that he would return just fine. Naruto wasn't some weak shinobi who could be taken out just by anyone. Everything sorted out? Sarutobi asked, his eyes dancing around Naruto's form. Yes, the blonde responded quietly with a small nod. The Sandaime was curious about how Naruto went about his business, but the thought that came to mind was that Naruto killed everyone. Even though the blonde was this young, the Sandaime didn't have to worry about him getting all worked out over killing someone. Naruto wouldn't care and he wouldn't have sleepless nights over it. The blonde didn't care about other people after all. The Sandaime highly doubted he even saw those kind of people as humans. It was probable that he saw them as a waste of breath or just trash that was polluting the elemental nations. Getting rid of them was the only to go about it, and so there would be no regrets. The third Hokage was not really fine with that kind of thought. Really, the mindset bothered him and he was having a hard time trying to figure out how to go about things. He had Naruto enter Anbu because he believed more about the blonde would be exposed and he was beginning to see what needed to solved. He couldn't try to solve what he didn't know. But of course what he was discovering didn't make him the least happy. Naruto was someone who could grow into the perfect emotionless robot Danzo would rejoice to have in his possession. The only thing that made him stray away from Danzo's principle was that Naruto was willing to allow Konoha to burn if it meant protecting his mother. That was the greatest weakness Naruto had, his mother. "How has life in Anbu treating you?" the Sandaime said to strike up a conversation with the blonde. It was unusual these days. Naruto talked less with him when they were together. The conversations they usually had were dying little by little, and unless he engaged in a talk, Naruto entered the silent mode. The Sandaime thought it to be dangerous to allow someone with Naruto's mind to spend time in his thoughts. The Sandaime was willing to go as far as to say that the boy was a genius. Rasa had been nothing but full of praises for the blonde. But of course he did note if things were not handled carefully, the blonde would turn out to be dangerous. The Sandaime knew that firsthand before anyone. Perhaps the other person who knew this was Itachi. The Uchiha had had an understanding with Naruto and they had worked well together. Still, that didn't hide the dangers that Naruto posed. "Fine," Naruto said. He merely responded out of respect of the Sandaime Hokage. It was a waste of time for the old man to ask him the question when he knew he had people watching his movements. If he was struggling, then the old man would know. Well, that is if he allows something to slip. The possibilities of something like that happening were as rare as rain falling down in the village hidden in sand. "Just fine, huh?" The Sandaime Hokage paused for a moment before speaking again. "Well, I'm glad you're doing well. I have been meaning to ask, Jiraiya says your skills are low jonin at best, why is that?" Naruto raised an eyebrow at the question. "I don't follow," he said. That wasn't really true. He did get where the old man was going with things, but they had a policy that they ought to be clear with everything that they say. "While it is impressive that you've reached this level at this stage, I think someone of your genius should have been much stronger, especially when protecting your mother has been the reason you live," the Sandaime explained lightly. Naruto had also received training from him and Kakashi. Given how much the blonde liked to get his hands dirty when fighting for his mother, the Sandaime expected something much bigger than what the blonde was showing. Itachi had also trained him, and that Jiraiya had done so as well. During the years he was away, he focused on his training. It hadn't been a training regime that a normal person could survive. Naruto had been pushing himself to his limits with his training. So why hadn't he reached his limits for someone his age? Naruto's eyes went towards the Anbu walking beside the Sandaime Hokage and looked back at the road ahead of them. "What do you want to know? Is this all you can do?" "That is a good question that will have an answer one day," Naruto answered calmly. He wasn't going to add anything to it even if the Sandaime does try to push for more details. Fortunately, the old man got the hint and went on to another matter. "I have been thinking," the old man started in a mildly serious tone. "You have been highly tolerant of my requests lately and seem to just accept everything that is ordered for you to do." The aged eyes of the god of shinobi turned towards the young boy on his right. Their eyes met. Naruto was looking back at him with calculating eyes. There was just a flash of it for a moment before they turned expressionless. He blinked and looked back at the road ahead, but did not say anything. The Sandaime Hokage spoke once again. "I think that you're preparing for the future." Naruto looked amused for a moment before he wiped off the look with acid. "The future, huh? How do you prepare for something that you cannot control?" "We certainly do make plans for our futures, but time doesn't always favor us and life often drags surprises in a bundle. Some things cannot be planned for. We just have to wait for tomorrow to arrive and tackle it." The professor was silent for a few moments. It is certainly true that there are things that are beyond our control, but there are things that are not. When you observe people keenly, you will be able to predict what they will do tomorrow and how they will react when something happens. With that information, you're able to make your own plans, having taken into account the possibilities that may or may not occur. Well, that is essentially about manipulating people, and Naruto was not afraid to point it out. "You're talking about manipulating people," the blonde said. "If you cannot get what you want, you will try to push things to get in your favor." The old man merely smiled. "Don't we all try to push things to work in the way we like? If we allowed things to just go the way life wants, nothing in life would really please us. Every one of us has a desire we will pull and push in order for that desire to be fulfilled." He paused for a moment, as he looked up. "I'm saying that even you have your desires and will do what you can to make sure they are realized." Naruto said nothing. It wasn't because he agreed or disagreed with the Sandaime's statement, he just didn't have anything he could add. No, he could add something. The old man just hadn't asked him anything. He had merely made a statement and Naruto had the freedom to choose whether he could respond to it or not. "You have not made it a secret that your mother comes first before Konoha, and those elders as well as clan heads know very well that you'd forsake the village in the blink of an eye if it meant protecting your mother." Naruto showed no emotion to it, but he did respond. A foolish mistake on my part, he said. The wisest thing to do had been to keep it to himself, not broadcast it for all to see. He really hoped that it doesn't come back to haunt him in the days to come. Well, he had been young back then. It couldn't be helped. The Sandaime was very much aware that the foolish part Naruto was referring to wasn't that he didn't care about Konoha, it was that he hadn't bothered to hide it in the eyes of those people that he didn't care about the village. Granted his position, it had been a risky move, but one that had allowed the old man to make his movements. You can say that, the old man said calmly. He really wished that there could be a day that the blonde would say he cared for Konoha, but the reality was that Naruto had no attachment to Konoha, and that would prove to be a problem in the future. No one would want a jinchuriki who would rather have his village destroyed than save it. There haven't been movements to try to educate you to love Konoha because I have been firm on my stance with you, the old man continued. If it were really up to some people, they would have had you taken up by Danzo to be raised by him. With the early signs of indifference towards Konoha you showed, they would have done so if I had been weak. But since your return from your time away, you haven't been bluntly showing that you don't care about Konoha. Really, you have been doing nothing but work for the village. Of course that will not convince some people, but it might convince some. Loyalty is a very important thing in a shinobi's life. Towards Konoha, you do not have that, and that makes some people nervous. You have discovered this, haven't you, Naruto? I have, Naruto said without going into detail about it. And you have realized that you have been safe because of my efforts. But should I disappear, everything will change. I will no longer be able to stop anyone from doing anything to you. Jiraiya will definitely be on your side, but that doesn't guarantee anything. This is why you're taking corrective measures now. The Sandaime paused, as he put on a serious mask on his face. What would you do if they turned on you, Naruto? Naruto's answer didn't need to be searched, it was right at the tip of his tongue. Whatever is necessary, that was his response. The Sandaime Hokage frowned. He had feared something like that. Naruto would do anything to protect himself and his mother. That old man had no doubt about that. He needed to play his cards right to ensure that Naruto learned a few things and that no one had any plans to do something towards Naruto in case something happens to him. Sarutobi had no doubt that if someone tried something, there would be hell to pay. Naruto was willing to let some things slide, but he was sure betrayal was not one of them, especially if it would have an effect on his mother. He had little doubt that Konoha would see a vengeful Naruto in that moment, and given how much of player the blonde was, nothing good would come out of it. His job was really troublesome. When were things just going to come easy for him? When faced by situations like this, he had to make troublesome decisions that would end up making him look like a cold monster. But that came with the job. Sometimes the only choice he had to make was one that would leave him looking like he had stolen an idea from Danzo's playbook. Let us hope that things will not take us to the extreme, the Sandaime said in a tired tone. If it came to making a choice, the Hokage would make a choice. That is what he took the job for. Naruto didn't offer a response, but he really hoped that things would not lead him to make some choices of his own. He was not about to walk into that kind of tomorrow without making plans to counter things. He needed to be comfortable with his life, and his mother needed to stay happy in the Hidden Leaf. Her life couldn't be happy anywhere. But of course he had learned that she could also adapt to other places. The village they'd been living in during their time with Jiraiya had proved that much, but she was a lot happier when she was in Konoha. Naruto was willing to respect that, and besides, he would rather not have the entire Hidden Leaf coming after him. He was a jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and those people wouldn't want him to take away their weapon away from them. The Baijuu could be used against them, and so they would rather he not leave. They would be more than willing to strip him of the Baijuu if they had to do. Naruto was sure Danzo would be willing to offer the way out for him if he could. Naturally, Naruto wasn't going to allow that to happen. The Baijuu was sealed into him, and they would only be separated by death. He was not going to allow anyone to separate them. The Sandaime looked at the silent blonde for a moment before looking at the road ahead. They should be reaching the capital in about an hour or less. So they could afford to keep this leisurely pace. Once they do get to the daimyo, they would hold the talks and sleep in for the night, and by tomorrow morning, they would be disappearing from the capital. He could not really allow his presence to be missing for far too long in the Hidden Leaf with Danzo still breathing. Daimyo's palace. Although Naruto didn't show any outward reaction, he was really surprised to see such a large building. Well, it really shouldn't be a surprise. The daimyo controlled the entire Fire Country and was the leader of the government. He had to be loaded, especially with the fact that this country was the strongest of the 5 greatest nations. What would he do with all these power the man had in his command? The answer was really obvious. He would use it for his own desires. Humans could stay in their shackles for all he cared. He truly hoped that the daimyo will be more than a monkey though. It would be a disappointment if the man turns out to be conniving snake. Naruto shook his head at the hypocrisy. Was it just wrong when someone was doing it and not him? The Sandaime Hokage smiled at the guards as they were led into the palace. Naruto was as calm as he usually was. The air around him seemed untouchable. He was sure the blonde had a motive for coming here and the old man wasn't going to make it easy for him to play his game. He didn't have to worry about Naruto showing the right manners in front of the feudal lord. The blonde's attire was formal. It really gave the old man thoughts about it. Naruto could follow formalities, but his choice of wearing formal attire really stood out. The why bothered him as it didn't give him any answers. Or perhaps he just frowned at the answers he got. Hiruzen, the feudal lord, called with a smile as his fellow old man was escorted into his office within the palace. Daimyo-sama, the Sandaime Hokage responded politely. You will have to forgive me for requesting that we talk within my arrival. I really cannot afford to be away from Konoha for far too long. With shinobi, something is always lurking and you must be there to stop it. The feudal lord waved his hand dismissively. It is quite all right, but I do expect you to stay the night. Of course, the Sandaime Hokage said. He pointed at his right. This is young Naruto, he said. Naruto bowed slightly as he spoke. Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde said. I was most honored when I was informed that you wanted to see me, daimyo-sama. The daimyo smiled as he sat down. The blonde didn't appear stiff as if he was being forced to bow. It seemed to just come naturally, like he had been doing it for some time. I'm glad you could make it, young Naruto, the old man said. Please have a seat. The two did as told before the Sandaime took out a file from his robes. I came with gifts, he said as he handed the file to the daimyo. The feudal lord took the file and looked through it for a few moments. His eyes showed no surprise at what he was reading. He looked back at the Sandaime Hokage before placing the file inside a drawer on his desk. You can never really trust anyone these days, the feudal lord said. When you think you can trust people, they do this to you. Can I trust you, Hiruzen? Haven't I always been supportive? The Sandaime responded calmly. The feudal lord nodded. Yes, you have always been supportive. We have been working together for far too long. You have been Hokage for too long. Say, have you thought of leaving the job for someone? Hiruzen smiled. I will retire when you do, daimyo-sama. The feudal chuckled slightly. Well, you will have to wait a little longer, he said before turning to Naruto. I presume that you have been training him. I have to ask this question, can I trust you, Naruto-kun? I have had a good working relationship with the Sandaime and I think I would get along with anyone who was trained by the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto smiled. Trust is the string that holds a relationship together. Without trust, a relationship cannot be fruitful. There will always be second guessing and suspicious assumptions. Having said that, I know that trust isn't something that can be gained just like that. He paused for a moment, bowing his head slightly. But to answer your question, you can trust me, daimyo-sama, and I hope my actions will be enough to prove that I am trustworthy. The Sandaime was officially worried. It was apparent that Naruto had learned to play around people. The blonde of before wouldn't have bothered smiling to the daimyo and he certainly wouldn't be acting like this. This was truly a problem. What was Naruto really after? Did he want to get in the good books of the daimyo just so he could have a safe passage in case something happens in Konoha? That was the only thing the Sandaime Hokage could think of, and it was the only scenario that seemed likely, especially given the kind of person Naruto was. The feudal lord did not have the same thoughts as the Sandaime Hokage. He merely smiled at Naruto. You're a shinobi, correct? Naruto nodded. Yes, he said. Have you killed someone before? Yes, Naruto said. Killing worthless monkeys wasn't all that difficult. He had done it before and he wouldn't be against doing it again. Well, he was a shinobi and death came with the job. Excellent, the daimyo said happily. I'm sure the Sandaime knows everything about the matter he just brought to me. I want you to handle it this night. He will brief you. The people in my council are here in my palace because tomorrow we will be discussing your budget proposal. If Naruto solves this little problem without any troubles, I will make sure that by tomorrow night, the new budget is signed. Consider it done, daimyo-sama, Naruto responded calmly. The Sandaime was not too pleased by this development, but he wasn't all worried about Naruto. On their way to this place, Naruto had been killing some people. But he didn't like the thought that killing was becoming a regular thing in Naruto's life, that he didn't even think twice when the task was put before him. On the other hand, he was glad that Konoha would get some improvements on the budget. That would really lessen the burden a bit. Konoha. Danzo looked at the Uchiha before him. He could call it luck that the Sandaime was away from the village. This meant that he could turn his eyes on the Uchiha. If things had gone his way, the boy would have become the last remaining Uchiha. Well, he wasn't complaining. The remaining Uchiha were a bit harmless and the clan needed to be rebuilt. He figured that process will never be completed until Sasuke steps into his mother's shoes. Danzo cursed that woman for being stubborn. She refused to allow him to train her son, but was willing to forget that he approached her because she didn't want trouble. It was apparent that she wasn't fond of him. The war hawk didn't give a damn about that. He just wanted to have the young Uchiha under his control. If he could do that, then in the future he would have the Uchiha clan under control. Because of her stubbornness, Danzo had contemplated in having her removed. It was without doubt that it was her presence that was making the boy to grow some attachments. He needed something bigger to motivate him. Losing his mother would be a big motivation. For now, the thought was out of the window though. He wanted to play it safe. Uchiha Sasuke, the war hawk stated, his eyes looking down at the young Uchiha. Who are you? Sasuke more or less demanded, eyes firmly glaring back at the crippled war hawk. He had been abducted from his training by some goons because he had simply refused to go with them. He wasn't about to just be ordered around by just anyone. It was enough that Naruto ordered him around, but having someone else he didn't know try to boss him wasn't acceptable. He hated it and would not allow for it. Shimura Danzo, an elder in this village, Danzo responded calmly. He could allow the disrespectful tone to slide for now. What do you want? I wish to offer you the power you require. I am in charge of an elite organization that is better than Konoha's Anbu. I can train you to become strong enough to kill Itachi. He was after all one of my agents at some point, Danzo stated calmly. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. What kind of power are you talking about? You can only see it if you agree to my offer. But I do assure you, if you accept it, I can help you get the same eyes as Itachi in no time. Danzo snapped his fingers. Let me show you what my trained children can do. Later. Security within the palace was really lax, well, just around his target's quarters. The feudal lord had done his part to ensure that things went up easy. He really didn't need his palace in scream mode should someone discover this during the night. The old man wanted to have his good night's sleep and he would deal with everything tomorrow. If things are discovered in the morning, he would have the time and energy to hide things. Well, since he was planning it, he would be able to handle things without too much fuss. Of course there would be a demand for some investigation, and since the old man didn't want it to look as if he was the one who ordered the assassination, he would have people do an investigation. This just meant that Naruto had to be careful as he goes about his duty. He didn't have to make a mess of things like leaving a trace of his presence behind or anything that would be traced back to him. He needed to do this cleanly and return to the Sandaime without anyone noticing him. He had to be quiet about it even since there were guards outside the quarters. Naruto had used the ceiling to sneak into the place of his target as it was safe and he could get in and out without anyone noticing his presence. The blonde jumped down on the floor silently and followed the layout of the place within his head as he moved towards the man's room. He calmed his breathing standing next to the door. How was he going to go about this? Should he use a kunai? A kitchen knife or just a senbon? He decided the latter would do. He just had to make his movements right and everything would be well. Naruto placed his hand on the doorknob and silently twisted it. After a few seconds, he slowly opened the door. The door made a sound, causing him to halt. He peeked through the door and saw no movements and the lights were still switched off. He sighed in relief before continuing to open the door. Once there was enough space for him to slip in, Naruto went inside the room. The bed was clearly visible. It was a large bed that was housing two people. One was a young lady and the other was fat old man who had his hands all over the young lady. Naruto stared with disgust. How could a young lady defile herself by sharing a bed with such trash? It was really disgusting. But he was not here for that. He just had to kill the fat scumbag and get out of the place. But of course, he would have to do something about the young lady. It would be a disaster if she wakes up in the middle of the night and finds her partner dead. The loud scream that would cause trouble would certainly fill the palace. The blonde snaked towards the left side of the bed. There was a stinking smell and the blankets were kicked all over the bed. Filthy pigs. Naruto's index finger glowed with chakra before he placed it on the lady's head. It was a technique he learned with becoming Anbu. It would make sure that the woman remained sleeping throughout the night regardless of what happened beside her. Of course she would wake up with a major migraine, but Naruto wasn't worried about that. With the partner silently down, Naruto moved to the other side of the bed and slowly climbed with a senbon on his right hand. As he was doing so, the fat pig didn't move a muscle. Naruto was forced to turn him over because he wanted the forehead. The eyes of the target suddenly snapped open. Naruto didn't make a sound. He just froze his body and whispered a few words with his eyes staring at the target. He used genjutsu before adding wind chakra into the senbone on his hand. In a fluid movement, he flung the senbone straight into the man's forehead. The projectile pierced through the head, causing the man to come out of his genjutsu. Naruto quickly placed his hand on his mouth, covering it, and then drove his left hand towards the man's throat. The silent struggle only occurred for a few seconds before the man stopped struggling. Just to make sure the man was dead, Naruto pulled the senbone out of the man's head and pierced through the heart. He didn't leave the senbone behind as he silently disappeared. When he returned to the given rest place, he found the Sandaime Hokage waiting for him, but the Anbu he had come with was nowhere to be seen. The old man had his pipe blowing some smoke. "I trust everything went well," he said. Naruto took off the blank mask he had been wearing and nodded. "I'm going to bed," he said before walking past the old man. Once he was out of the way, an Anbu flashed beside the old man. "No mess, Sandaime-sama," the Anbu said. The old man nodded. "You should take some rest as well. I wish to stay a little bit longer to think over some things." With Naruto. When Naruto walked into his room, he was welcomed by a loathsome presence that was responsible for the way his life had turned out. The mask and that hateful Sharingan. There could only be one person who wore that mask, and that was the person who extracted the Kyuubi from his mother and then forced his father into sacrificing himself. This was the man who called himself Uchiha Madara, and a person Naruto didn't like very much. Perhaps that was an understatement, but this was still the man who was responsible for the pain his mother experienced. Even so, when faced by the masked man, Naruto's expression was just blank. There was not even a raise of the eyebrow or a slight twitch on his face. He just stared at the man before him as the door shut behind him. There was not even a thought of charging towards the man. It would be a foolish move, and Naruto had graduated from the Fool's Academy to be making such amateurish decisions. The man wore that cloak, Akatsuki cloak. He was the same person Itachi feared, but Naruto did not. He wasn't like Itachi. "Uzumaki Naruto," Obito started, looking at the young boy before him. "Itachi speaks highly of you with his partner. I can see that he has not been exaggerating." The blonde didn't look like he was going to attack, and his presence hadn't drawn the slightest of reactions from him. The blonde looked calm, as if before him wasn't the man who was responsible for the Kyuubi's rampage. What a curious child. "What do you want?" Obito looked on for a few moments before he responded. "I don't really know what you talked to Itachi about, but I know that there is a lot more happening, and I know the truth about the Uchiha incident that had Itachi named as an S-rank criminal." If Obito was looking for a reaction from Naruto, he did not get it. In fact, Naruto's response was a simple, "So?" Obito had to blink at that baffling response. That wasn't expected. "Really? I'd come to see if Itachi has been talking to you about with regards to our organization. I know he still has connection with you." Naruto stared at the man for a long minute. "I'm not at liberty to discuss anything with you, and really, I don't like you very much to be talking to you in this kind of position." Obito took slow and purposeful steps towards the blonde. Still, there wasn't that reaction from Naruto that would make him happy. The blonde just stared back at him with that expressionless face of his. Really, he could not tell if the blonde really hated him or not. He could not begin to figure out what was going inside that small head. The blonde was just completely unreadable. "There will be a time that I will request what is inside of you, and if you really do love your mother, you will give it." Naruto's flickered into a cold generator for a split second. "I see," he said. "If you become obedient, perhaps you can be of some use. You hate the people of this world, and I want to create a world that will not have those kind of people you hate. The world I wish to create is one that is gentle and one that you can actually be happy, and not even for a second will you have to worry about your mother," Obito stated. "Not even for a second. If you want your father back, you can even have him back. It will be a world where even your deepest desires can exist." "Why are you telling me this?" "Itachi won't stop telling you things, but he also won't refuse doing what we order him to do. I need his power for my dream. That means I must accommodate you as well as your precious jinchuriki." Having said that, Obito disappeared. Naruto's expression was replaced by a really deep scowl as the man disappeared. He had 3 Mangekyo Sharingans in his possession. He could work something out. Itachi had given him Shisui's eye. He could reprogram it to do what he wanted. It didn't matter who the person was and how powerful the person was. That Sharingan could enslave anyone. Not even Itachi, who was a genjutsu master, could escape from its power. It had the ultimate genjutsu after all. Naruto had found his first target. I really like you when you think like this, Kurama said. For the first time I will be happy at the use of the cursed dujutsu. The Uchihas use it to manipulate others, it will be a joy to see them being manipulated by their own dujutsu. I will be more than willing to give you my power to make it happen. How do we go about that? Implant the Sharingan into your eye socket. You don't have to be good at it, I will heal any damage incurred. When that human comes to you again, you will use it, and to make it effective, I will give you my chakra. You can even drag him to my domain and use that other Sharingan as backup, Kurama offered. I can make it happen, but only on one condition. What? After the deed is done, you will remove that cursed eye. Naruto snorted. Paranoid are we? You are afraid that I will also use it on you? Naruto didn't wait for a response. Well, he was certain the Baijuwu wouldn't respond to that. Fine, you have an agreement. The following day, the Sandaime Hokage had to close his eyes as he enjoyed the comfort of his chair within his office. It had just been a day, but for how long had he been waking to stare into these walls? It had been too long. Very long, and yet he was still looking forward to many more years in this chair. For now, there was no one who could take the position, and so he had to stay in the game. Really, he didn't need anyone who would be taking over from him just to bend to the demands of his former teammates and Danzo's schemes. At least the War Hawk was staying away from Naruto for now. He had been very serious about hanging the War Hawk's head at the Hokage monument if he made a move on Naruto. Speaking of the blonde, the third looked at Naruto before speaking. You have the next 2 days off. You can spend the time with your mother and reacquaint yourself with Ino-chan. The old man paused for a moment. When was the last time you spoke to her? Some days ago, Naruto said a bit indifferently. You shouldn't forget your friends, Naruto, the old man said firmly. Well, it isn't like that girl will allow you to forget her. She has a rather strong personality, the old man with a smile. She does, Naruto said with a nod. I will take my leave now, Naruto said before disappearing from the office. The Sandaime Hokage just blinked before shaking his head. He stared at the stacks of paper that were on his desk and frowned. Suddenly, he wished he had remained at the feudal lord's palace for a little while longer. But then he thought, if he had stayed a bit longer, the paperwork would have been hitting the ceiling. Uchiha compound. When Naruto didn't find his mother at their house, he was almost certain that he would find her at the Uchiha compound. Sure, she did go out a bit more often these days, but this place had been like their other home. Could he really forget that he used to have dinners with the Uchihas those days Fugaku was still breathing and Itachi was still visible around the village? Things had changed now, well, not completely. They were still close to the Uchihas. What had changed was how people viewed Itachi. Naruto found it to be amusing that they now cursed his name and said he was a crazy bastard who got corrupted by power and turned on his own clan. They had been praising him as a different breed from all other Uchihas, and now they cursed his very existence. Of course, the rumors didn't really bother Naruto too much to actually worry or be mad about it, even though he knew the truth. Itachi knew what he was getting himself into when he made the choice, and since it was really human nature to turn quickly, Naruto wasn't surprised. Naruto, Kushina said happily as Naruto walked into the kitchen within Mikoto's house. You're back in one piece. I was thinking perhaps the feudal lord would try to have a piece of you remain in his palace. Naruto smiled at his mother as he walked up to her side. He stood beside her before he responded. Even if he is the daimyo, I would have said no right there and then. It would have been a firm no even. Kushina laughed. I can really imagine you saying that, she said with a shake of her head. The Sandaime would try to play the peacemaker after that kind of response, Mikoto added with a smile of her own. How was the trip though? Did they treat you well? Naruto nodded. The food there was rather pleasant and the atmosphere wasn't all that bad at all, Naruto responded calmly. The journey was as safe as it could be. I trust nothing bad actually occurred in my absence. All is well, Kushina said. Naruto nodded. He was conflicted right now as he didn't know which choice to make. He could choose to stay here and join in the ladies in their conversation, but he really didn't want to intrude. With Sasuke within the compound, he could go on to train the Uchiha for about an hour and then return home along with his mother. That could work. He still had the rest of tomorrow all free. He could do something with his mother together tomorrow. Naruto nodded to himself. Other than dinner and a few conversations, he hasn't been doing anything with his mother like he used to, and he was missing those days. He could make it possible. Sasuke is at the training ground, Mikoto said to Naruto. The blonde nodded and looked at his mother. Don't leave without me. I won't take much time with Sasuke. So we can leave together later on. Kushina smiled. Just go. I wasn't planning on leaving you behind anyway, she said calmly. Don't forget to get along with Sasu-chan, the redhead Uzumaki said. Hi, Naruto said with a wave of his right hand as he disappeared from the presence of the two women. He is growing, Mikoto said looking at the space Naruto had been occupying moments earlier. I mean, things have really changed. Well, I have been forcing him to learn to live without seeing me every time he blinks. He needs to get used to it because things will not always be like that as he grows. If I'd allowed things to go as they were, I would have a problem when he does grow, Kushina said. Mikoto nodded. Well, you want him to grow up enough to learn to live on his own and maybe get someone to love, she said with a small smile. Kushina nodded. Well, there is Tamari and Ino. I have grown to love Tamari though, the woman said. I must meet her one these days, Mikoto said. I wish to approve of anyone who wishes to take my Naruto away from me, the woman added with a smile. We both have problems though. I have mine that is called Sasuke and his obsession with his brother, she added with a frown. He is getting better, Kushina offered. Yes, Mikoto said with a nod. He is, but I still worry. Well, at least he doesn't snap when someone mentions Itachi and he does smile a bit more these days. Having a mother really does help. I can't really imagine how he would have turned out if I wasn't here. Well, let us be happy that you are alive to raise him, Kushina said. Raising both Naruto and Sasuke would have been the death of me. I can't help but agree with that, Mikoto said with a nod. Training ground. Sasuke stopped his exercises as he looked at the incoming blonde. What to do? Naruto had really started as a bully before him and his mother was insisting that he get along with the blonde. She wanted for them to become friends, but the blonde was nothing of that kind. Really, Sasuke didn't see the need to go that far, but his mother was insisting. Now that he thought of it, Naruto's mother had been pushing for the blonde to make friends as well. Where had that disappeared off to? The young Uchiha shook his head and stared at those expressionless eyes for a long minute. With Naruto's help, he was really improving, and if the blonde was in Anbu, it meant that he was really strong. Sasuke didn't doubt that Naruto was strong, but how strong was really the question that begged an answer. Naruto stopped just in front of Sasuke and settled down. I'm a bit worn out today, the blonde started. I won't be doing anything that will be too taxing, he said calmly. Sasuke just grunted in response. It was always like this. How was he supposed to be friends with someone who spoke to him like this? Obviously, the blonde saw him as just the Uchiha he needed to bully in the pretense of training. Speak your mind, Naruto said to Sasuke, seeing that the Uchiha was having an internal struggle. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in curiosity. There was no usual sternness in Naruto's tone, but just an invitation. Why are you being like this? Naruto looked on for a moment. I've grown fond of your mother, and if I'm bad to you, it doesn't really please her, the blonde said. Besides, it is rather troublesome having to be rough all the time. I get tired of all the yelling and hitting. Sometimes I just wish for words without threats to get through, the blonde explained lightly. Sasuke stared at Naruto before shaking his head as he sat down as well. Why do you not hate Itachi? Who said I don't hate him? Naruto asked curiously as the question from the Uchiha. You have never spoken anything bad about him, nor does my mother, and I have noticed that you seem to get along with her. In any case, I can tell that you don't really hate him, Sasuke said in a firm tone. Is it wrong that I don't hate him? Would you prefer it if I hate him? Naruto asked in a quiet tone. I don't know if it would be right or wrong, but I would have understood it if you hated him. He was your friend and you really did get along with him, more than I was willing to permit. Honestly, I was jealous of your relationship with him. He trained with you more than he did with me, his own brother. Sasuke ended by shouting bitterly. Naruto tilted his head to the side as his eyes looked at the Uchiha calculatedly. I see you are now using that head of yours, he said. Sasuke glared at Naruto. This was what he hated. Naruto waved his right hand. I was complimenting you, the blonde said calmly. By insulting me? Sasuke demanded. He calmed himself and turned to the main subject. My mother doesn't hate him as well. All she speaks about him are good things, and she still smiles when she speaks of him. It frustrates me. How can she not hate him after what he did? How can you not hate him after what he did? Your mother doesn't hate him because he is her son, and no matter what happens, Itachi will always be her son. Whether you hate him or not, he will always be your brother. You can deny it and shout to the heavens and say that man is not my brother, but no matter what, he will always be your brother, and to your mother, you will always be her second child. Nothing can change that. It is what you call a mother's love, Naruto explained slightly. As for me, I don't hate him because he is my friend and he has not wronged me. Also, I understand the why. Why what? Why he did what he did. He did it because he wanted to test his powers. That is what he said to me. Really? Naruto asked with his head tilted to the side. How little do you know your brother? Did you really know your brother, Sasuke? Had it occurred to you that he may have been lying about that? If you think about how much your brother loved you, and compare it to what you have in your mind right now, can you really say they are the same people? Sasuke frowned deeply. It was true that the images were a contrast and that his brother was a loving person while that Itachi was a murderous person. Still he could not forget what he saw. He could not forget what that man said to him. The Uchiha shook his head and changed the subject. Danzo appeared. Well, he dragged me, Naruto had said to tell him if Danzo approached him. What did he want? He was offering me power to kill that traitorous brother of mine, Sasuke said. You will not accept his offer, Naruto said firmly. Allowing Danzo to train Sasuke would be a failure on his part. Itachi had tasked him to protect and look after his younger brother. Danzo was a corrupt and conniving devil that he could not allow near Sasuke. The War Hawk would certainly fill the Uchiha's head with some nonsense and that would undo all his work. This meant that he had to have a talk with that man. A serious talk. Naruto stood up. Let us see how you have come, he said, inviting Sasuke to attack him. About an hour later. When Naruto returned to the house, he was welcomed by Mikoto, who smiled warmly at him. Have you managed to do something about what we talked about? Naruto nodded. I have, he said. I will try to convince him if he needs to be convinced the next time I do see him. It won't be long though, the blonde said. Has Danzo approached you about Sasuke? Mikoto looked stared for a moment before she responded. Yes, she said. I see, Naruto said. Well, Mikoto, I will see you tomorrow hopefully and you need not worry about Danzo. I will not permit him to go near Sasuke. That corrupt monkey will not do anything to your son. For everything he has done, he has some nerve sneaking up to Sasuke. Although he was still just a child and Danzo was a war veteran, Mikoto believed it when Naruto said she would not allow Danzo get near her son. How could she not believe the words of her beloved hero? He was not the one to be joking around. I will reward you one of these days. Well, when you have grown old enough, Mikoto said a bit slyly. Naruto looked confused for a moment but he just nodded and turned away from the woman. He found his mother waiting for him at the entrance. The Uzumaki held out her right and Naruto felt no shame in taking it as the two left Mikoto's house. Everything went okay with Sasuke? Surprisingly, yes, Naruto said. He surprised me today, the blonde added. I'm not on duty tomorrow. Can we do something together? At lunch or later on, Kushina said. I took a part-time job at the flower shop. You know, it isn't being fun being around the house all day. I need to do something when I'm not helping Mikoto-chan. Besides, what kind of a mother would I be, if I am content with allowing my 12-year-old son to be the one to bring food to the table? A mother who enjoys being taken care of by her son? Naruto offered.